October 10th, 13 years before the start of canon. A blonde-haired man sat in a rather open office overlooking Konoha no Sato, a rather large shinobi village. A bottle of sake sat upon his desk with paperwork scattered about the large office. He wore blue ninja pants and a blue long-sleeve shirt, which clung to his body, over which he had the standard dark green flak jacket for Konoha shinobi. Situated on his chair was a short-sleeved long white haori over his normal attire, closed in the front by a thin, orange rope. The haori was decorated with red flame-like motifs on the edges, with the kanji for fourth Hokage. This was Minato Namikaze, the current Hokage of Konoha and hero of the Third Shinobi War. Within the room were three more men. One has gravity-defying spiky silver hair, dark with only his right eye being visible. The other was covered by his forehead protector. He wore the typical Umbu uniform sans his Inu mask, which was clipped to his belt. He had a mask covering the lower half of his face. This was Kakashi Hatake, student of the fourth Hokage. Next to Kakashi was Jiraiya, the sensei of Minato. Jiraiya was a tall and well-built man with fair skin. He had a wart on the left side of his nose and waist-length, spiky white hair that he usually ties back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There were red lines under his eyes which extended further down his face. His usual attire consisted of a green short shirt, kimono, and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore handguards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with two yellow circles on each side. He often carried a large scroll on his back and had a tattoo on his left palm, and he wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. Lastly, there was the previous Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was a man of small stature compared to the other men within the room, but the man radiated power. He had a small goatee, his hair is gray, he has wrinkles and liver spots of old age. He wore a haori with a red, full-length kimono that is tied using a white sash. The normal robes of a Hokage sans hat, seeing as he was no longer the Hokage. The general air and attitude of the room was light and cheerful, as every person within it was drinking from a saucer. Very soon you're going to be a father. Are you ready, Minato-kun? Asked Hiruzen as he lit his pipe with a small fire jutsu. Is one ever ready, Hiruzen-sama? Me and Kushina have been so nervous for the past week. It's rare for a Jinchuriki to give birth, seeing as they've mostly been used as tools of war. Minato replied to the aged man with a frown etching its way onto his face as he thought about how other villages treated people like his wife. Now, Minato, this is no time to be sad. You're about to become a father. This is a time for celebration. Came the loud voice of Jiraiya, a large grin as he was happy for his student. I can't wait to teach my godson the ways of a true super pervert. Jiraiya-sama, I don't think Kushina-sama would exactly allow you to teach sensei's son like that. Kakashi undercut the Sannin. I hate to even think about what Kushina-hime would do to you, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato said as every person in the room, even the hidden Umbu, shuddered to think what she would do to the man. I don't think either me or Minato-kun would be able to talk her down, Jiraiya-kun, no matter how hard we tried. Hiruzen told Jiraiya, caused all the men in the room, including Jiraiya, to laugh. An Umbu appeared within the room after half an hour of talking between some of the most powerful people in Konoha, if not the world. Hokage-sama, I bring news. Kushina-sama has gone into labor and has been moved to the safe house. The team you assigned to guard her has already arrived. He informed the Hokage. Minato took a minute to process the information before a large grin grew over his features. That's amazing news. Good work as always, Dragonfly. You're dismissed. Minato informed the Umbu member. I think this calls for another toast, Jiraiya said as he lifted his saucer to the sky, joined by the other men in the room. To the Namikaze family, may they continue to grow. And to Naruto-kun, the firstborn of Minato-kun and Kushina-chan. Hiruzen said. To Sensei and Naruto, who I hope to one day call my little brother. Kakashi followed up as the saucers clanged together. Kakashi moved the saucer to his lips, causing each man to pause their drinking, watching intently. Is that the rakeage? Asked Kakashi, looking out the window, causing everybody to turn away from Kakashi. Seeing nothing and realizing they had been duped by the silver-haired man who finished putting his mask in place. I don't know, Inu Taicho does it. muttered one of the umbu in the room, handing 100 yen to another one of the masked shinobi. While somewhere in the village a shout of youth, and why was Kakashi so hip and cool, could be heard ringing out. One of these days I will see your face, Kakashi-kun, said Minato, who looked rather annoyed. Perhaps, sensei, but I suppose today is not that day, Kasuke told this mentor, who let out an exasperated sigh. Well, Minato-kun, I believe it's time for you to be with your wife, don't you? Asked Hiruzen as everyone turned to the fourth Hokage, who had already disappeared, a yellow flash all that let the men know he had left. Damn it, Minato. I needed to give you the latest copy of Ico Ica to see how you like it, shouted Jiraiya with fake tears as he held the orange book. Kakashi looked at the little book as if it was gold. Jiraiya-sama, I would be more than happy to review the story for you, Kakashi told the Sannin, who looked at the young umbu captain. Well, I suppose you could review it, he said, tossing the small book at the man who caught it vanishing in a shushin. I have matters to attend to, Jiraiya-kun. I will join you once Kushina finishes giving birth, Hiruzen said, vanishing as well, leaving Jiraiya alone in the office. The man frowned before a lecherous grin formed. It's time to do some research, he said with a chuckle, disappearing off to one of the nearest hot springs. 100 yen says he'll get caught like always, said the same umbu who lost earlier. You should know I don't take bets that would be lost so easily, said the umbu who saw through obvious ploy to win back the 100 yen. Later that night, unknown location. Fuck you, Minato. This really fucking hurts, Databane, yelled out Kushina, wife of Minato. Kushina was a woman who was well known for her beauty. She had a slender but feminine build, fair skin, violet eyes, and the common Uzumaki red hair at reached waist with shoulder-length strands that framed both sides of her face and a black clip that parts her hair to the left. She typically wore a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. However, she was currently dressed in a simple gown. She was gripping the hand of her husband rather tightly, who swore he felt a couple of his bones crack and just about break. You're almost through this, just a couple more pushes, the fourth Hokage told his wife, wincing as the grip tightened even more somehow. I swear to Kami, if you talk about another kid after this, I'm doing to murder you, shouted Kushina. Outside, the umbu guard's sweat dropped hearing the yelling of Kushina. How the hell is this place supposed to be hidden with her being so loud? Asked the owl-masked umbu. I was wondering that myself, said a dark voice behind the umbu member before a kunai sliced through his jugular, killing the man almost instantly. The umbu instantly were alerted by the gurgle as they looked over, seeing the man disappear in a vortex. Boo, said the masked man as he killed another umbu member before a kunai flew through his head as he vanished again. 2 down, 2 to go, or should I say 1, said the man as he stabbed his kunai into the heart of one of the last umbu members. Just who the hell are you? Shouted the umbu member as he disappeared once again. This time, however, the umbu member blocked the kunai, looking into the lone eye hole of the man. Me? I suppose you can say I'm no one, he said as a Sharingan flared to life, catching the umbu off guard as he got caught in Jinjutsu. A kunai effectively killing the man as Kushina let out another scream, followed by the cry of a baby. I'm sorry, sensei, but this must be done, said the masked man as he was seemingly sucked into a vortex. Back inside, Minato smiled as he watched Hiruzen's wife Buwako swaddling his firstborn son. Congratulations, it's a boy, said the exhausted older woman with a smile, as the young couple smiled in both pride and happiness. We did it, Minato-kun, we're parents. I know how I'm now, let's fix up your seal, said Minato as he moved to suppress the seal holding in the 9 tails once more. I'm sorry, but I need you to step away from the Jinchuriki, came a dark voice as Minato looked away in surprise to see Buwako fall dead with the other midwives. In his hands were Thier's son. A kunai pointed at him. Otherwise my hand might just slip, threatened the man. There's no need for that, we can peacefully talk about this, right? Said Minato, fear etching into his voice, slowly, the seal barely contained. I'm afraid not, said the man, tossing the newborn into the air ready to impale. Naruto, shouted Kushina as Minato jumped into action, appearing on the wall, Naruto in his hands. Forgetting something? The man taunted as he made a ram hand seal. The classic sound of explosive tags beginning to ignite filled the air as the two parents were filled with dread. Minato acted quickly, throwing away Naruto's blanket, jumping out of the safe house as it exploded, using his body to protect the newborn. Kushina, he shouted, looking into the burning inferno, wincing in pain as he pulled a splinter out of his calf. Damn it, he shouted Naruto, crying in his arms, wanting to be with his mother. Minato frowned as he flashed away to his home, trying to comfort the crying baby. Sure, it's okay, Naruto, I'll get mommy back. The young man coed to his son, who giggled lightly, tugging at the man's bangs. Putting his son down, Minato grabbed his cloak, throwing it on as he flashed away to Kushina's location. Forest outside of Konoha. Who are you, Databane? Shouted Kushina as she hung in the air, feeling the seal upon her stomach weakening with each passing second. At this rate, the QB will get loose. What's this man's endgame, and how did he even know where we were? Kushina mentally questioned, glaring at the man before her. Me? Oh, I'm no one but the destroyer of Konoha and the ninja system, he said nonchalantly as he began to weave through a long series of hand signs, slamming a hand upon Kushina's seal. Fuinkai, he shouted, drawing the QB from Kushina, who screamed out in pain as the biju was ripped out of her. Hanging limp within the chains, she panted, her body greatly weakened, the dread of the QB's chakra washing over her as the large beast filled the clearing. Who shall I thank from freeing me from that accursed seal? Came the booming voice of the QB as the man appeared in a vortex next to the large beast, Sharingan flaring to life. You can thank me, your new master, said the unknown man. The beast growled, looking at the man. I will not be controlled by the likes of you, Ninjin, shouted the QB. However, he had no choice in the matter as the Sharingan spun over his normal eyes, causing Kushina's eyes to widen. You're an Uchiha? Just who the hell are you? Shouted Kushina as the nine tails swished violently through the air. If you really must know, I am Madara Uchiha, he announced, turning towards the former Jinchuriki in surprise. My, how the Uzumaki are resilient, still alive after all that, he taunted, waving his hand towards Kushina, the QB making a mighty swipe towards its former jailer. Madara Uchiha, huh? Asked Minato, holding a now freed Kushina in his arms upon a nearby tree. Minato, come to try and foil my plans. I'm sorry, but it's too late, he told Minato, vanishing away as the QB prepared a Bijadama-tailed beast bomb, quickly firing it at the two, who flashed away back to their son. Minato-kun, I'm so sorry, this is my fault, Kushina said weakly to her husband as he placed her in the bed with their son. Nonsense, is Kushina, this is nobody's fault except that Madara imposter. I'm afraid we have no choice. However, Kushina, looking sadly at their son, Kushina's eyes widened before tears filled her eyes. Is there no other way, Minato-kun? Maybe you can just put the beast back in me, she pleaded, not wanting her son to become a weapon of war for the village. I'm afraid not. If we put the QB back in you, you will die, which means it will just reform at some point in the future, causing unknown destruction, he said, frowning as he watched his wife hold their son tightly. I'll be back soon. I'm sorry, he said, flashing back to the village. At the same time in the village, it had been a rather peaceful night in the village as residents settled into bed, shinobi patrolling the rooftops. However, most animals sensed dangers, causing the night to settle into an unsettling silence for most shinobi, their senses on high alert. Hiruzen sat at his desk with a frown, years of experience causing the aged man to be on edge as he looked out of his clan compound over the village. A pit formed in his stomach, wondering what would cause him to feel so on edge at the moment. In an ally, the man claiming to be Madara appeared, quickly weaving through the hand signs for a summoning jutsu. A large seal complex appearing and a large plume of smoke enveloped the village, alerting every ninja within it, a sense of dread washing over everyone. What is that? Shouted a Jounin, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, entering the smoke only to shoot out a claw in his stomach. A mighty roar dispersed the smoke, showing the world the QB in its full glory, teethed out tails swinging, destroyed houses absent-mindedly behind it. It's the QB, shouted another Jounin as the large beast began to tear into the village, destroying apartment blocks in a single swing. Shinobi came out of every nook and cranny, trying to form a coherent line of defense against the biju, throwing kunai and explosive tags at the beast. Hiruzen appeared in a Shushin amongst the shinobi in his familiar armor ready to fight the large beast, swinging Enma in his staff form, knocking the Kyuubi back from the front line of shinobi. "Can anyone tell me what happened here?" Hiruzen asked, fearing the worst of the fate of Minato and Kushina. "Lord Third," came the shout of multiple shinobi as they tried to protect the old man. "We have no idea, Third Sama." The Kyuubi just appeared in the middle of Konoha. A nondescript Jounin informed the Hokage as the Kyuubi took another swipe through the line of shinobi. "Hold off the Kyuubi till the fourth gets here," shouted Hiruzen, hitting the Kyuubi over the head with the staff, angering the beast as it began to gather chakra for another Baijidama. "Cart Destroyer," shouted Jiraiya as he summoned Gamabunta on top of the Kyuubi's head, knocking it into the ground, stopping the forming of the powerful bomb. Hiruzen shushined up to Jiraiya, happy to see his student. "Sensei, what happened with Minato and Kushina?" asked Jiraiya, concern evident in his voice. "I don't know, Jiraiya-kun, I hope they're okay." Hiruzen as Gamabunta realized who he was on top of. "Jiraiya, why the hell did you summon me on top of the Kyuubi no Kitsune? And why is he in Konoha?" came the loud rumble of the massive toad. "Sorry, Bunta, but I had no choice." Before he could continue, the fox had enough of the giant toad on top of him. "Get off me, you damn frog," shouted the Kyuubi, trying to shake Gamabunta off of him. Minato chose this moment to appear next to the two men, frowning at the destruction already having been caused in the village. "Sorry I'm late, I got held up by the man who caused this," Minato informed the two men on top of Gamabunta's head. Flashback no jutsu. Minato flashed on top of his stone head right after Jiraiya appeared on the battlefield and shook at the large destruction caused in the fight already. "Oh, finally arrived, Hakuroi Senko, Yellow Flash," came the voice of the man claiming to be Madara from right behind Minato. Taking a swipe at the man with one of his tri-pronged kunai, Minato was shocked at it went right through him. Leaning away from a kunai swipe, Minato hoped away, staring down the man. "Just why the hell did you do this?" asked Minato. "It's quite simple, really. I'm here to destroy what I once helped build with Hashirama." "But that's impossible. Nobody is alive from the founding of the village," Minato said in confusion, wondering just who the hell this man really was. "There's no way you can still be alive if you're who you claim to be," he continued. "Perhaps there is a way," he said, boredom in his voice. "Enough of this. I wish to watch the destruction of your precious village," Madara said, charging Minato, who charged as well. Minato went from a swipe at the jugular, which simply phased through the man. Frowning, he quickly brought his tri-pronged kunai up, blocking a strike from the man, only to be kicked away by a strong kick to the stomach, feeling as if a few ribs cracked. So it seems he can phase through most attacks, but becomes solid to attack. That's rather troublesome. Somewhere a Nara sneezed, feeling that a non-Nara used their classic verbal tick. Raising his kunai once more, Minato charged at the man, forming a Rasengan within his hand as he threw a kunai from the man's head. Just as Madara was about to grab Minato, he flashed to the kunai, slamming the swirling ball of chakra into the man's back. "Rasengan!" he shouted. The man, claiming to be Madara, felt his body grinded away as he was sent into the ground, causing a crater to form. Minato jumped away, sliding to a halt. Grunting, the man slowly got up, heavily injured. He seemed to be missing an arm, with a sort of GOP dropping down from where it once was. "Damn, that hurts. You win for now, Minato, but there's still the Kyuubi to deal with," he said with a large amount of malice as he vanished in a vortex. Sighing, Minato flashed away to join Hiruzen and Jiraiya. End flashback no jutsu. "Madara Uchiha, but that's impossible," shouted Hiruzen as the Minato went through a long series of hand signs, and the group vanished from the village, appearing at the safe house for the Namikaze. Panting, Minato dropped to a knee, feeling weak as Gamabunta hopped off the raging Bugio, who had control of himself once more. Minato looked towards the Kyuubi, Perfur flashing through another series of hand seals, and suddenly they were all far away from Konoha. "I know, Hiruzen-sama, I'm not quite sure what to make of it myself. But for now we must worry about dealing with the Kyuubi. I shall seal it into Naruto with the Shiki Fujin." He informed the group they were close to his safe house, it would seem, as Kushina joined them with Naruto. "But Minato, that will kill you," shouted Jiraiya in shock that his student was willing to go so far. Please Minato-kun, let me do it, I've lived a long life," said Hiruzen, not wanting to see his successor perish. Growling, the Kyuubi swiped at the trio, trying to kill all of them only for Gamabun to block the claws with his tanto, as the two large creatures engaged in a melee, as the trio tried to figure out what to do. "Hiruzen-sama, I can't possibly let you do that," Minato said with a frown. He didn't want to lose the man he saw as a grandfather. "I'm an old man, Minato, and I've lived a long life. I am more than willing to sacrifice myself so that you and Kushina may raise your children like I have," Hiruzen said, not letting Minato sacrifice himself. The men looked back at the Kyuubi as chains wrapped around the beast. Kushina looked tired, however they knew this would be their opportunity. "You woke Naruto up from his nap," Kushina said with a frown, knowing what was about to happen. The little boy's life was about to change, and not for the better. "Sorry, Kushina-heim, this was the only place I could think to take the Kyuubi," Minato told his wife, taking their son. Looking at the third Hokage, he steeled himself as he handed the man his son. "Minato-kun, please live a full life with your family and become an even greater Hokage than I ever was. Jiraiya-kun, I'm sorry I failed your team. I wish we could still have all three of you in the village," he said, saying his goodbyes as he blazed through the required hand signs for the Shiki Fujin. Jiraiya held back tears as he was about to watch his sensei die. "Kushina, you've grown into a beautiful woman, and I wish we could have done more for the Uzumaki. It is one of my biggest regrets." The Kyuubi could sense what was about to happen. Being aggravated even more, it thrashed at the chains, attempting to break free. However, the chains only tightened. "No, I will no be sealed into that boy," he shouted, trying to escape the chains only for them to tighten as Gamabunta held him down. "Please hurry up, I can't hold him back much longer," shouted Gamabunta as Hiruzen finished the Shinigami appearing behind him. "Never let your wheels of fire extinguish," he shouted as he sealed the Kyuubi into Naruto, a seal forming on his little stomach. And with a smile, Hiruzen Sarutobi passed away. Everyone present, including Naruto, cried. "I will return to the summoning world now. I'm sorry for your loss, but please never summon me to fight a Biju again," Gamabunta said, disappearing in a puff of smoke, the shinobi landing on the ground, holding Hiruzen and Naruto. 1 week later, Konoha was in mourning. Over 2,000 civilians had died, and 1,500 shinobi had perished in the short battle with the Kyuubi, which weakened Konoha further after the Third Shinobi War, pushing their forces down to 10,000. Shinobi had to be called back to Konoha to help rebuild the village and replenish the garrison that was held there. Minato sat in his office, filling out paperwork, a small cradle in the corner. The mass funeral for everyone that had perished was a rather sad affair. Even the heavens seemed to cry as everyone came to pay their respects for those who had died. Minato had decided to not inform the village of the fate of his son, and instead told them that Hiruzen had sacrificed his life to kill the Kyuubi. He couldn't bring himself to inform the village that his son now contained the Biju in fear that they would retaliate against him. "You've caused me a lot of problems already, Naruto-kun," Minato said with a small laugh, walking over to the crib, holding his son, taking a break from the dreaded paperwork every Kage faced during their time. His son co-ed at his father, playing with his hair again, gripping it rather strongly, and giving it a harsh tug. I'll stop, Naruto, that hurts," he said with a laugh. This was the scene Kushina entered upon with a small smile as she held a basket of food in her hand. Normally, the extraction of a Biju killed the host. However, Kami had decided to be kind to the young family, as Kushina had lived. She simply chalked it up to her being a full-blooded Uzumaki. However, her chakra system was all out of whack. "Shouldn't you be working, Minato-kun?" she asked with a small giggle at her husband's antics. "Shouldn't you be recovering?" Minato shot back with a large smile at seeing his wife. "You know how I feel about hospitals, Databang," she shouted as she laid out the food for the small family. Minato supposed, even if it cost the life of one of his greatest mentors, he was happy to share this moment with his family, not wanting to know what would have happened if he had perished instead. Unknown location. "Minato really did a number on your body, huh?" "Obito-kun," Zetsu said, treating the wounds of one Obito Uchiha, who sat about an operating room table being treated by the weird creation. Obito frowned and glared at the black and white creature. With a huff, he got off the table, testing his new arm and healed body. "Sensei is as strong as ever," But no matter, this is a minor setback in our plan. Madara-sama's plans will be completed soon, he said, glaring into the dark as his lone Sharingan span in anger at his old sensei. For now you should get some rest, you never know when you might need to fight again, Zetsu said, retreating into the ground to do whatever Zetsu does. Obito clicked his tongue as he walked further into the base, planning their next move. Nidaime Kiroi Senko Chapter 2, Childhood Part 1. 6 years later, 7 years before the start of canon. Naruto Namikaze was no ordinary boy. He knew that very well. Being the son of the Hokage, he was practically royalty within the village. Despite his status, wherever he went he would hear the odd mutter of demon brat or a glare or two. Not that it ever really mattered to the lucky-go blonde brat, as his godfather, or as Naruto saw him, his uncle Jiraiya would call him. Walking next to his mother Kushina, who was noticeably pregnant, once more he wore blue sandals, green shorts, and a white shirt with the Uzumaki swirl over his heart and the Konoha symbol on his back. Seeing the hospital in the distance, Naruto became even giddier, if that was even possible. Why was Naruto excited, might ask? For at the hospital was most likely one of his most precious people, Tsunade Senju, someone who was practically a mother to Kushina and a grandmother to the boy. The female Sannin was always kind to the boy, even when he got on her nerves. She always looked out for the family, even though they weren't related by blood, and that made Naruto care for her just as much as his mother. Flashback no Jutsu. Kushina was lying in her hospital bed 4 days after the Kyuubi attack, in which the Kyuubi was transferred from her to her son. Speaking of her son, he was lying in a crib in the corner, having not been released from the hospital yet either. Smiling, she looked over at her son lovingly, already thinking about how awesome of a parent she was. The hospital luckily wasn't damaged in the attack by the Kyuubi, but the village had lost quite a few medical ninjas. Picking up a book on Fuinjutsu on highly advanced seals, Kushina frowned. While she did have the classic Uzumaki affinity to seals, she still had trouble understanding the high-level Uzumaki seals. They were rather complicated, not just in what they could, but also the actual seal matrix. It angered the young woman greatly that these seals didn't just come naturally to her like other Uzumaki. Or perhaps she was looking at the complicated seals all wrong. She decided not to dwell on it at the moment. Feeling a slight rumbling, Kushina frowned. An earthquake? But we're in the middle of Hai no Kuni, land of fire. There's no way we should have an earthquake. She bit back the urge to groan at the misfortune that had seemed to befall upon the shinobi village this week. Where the fuck is Kushina? Came a rather loud shout, reverberating throughout the entire hospital, maybe even the village. Kushina froze, recognizing the voice that had shook that hospital. There was only one person that came to mind. For her, that voice came from someone that she saw as her mother, except in blood. Tsunade-sama, please, she's still resting, shouted a doctor down the hall, only for him to be smashed into a wall from what it sounded like. Smiling softly, she watched as the door got knocked off its hinges as the named Tsunade entered the room. Tsunade was a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead. Her hair has shoulder-length bangs that frame her face, and the rest reaches her lower back, kept tied in 2 loose ponytails, violet diamond-shaped forehead. She wears a grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble on the back, inside a red circle. Underneath, she wears a gray, kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage. She wears open-toed, strappy black sandals with high heels. She also wore the first Hokage's necklace, which rested upon her chest. Tsunade-kachan, said Kushina, a large smile radiating off her face, only to let out an audible groan, feeling a large weight crashing into her. I feared the worst when Minato sent a letter to me saying the Kyuubi was taken from you, said Tsunade, hugging the young woman who was having trouble breathing until Tsunade released her. I'm fine. Mostly just sore and tired. Naruto has been keeping me up, said Kushina with a smile, looking over to the crib in the room. Going through a few hand signs, Tsunade's hands were covered in green chakra as she quickly went over Kushina's body. Well, your chakra coils and network has been obviously strained heavily from the Kyuubi being ripped from you, but it seems like your Uzumaki blood is healing it, but you won't be able to use chakra for at least 6 months, Tsunade informed the young woman. I'm honestly surprised you're alive at all, considering that normally the removal of a biju kills the host. She finished as a look of concern filled her voice for a moment. I suppose it's just due to my Uzumaki blood? I'm honestly confused at well. Kushina said as Tsunade looked at the girl in concern, but the concern melted hearing the crying of a baby. Her gaze turned to the crib in the room, which held Naruto. Walking over, she carefully picked up the young boy and held him safely in her arms. So this is my grandson, huh? Asked Tsunade, looking upon young Naruto, who had wisps of blonde hair already. However, they had red highlights. Yes, that's young Naruto, said Kushina with a large smile, watching Tsunade picked up Naruto, gently cooing at the young baby, who let out a happy gurgle staring up at the young woman. The happiness didn't last long as Naruto reached up and tugged on Tsunade's hair, causing a tick mark to appear on her head. If this Gaki wasn't so young, I would send him through a wall. She grounded out, setting down Naruto gently despite her anger. Meanwhile, Kushina was laughing watching the interaction. What's so funny, Kushina? Asked the aged Sannin, sending a glare at her surrogate daughter. Nothing, just glad to have you back, said Kushina with a rather happy smile. End flashback, no jutsu. Kushina was brought out of her reminiscing as the mother and son entered the office of one Tsunade Senju. Tsunade looked up from her papers only to feel one Naruto Namikaze plowing into her side. Tsunade-bachan, he shouted, nuzzling into her side. Gaki, she said, bumping her fist lightly into Naruto's head after returning the hug. So what brings you in today, Kushina? Asked Tsunade, finishing up some paperwork. Turning her chair back around, she stared intently at Kushina and Naruto. Well, I need to have a checkup on the baby, and I believe it's time for Naruto's checkup as well, said Kushina absent-mindedly, rubbing her stomach, happy that their small family was about to grow. Am I going to have a brother or sister? Can you tell, Tsunade-bachan? Asked Naruto in excitement that he was going to be a big brother. Smiling, Tsunade's hands lit up with green chakra as she did a once-over of Kushina, stopping at her stomach. Well, do you want to know now? Asked Tsunade, mirth evident in her expression as she shut down the chakra, going to her hands, sitting back in her chair. Well, I don't think we're going to have a baby shower, so I suppose I might as well learn now, said Kushina with a thoughtful expression, a simple finger to her lips. You're having a boy and a girl, revealed Tsunade, shocking Kushina. A boy and a girl? What does that mean, Kaa-chan? Asked Naruto, looking at his mother in confusion, not really getting the idea of twins just yet. I'm going to kill Minato, she muttered lowly to herself, going into a rambling about how she was going to destroy the fourth Hokage. Getting scared by his mother, Naruto turned towards his grandmother figure. Well, quite simply, Naruto, your mother is going to have two children at the same time, explained Tsunade. Naruto thought for a moment, trying to comprehend it before a grin formed that threatened to split his face. So I'm going to have two little siblings? Asked Naruto, which Tsunade nodded to. Yada, I'm going to be the best and coolest and biggest big brother ever, shouted Naruto, hopping and dancing around the small office. Pipe down, Pipsqueak, we still have to do your checkup, so sit down, she shouted. Naruto instantly froze in his spot, quickly running over to a chair next to Tsunade. Once again, her hands were covered in green chakra as she scanned Naruto's body, frowning once she realized something. Kushina, I know Naruto has joined the academy already, but have you awakened his chakra already? Because that's typically something kids do when they're 8. She asked, snapping Kushina out of her thoughts about killing her husband. I don't think so, granted it could be from a certain something. I awoke my chakra when I was his age due to special circumstances, Kushina informed Tsunade with a frown, looking at her son. Awoke my chakra? Naruto asked, once again confused. Well, as you know, Naruchan, everyone has chakra, it's how we do jutsus. As children, everyone has just enough coursing through their systems to keep them alive. However, once children reach a certain age, you awaken your chakra, allowing it to fully travel through your systems. Most children have to draw it out, but there are those that naturally awaken it. Kushina explained to her son, knowing it was due to the QB that his chakra had awoken. So what you're saying is that I'm really cool and totally ready to be a ninja? Asked Naruto with a huge grin. No, Naruchan, it just means we can start training you to be a really cool ninja, she said with a predatory smirk, knowing just how hard she was going to start training her son with her father. Meanwhile, with Minato. Minato sighed, signing off on another import request by another merchant. You know, I feel like the Hokage shouldn't have to worry about paperwork like this, he said to no one in general as he slowly made his way through the stacks of paper. Hearing a knock on the door, Minato looked up from the bane of every Kage's existence. Come in, he called, sitting up in his chair as a group of Chunin with a Jounin at the head of the group. These were the teachers of the academy and the headmaster. Hokage-sama, you called for us? Asked Kiyoshi Nara, the cousin of Shikaku Nara. The head Jounin Kiyoshi was the headmaster of the academy. It seemed that running institutions such as the Jounin Corps and the academy ran in the Nara's bloodline. He shared the same spiky black hair of the Nara clan, wearing the standard Jounin uniform with black ninja pants and a black ninja shirt. Yes, I did, Kiyoshi. I want to completely reform that curriculum within the academy. Minato started off, watching as the instructors looked between each other. If we're being honest here, our education of ninjas is a joke, Minato told them, pulling out a folder with information on what was taught at the academy. Kunoichi are taught to press flowers rather than how to spot herbs for helping to heal injuries. To pass the academy, you're only required to master 3 E-class jutsu, which have some practical use on the battlefield, but not much. There's little to no specialization teaching when more time is spent focused on history. Minato monologues, going through the problems with the education. But Hokage-sama, the education system is set up this way so civilians can join the ranks of our shinobi. Started Kyoshi, only for Minato to hold up a hand. I fully understand that this curriculum was set in place that way after the Third Shinobi War. We have almost 15,000 shinobi, of which almost 6,000 are genin, which is admirable, yes. But it seems like we have gone from a focus of quality to a focus of quantity to replenish our numbers since the end of the war. But that has greatly weakened us. As of late, one of the few promising ninjas to graduate was Itachi and Shursui. Minato continued, looking upon the group before him, who seemed to squirm from Minato ripping apart what they had been teaching. I believe it is time to switch gears from focusing on rushing new genin out of the academy and onto raising genin that are ready for the lives they will live, Mintao said, pulling out a folder, handing a stack of papers to those present. Currently, we have a 99% pass rate from the academy, with a 33% pass rate on the actual genin exam. That is quite frankly unacceptable and shameful. Sighing, he took a breath, allowing his words to sink in. This new curriculum should even out the pass rates of both exams. With the first 3 years focused on a mix of practical and book knowledge, such as the basics of taijutsu and chakra control, once they've awoken their chakra, that is. The second half will be focused on specialization training such as advanced taijutsu, basics of ninjutsu, and even medical jutsu. I will also have a heavy focus on teamwork, with academy students taking on E and D rank missions 2 years before they graduate. Genin will still take D ranks, however, with an ever-increasing demand, we require more genin teams to take C rank missions. Minato finished looking at the instructors. Any questions? He asked, opening the floor. Well, I have one, sir. What will we do about civilian students who don't have the same access to private training from clans or shinobi parents? Asked one Irika, who was a man of average height and build. He is brown, that he keeps in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that runs across the bridge of his nose. He wears the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with forehead protector, sandals, and a flak jacket. Good question, Irika, is it? Well, we will offer after-school training with available Jounin and Chunin who would like to assist, training small groups of people who would like it. If they choose not to take this advantage offered, then quite simply they aren't fit to become a shinobi. Any other questions? Asked Minato. Seeing none, he nodded. All right, you are all dismissed, he said, watching the teachers file out before letting out a sigh, leaning back in his chair. He could already feel a headache forming from the complaints he would surely receive from angry parents. Back with Naruto and Kushina. Naruto and Kushina walked away from the hospital, both super giddy from the visit to Tsunade. Well, Naruto-chan, what do you want to do now? Asked Kushina as the duo walked through the streets of Konoha. The pair's stomachs rumbled as they both gave each other the same look. Ichiraku, they both shouted at the same time, racing off to the family's favorite ramen spot. It didn't take long, as once Uzumaki was on the hunt for ramen, they would find it in record time. Going through the flaps, the pair sat down, shouting out their order. 5 miso ramens, please. Looking back, Tucci smiled brightly. Tucci was a rather large man with tanned skin and an ever-present smile. He wore the standard white clothes and apron of a chef with the hat of a chef. "Well, if it isn't my favorite customers. And the Hokage, of course," said Tucci as Minato flashed next to his wife and son. "Hey guys, I figured I'd come join you two for lunch, seeing as I'm mostly done for today," Minato said with a smile, taking a seat. Naruto and Kushina were surprised, but happy to see the man as they both hugged him. "How did the meeting with Tsunade go?" he asked, curious to see what had transpired with the Sannin. "Well, as it turns out, I'm having twins," Kushina said excitedly, shocking Minato as his eyes grew and his mouth dropped. "Twins? Do we know the genders?" he asked, simply elated at the news that their family would almost double. "A boy and a girl," Kushina said, causing Minato to become even happier. "I'm going to have a little girl," he shouted happily, thinking about how he would be the best father he could for his little girl as the first round of ramen was put in front of the family. "And how is little Naruto-kun?" asked Minato, stuffing his face with ramen. "Perfect health. He's even unlocked his chakra," Kushina informed her husband between bites of ramen. "Already? I suppose it's time to begin his training with him entering the academy and unlocking his chakra now," he said after finishing his first bowl. "Speaking of the academy, how did the meeting with the teachers go?" asked Kushina, excited to hear if the academy would improve its curriculum. "They took the news rather well and will be implementing the new curriculum this year. So Naruto's class will be the first to fully go through it, which should turn out good, I hope," he said, polishing off his last bowl. "That's good. I hear Naruto's class should be something else with so many clan heirs in the mix," Kushina said, finishing off her own ramen as Naruto ate silently, listening to his parents. "Yes, I suppose it should. I believe it's time Naruto meets the rest of the clan heirs. I know you've become good friends with Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi, but you still should meet the rest, seeing as you yourself are a clan heir," explained Minato with a smile, glad his son was making friends. "Yes, Tusen, I can't wait to make more friends," Naruto said, excited, ready to meet more children his age. He was never really able to make friends at the park, seeing as either their parents pulled them away due to the Kyuubi, not that Naruto knew that yet, or kept their children away due to his status as the Hokage's son, which confused Naruto, not really understanding his status as royalty. Needless to say, the 6-year-old was rather excited to make new friends and begin his super awesome training. The family finishing up their meal, Pang headed to a local park where Naruto ran over to swings, his mother pushing him. Swinging happily and laughing, Naruto smiled in glee, enjoying his mother and father playing with him. However, he became confused and concerned as he heard crying in the distance. Hopping off the swing, he ran off into the forest despite the protests of his parents. "Look at this Hyuga freak acting all high and mighty," shouted an older boy, most likely 9. Picking up a ball of mud, he threw it at the young girl, not quite hitting her, but getting specks of mud on the beautiful kimono she was wearing. "PP, please, SSS, stop," she said meekly, trying to protect herself from the mud. "What are you going to do? Call your bodyguards on us?" shouted the lead bully as the 4 other kids surrounding him shouted a chorus of yes, as they stood leering at the young Hyuga. "What the hell are you doing?" shouted Naruto, rushing past the group, punching the lead bully in the face, knocking him to the ground. "Who the hell did that?" he shouted, looking up at Naruto, freezing up, realizing just who it is. "It's the Hokage's son," he shouted, backing away from the 6-year-old, trying to put some distance between them. "The Hokage's son? But that means that there's probably ninja nearby," whispered one of the kids to another as the group ran away, fearing reparations. "Please don't hurt me," shouted the bully, cover his face, cowering away, fearing the worst, like some ninja coming to take him away. This confused Naruto as he tilted his head, looking at the 9-year-old. "I'm not going to hurt you. Just run away like everyone else," he muttered, kicking some dirt at the young bully. Turning back to the young Hyuga, he frowned, looking her over. Are you okay, Ms. Dash?" he asked the young girl. Hinata, Hyuga. "Why are Naruto and Nimikaze are alright?" she asked with a stutter, not able to look her savior in the eyes, fearing he might make fun of her over her eyes. Naruto was concerned, wondering if she had an injury, so he squatted down in front of her, eliciting an eep as she looked away once more. "How come you keep turning away from me? Is there something on my face?" he asked, confused by what she was doing. "And no, I just..." I'm afraid your Gigi going to TT think my yes are weird. She stuttered out, an embarrassed flush on her face. Nonsense. I saw your eyes and I think they're really pretty. Naruto said confidently with a large smile, causing Hinata's blush to grow even further. Oh, really? She asked, unable to look in his eyes for a different reason. Yeah, they're super cool. I wish I had a really cool Jujutsu like you, but Tusen said I'll have some really cool jutsu at my disposal when I reach the right age. He bragged lightly with a large smile, thinking about what a cool ninja he would be once he was a ninja. Naruto! Shouted Kushina, bursting through the woods, pausing when she saw the young Hyuga heiress. Hinata was surprised to see the first lady of Konoha walk into the small clearing, which grew to shock when Minato himself walked into the clearing. Fourth Hokage-sama, shouted Hinata as she rose into a bow for the young Hokage. Hinata Hyuga, correct? Heiress to the Hyuga clan? Asked Minato, rather shocked to see the young girl out in the woods. However, he was happy that his son met the young girl, seeing as he wanted to introduce him to all the heirs and heiress of the clans. Why you know me, Hokage-sama? Asked Hinata, rather shocked that the leader of the village knew who she was. Well, of course I make it a habit to know who will take over the village one day, he said with a large smile as another Hyuga appeared in the clearing. Hinata-sama, there you are. He shouted, relieved to find the young girl before turning to see the Hokage and his family. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga immediately said with a bow as Minato let out an exasperated sigh, not one for formality like this. Minato is fine, honestly. I'm sorry I can't quite remember your name, he said with a small chuckle. The young man stood up. Ko Hyuga Minato-sama. Ko has brown hair, which is short, with backward spikes. He has featureless white eyes, and his nose is broad and well-defined. He wears the standard Konoha uniform with a Chunin flak jacket and forehead protector that he wears like a bandana. Sorry Ko for causing you trouble, Hinata said meekly to her caregiver, who simply turned to her with a smile. It's quite alright, Hinata-sama. I'm glad you're safe thanks to young Naruto here, he said with a soft smile as he glanced at the Hokage's son. However, I believe it's time to go. I'm sure Hokage-sama will visit with Naruto soon, he said, nodding to the Hokage, who nodded back in understanding that the official visit would happen soon. I hope to see you at the academy, Hinata-chan. Naruto shouted to Hinata with a large grin as she was led off by Ko. Me to end Naruto-kun, she said with a small smile before disappearing around a corner. Alright, Naruto-chan, I believe. My water broke. My water broke, shouted Kushina, comically turning to her husband. But you didn't seem to be experiencing contractions beforehand, he shouted, shocked that his wife was going into labor. Well, about that. I started having contractions when Naruto-chan ran off, she said with a small giggle before gripping her stomach. We have to get you to the hospital, he shouted, grabbing his wife and son, flashing off to the hospital, well, specifically Tsunade's office, who had a rather surprised look on her face as the Hokage suddenly appeared in her office. What's the meaning of this, Minato? She shouted, glaring daggers at the young Hokage. Kushina has gone into labor, shouted Minato frantically, causing Tsunade to become frantic as she rushed Kushina onto a bed outside the office, rushing her to a delivery room. Naruto looked shocked, surprised he was about to become an older brother so soon. Naruto sat outside the delivery room as Kakashi appeared next to the young boy. Kakashi Nizan, asked Naruto, surprised to see the scarecrow in the hospital. Yo, he said casually, his book in hand as he sat down next to the young child. What are you doing here, Nisan? Naruto asked, still confused, as Kakashi gave him an eye smile. Minato-sensei sent me a toad that Kushina-sama had gone into birth, so I figured I'd come and meet my new Ototo and Amato and keep my current Ototo some company, he told Naruto happily as he returned to his book. Naruto smiled before he frowned slightly. Kakashi, why do some of the villagers hate me while others don't? Naruto asked, causing Kakashi to nearly choke on air before he frowned under his mask. Well, I can't tell you specifically why some villagers hate you. That's something I'm sure your parents will tell you soon. However, I can tell you the reason they hate you is extremely stupid and has no basis in reality, he said with an eye smile at the end, rubbing Naruto's hair. And why do some villagers like me without really knowing me? Naruto asked, seeing as his answer wasn't completely answered. If you had given me a moment I was getting to that Naruto-kun, but basically, it's because you're Minato-sensei's son who, as you know, is that Hokage. Basically, to become Hokage, he's gained a lot of respect, so by being his son, they've decided to honor their respect by liking you by extension. He said, trying to keep it simple so Naruto could understand. Naruto frowned at what he said as he processed the words his surrogate big brother had told him. That's stupid. I'm going to become a super awesome ninja, so they respect me for me, and one day, I will be a Hokage even greater than Tusan. Naruto shouted, shooking Kakashi again, but this time pleasantly, as he gave another eye smile. I'm sure you will, Naruto. You should get some rest. You never know how long this type of thing could take. Kakashi said as Naruto suddenly nuzzled into Kakashi's side, who simply wrapped an arm around him. You're super comfy, Kakashi, and I. Naruto said happily as he dozed off for a few minutes. Kakashi smiled under his mask as he sat there waiting for the news of the delivery to arrive. Kakashi-san, it's good to see you again, said a rather feminine voice, pulling Kakashi as he looked up to see who it was. Makoto-san, Itachi-kun, and this must be Sasuke. You talk so much about Itachi, said Kakashi with an eye smile. Mikoto was a fair-skinned woman with long, straight black hair with bangs hanging on either side of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt and a light yellow apron normally worn over it. Itachi was a fairly tall man of fair complexion. He had onyx eyes, under which were long, pronounced tear troughs. He had jet black hair that was pulled back in a low ponytail, and his face was framed with center-parted bangs that extended to his chin. His clothes consisted of a black shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back, bandages around his ankles, and black sandals. He wore tan pants with a weapons pouch strapped to his back. The last of the Uchihas present was Sasuke. He has black eyes and spiky black hair with a blue tint. Sasuke's hair has hung over his face like bangs. He has a dark blue shirt with a high collar and white shorts, the Uchiha crest on his back with blue sandals. Kakashi nudged Naruto, lightly awaking him from his sleep as he rubbed his eyes, trying to wake himself. What's the big deal, Kakashi? Naruto asked before noticing the group as he tilted his head slightly. Who are you guys? Naruto asked, confused, as Mikoto giggled into her hand. I've babysat you many times, Naruto-chan, but I'm not surprised you don't remember me. You were just a baby. I'm Mikoto Uchiha. I'm your mom's best friend, and these are my sons Itachi and Sasuke. She said, point at the respective child. So you're Naruto-kun. I've heard so much from you whenever your mom visits. Itachi said, kneeling in front of Naruto with a big smile, holding out his hand. It's very nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled, shaking the older child's hand tenderly. It's nice to meet you as well, Itachi-san, he said, looking at Sasuke, who just humphed, looking away, as both felt like a rivalry was formed right then and right there. Glaring at the young boy. So you're Sasuke, huh? I've heard Ka-chan mention you on occasion, he said as the two glared at each other before smiling lightly, hoping they could be friendly rivals. Excuse me, will Naruto Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki please come in? The delivery was ended in a success, said a nurse as Naruto hopped up, running into the delivery room, excited to meet his new brother and sister. Minato sat on the bed holding a bundle as Kushina was sitting up holding a bundle close to her chest. Hey Naruto-kun, glad you could make it, Minato joked with a smile as he stood up, walking over to his son. Would you like to meet your Yamato, Naruto-kun? He asked, already knowing the answer, which was Naruto, vigorously nodding head, walking up to his father, carefully handing her to Naruto. He was in awe seeing the baby who had whips of red hair. This is Aiko, what do you think? Minato asked, watching Naruto's eyes light up. She's so beautiful. I want to become an amazing ninja so I can protect her, he said, handing his young sister back to his father. And now would you like to meet your brother? Kushina asked, a happy smile filling her face as Naruto walked over, carefully handling his young brother, who had whips of red hair with blonde highlights. This is Kaido, his mother told him as he smiled, protectively wanting to do whatever he could to protect his newborn siblings. Oh, Makoto-san is outside, Kushina-sama, Kakashi told Kushina, who smiled widely, hearing someone she considered a sister was awaiting outside. Bring her in, Kakashi-kun, Kushina informed the man who went to the door, calling the small family inside. Oh, Itachi-kun, Sasuke-kun, I wasn't expecting to see you as well. Minato said with a smile as he went to show off his little daughter Naruto, bringing over the newborn boy. Aren't they cool, guys? I'm going to become a great ninja to protect them, he said happily. I'm sure you will, Naruto-kun, said Itachi, smiling at the young man. Suddenly a rush of air could be heard in the room as everyone turned to see what it was, a vortex appearing in the middle of the room. All the shinobi grabbed their weapons as Minato glared, knowing exactly who it was. Madara, you seem to have a habit of popping up at my happiest moments. He spat out at the man formed with an orange mask over his face this time. Hello, Minato, I haven't come to fight this time, or try and take the Kyuubi, he said, giving Naruto a pointed look, simply tossing a scroll to the Uchiha's. Mikoto caught it in confusion. I've decided to give you a warning, the Uchiha, as they are now have grown weak, tarnishing the once proud name. I've left 4 of you alive, the 3 in this room, and sure sway as you 3 could prove to be good puppets one day. He drummed out, shocking everyone in the room as Mikoto unfurrowed the scroll and unsealed the head of her now dead husband. Screaming, Mikoto fell to her knees as Kakashi reacted, quickly sealing the head back into the seal before Sasuke and Naruto could see the two shook from this man appearing and what he had implied. Tada, enjoy your day, happy, the Madara imposter said with a dark laugh as the newborns cried, feeling a dark presence that was in the room. A Sharingan flashing its crimson red being the last thing they saw. Umbu, shouted Minato as his personal squad appeared. I want you to check the dashta. Hokage-sama, troubling news. There's been a massacre in the Uchiha district. No one has survived, shouted a Nico-masked Umbu who dropped to a knee in front of their Hokage. How could this have happened? Shouted Minato, enraged. The now almost sole surviving Uchiha were in shook, not quite sure how to react to the news of their entire clan being killed off by one man in one night. Unknown location. Obito pulled of his mask, a frown on his face as he sighed. He knew it would be difficult killing off his old clan, but it was a necessary evil. So it's been done, huh, Obito-kun? Zetsu said, coming out of the ground looking at its master. Yes, it has. Either way, they would have perished from their coup. Fugaku was always suspicious and would have tarnished the Uchiha name further than he already had. The young Uchiha muttered as he set his gear down on a stand as he sat down, planning the next stage. We're one step closer to what Madara wanted. Soon all war will be ended, Obito-kun, Zetsu said, sinking into the ground again, leaving Obito to his thoughts. Yes, one day no one will lose anyone like I lost Rin, he said, staring longingly into a picture of his old team with Kakashi and Minato's faces scratched out. Chapter 2, Childhood Days Part 2, A Diplomatic Mission. Minato sighed, looking over the decimated Uchiha clan district upon the grand fence surrounding the once large and proud clan. A frown etched into his features. Umbu swept through the district looking for any survivors or anyone that was missed, but unfortunately, the masked man was ruthless. Of everyone that was in the district and not out on a mission, everyone they had found had been killed. Feeling a presence appear next to him, Minato glanced over to see Itachi in his Umbu Gear Sans mask. Itachi-kun, you shouldn't be here, you should be with your family, Minato said, wanting to spare the man the pain of seeing his clan. Your family is currently with mine, Minato-sama, looking after them. I figured I could help here look for survivors or clues to who this man is, Itachi said, his Sharingan flaring to life. We've received reports that Uchiha out on mission were attacked, but most of them have survived. All 20 Uchiha have been called back to Konoha effective immediately, Minato informed the young man. Your mom will be named temporary clan head till you reach 16. She's already approved the measure, and you will both be present at the emergency clan meeting tonight, he finished as an Umbu appeared on the building in front of the two. Hokage-sama, we've found one survivor, Izumi Uchiha, but that's all that we've found within the compound, the snail-masked Umbu informed the 4th Hokage as Itachi disappeared in a flock of crows. Izumi-chan, shouted Itachi, appearing next to his young girlfriend, happy that she had survived as he kneeled at her side, a piercing wood on her side as a medic attended to her. Itachi-kun, I'm so happy you lived, she said weakly with a smile, her hand snaking around to find his hand, which he gave her willingly, grasping her tightly. I was so scared, Itachi, said Izumi, tears flowing down her cheeks as Itachi wiped them away. I'm here, Izumi-chan, I'll protect you with my life, he promised as Minato appeared. I'm sorry, Itachi-kun, but it's time for the council meeting. I assure you that your young girlfriend here will be fine. Minato promised as he clasped a caring hand down on the man's shoulder. Yes, Hokage-sama, he said as the two were flashed away to the Hokage Tower courtesy of the Hersheian, flying thunder god. Standing up straight, Itachi and Minato entered the council chambers, Minato taking his spot at the head of the table as Itachi walked over to sit next to his mother. Please sit. Minato sounded out at the Shinobi Council, and Civilian Council took their seats. Jiraiya entered sitting behind Minato as his personal counsel. Hokage-sama, why have we been called at this troublesome hour? Asked one Shikaka Nara who had his head on his desk. Well, the Uchiha clan has been nearly wiped out, said Minato as panic and chaos erupted within the chambers. The Uchiha clan has been wiped out, shouted a major traitor. But how? They're one of our strongest clans, shouted another traitor in terror. These were just some of the shouts echoing within the enclosed area as clan heads and civilians alike reacted to the news. Silence, shouted Minato, quieting down the council chambers, if only slightly. Do we know who did it, Minato? Asked one Danzo Shimura. Well, in a way, yes, we don't know his true identity. He confronted me after the murders to gloat about it. I can't give much more information than that, sadly, he told the council chambers. How many Uchiha are left alive? Asked Hiroshi Hyuga, a frown on his face at the loss of his rival clan. Even if the Uchiha and Hyuga were rivals, they proved to be a powerful asset to Konoha. Well, we have confirmed 25 Uchiha are still alive as of right now, all of which have been recalled to Konoha. Minato told the council, waiting for the council to continue. Have any of their assets been touched? Asked one Shibi Aburama, as Mikoto frowned. Well, not that we're aware of as of right now. The man responsible solely focused on killing as many Uchiha as he could. She said, granted the scrolls hadn't been fully counted, nor had their coffers, but so far nothing had been touched. And have the Sharingan been collected yet? Asked Shikaka, knowing how damaging it would be if the Sharingan was captured by enemy villages or even Danzo. As of right now, every Sharingan has been accounted for, informed Minato after a dragon-masked Umbu, or rather the Umbu commander, whispered in his ear. I believe with the Uchiha weakened, we have two clans that have rather low numbers, Danzo said, making his presence known once more. And what would the second of these two clans be? Danzo. Sum Inuzuka all but spat out as she, like most shinobi, disliked the man heavily. Well, the Uzumaki, and by extension Namake's clan, he said as Minato could feel dread creeping out from his heart. What exactly are you leading to, Danzo? Asked Minato, biting his lip to hold back a glare at the mention of his family. I believe having two once great clans have been led to extinction has had a rather drastic effect on our shinobi forces. I believe we need to rebuild these clans, and quickly, if we are to remain one of, if not the strongest shinobi village. I believe the Uchiha can rebuild quickly with the numbers. However, the Uzumaki and Namake's clans have a grand total of 5 members at this moment, and as such should be placed under CRA. If the Uchiha clan falls under 10 members, they should also be placed under CRA. He finished as silence settled upon the council chambers at the elders' deceleration. I refuse. Kushina would never allow me to dash. Minato started, only to be cut off by Danzo. I'm not saying you should be placed under CRA, but rather your clan heir Naruto Namake's. Danzo stated, causing Minato to glare at the aged man, releasing a small amount of killer intent at the implication. Again I dashed. He started, only for Shikaka to speak up. Minato-sama, I'm afraid you don't have a choice under the laws of CRA. If a clan falls under 5 true-born members, it's required that the heir of the clan to take on multiple wives if the clan head is already married. Breathing deeply, Minato thought for a moment. Currently, he was cornered. He had no legal basis to refuse, and it wouldn't do well to anger Danzo with how powerful he was and his influence within Konoha. Sighing, he nodded as he began to fill out the paperwork. And how many wives does the council believe Naruto must take, and by what age? He spat out, angry that he was about to put his son in such a position. I believe 10 would be the optimal amount. It guarantees that children will be born, no matter what happens. I also believe by the time he reaches the age of 16, or Chunin, whatever comes first, he should have at least 3 wives. Danzo said, getting no rebuttal from anyone within the clan Minato's side, writing it down knowing his wife was more than likely going to kill him. If there's nothing else, I believe we may all go home for tonight. We're all tired and would like to be with our families. Minato said with a sigh as the council filed out of the room, Minato leaving in a flash to the hospital room. "Oh, Minato, how did the council meeting go?" asked Kushina, holding their newborn daughter, unaware of the shock she was about to receive. "Well, we need to talk about that," Minato said with a nervous chuckle. 2 years later, 5 years before the start of canon. "Why can't we just flash there too, San?" asked Naruto as he and his father trekked through the land of wind. "Because I thought this would be a nice father-son trip," he said with a smile, walking next to his son. Kushina was shocked and angry, of course, at the news, with threats to castrate her husband or kill him and hide the body after finding out about the CRA. It took a lot of time and requests for forgiveness by Minato, but she finally listened to her husband on the matter. It took some time, but she slowly came to accept the act being placed on her son, seeing as there was no other choice. "Yeah? Well, you could have picked a different venue," he grumbled as the walls of Sunagakure appeared in the distance. "Quit complaining. Maybe if you paid attention more during your daily training, we could have taken the fast way here," Minato said, bopping Naruto over the head as they finally reached the gates, the guards halting them. "Fourth Hokage-sama, what brings you here?" asked Asuna Chunin, who wore their standard uniform, checking for possible hedge or jinjutsu. "I'm here to meet with the Kazekage Dano and to show my son the world a little bit," Minato told them as the guards nodded, letting the duo through. "Enjoy your stay, Hokage-sama," they said as the father and son walked down the main street of Sunagakure, the sandstone buildings rising around them as villagers scurried around in awe at seeing the fourth Hokage, a living legend. "So this is Sunagakure?" Naruto asked, slightly in awe, seeing another hidden shinobi village as they quickly approached their Kazekage building, which had the kanji for wind displayed proudly. Well, as proudly as a banner could be on the side of a building. "Yeah, it is. I was here a lot during the Third Shinobi War. Awagakure tried to invade multiple times, but your old man here repelled them every time," Minato boasted with a small smile, knowing his son would believe his statement even if it wasn't totally true. "That's so cool," Naruto shouted as they entered the building, a rush of cool air flowing over them as the building's a sea enveloped the two. "Hokage-sama," shouted the secretary, surprised to see the young man in person and not the ambassador that she normally saw from Konoha. "Hello, I'm here to finish talks of our current treaty," Minato said. The secretary, at a loss of words, quickly led the Hokage and his son to the Kazekage's room. Knocking, there was a pause as the shout of "come in" rang through the wooden door. Entering, Naruto was surprised at the appearance of the fourth Kazekage. Raza had auburn hair, dark eyes, and was usually depicted with a very stern look on his face. He wore a simple black jacket and pants with mesh armor underneath. He carried a small canister strapped to his hip. He also had 2 creases around his mouth. "Hello, Razadano, it's good to see you again after so long," Minato said with a smile which the now-named Raza did not return. "I was not expecting to see you personally, Minato Dano. However, it's not an unwelcome surprise, I suppose." "And who is the young child next to you?" he asked, looking at Naruto with a critical eye. "This is my son Naruto Namikaze," he said with a smile, affectionately rubbing the top of his son's head. "Well, it would not do to have him listen to the boring prattle of negotiations. I shall send him to meet my own children," Raza said, calling in a servant who took away Naruto. "So, I have the current negotiations here, which I believe are rather acceptable. However, I would like to add a few things." Raza started as he pulled out the current treaty as the 2 Kages looked over the paper with a critical eye. "And what would that be, Razadano?" Minato asked. He assumed that everything that had been talked about was acceptable and the treaty was ready to be signed. "Well, simply put, I would like to add in a clause that sends more missions back our way. We've lost a large portion of our clients to Konoha after the end of the Third Shinobi War, which has nearly crippled our village," Raza stated, causing Minato to frown. "I understand. I believe potential clients that are closer to the Suna should be sent your way instead. However, we require a steady stream of clients as well. I believe a 75% 25% split would be acceptable, with Konoha receiving 25%. Asked Minato. Sure, it would in the short term lessen the income of Konoha, but Hino Kuni was large with an ever-expanding need of jobs. I think that's acceptable, Minato Dano," he said, pausing as he added it into the treaty. I also want to add in a political marriage clause between my daughter Temari and your son Naruto, he said, shocking Minato as he looked at the Kazekage in confusion. Well, that's not quite what I was expecting, Razadano. However, I believe that could be done with the two marrying by the time they become 16 or both reach the rank of Chunin. Minato said, knowing he could kill two birds with one stone here. That's acceptable. I also wish for her to move to Konoha with you to deepen our relationship and her relationship with her now fiancé. Raza said, shocking Minato once more. But won't you miss your daughter? Minato asked as he could never even think of sending his own daughter away. Don't get me wrong, Minato Dano, however, I believe this will help us to strengthen and deepen ties between our villages. I believe their second-born shall move to Suna after reaching the rank of Genin. Raza said, which caused Minato to frown but nod. This was after all a common political move between clans and even countries at one point in time. However, in the modern day, it was a rather rare affair. Is that everything, Razadano? Asked Minato, to which the man nodded. Yes, he said, signing the treaty, turning it for Minato to sign, as well the Suna equivalent of Umbu appearing to have copies made. I do, however, have a personal request. My son has the Ichibi sealed within him, however the seal work was rather shoddy and has caused my son immense issues. He's become rather unstable, and I fear he might snap and rampage across Sunagakure. Raza explained as Minato frowned, thinking about the request for a moment. Who exactly did the seal work on your son? He asked, trying to understand why a Jinchuriki, even the Ichibi, would cause so much trouble for its container. Lady Chiyo did the seal work, seeing as she has the most experience with seals, however we have no true seal masters, her and Suna. Raza said as Minato mulled over the decision for a while before he nodded. I will have to meet your son and take a look at his seal to get a good grasp of what I'm dealing with and what I would have to do, Minato said. Meanwhile, with Naruto. Hello, my name is Naruto Namikaze. Naruto shouted to the two other children in the room. One was a girl a little older than him, with teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 consecutive pigtails. She also wore brown pants and a purple sweater. The other was a young boy who had brown hair and black eyes and had a striking resemblance to his father. The young girl decided to introduce herself first. Hello, Naruto-san, I am Temari, she said with a polite bow as her brother decided to go next. And I'm Kankuro, said the young boy with his arms crossed, only to be bonked on the head by Temari, forcing him to bow. Seeing this, Naruto returned the bow, all the children rising at the same time. So you're Minato Namikaze's child? Asked Kankuro, which Naruto nodded to his chest, puffing out at how awesome his dad was to be recognized. That's right. My dad is the most awesome ninja in the world, and one day I'm going to surpass him and be even greater, he said proudly. Sure, like a pipsqueak, like you could never be an awesome ninja like I'm going to be, Kankuro said with a smirk, his own chest puffing out at his own claim. Temari sighed, seeing the now rising competition between the two boys. Yeah, I bet I could kick your ass right here, right now, Naruto shouted, which made Kankuro scowl. I'll take you on with my puppets, he shouted right back as he pulled out a small puppet, however it looked like a doll to the untrained eye. This caused Naruto to laugh at seeing the small contraption. Naruto started to laugh, causing Kankuro even more anger. What could you hope to do with such a small doll? House me to death, Naruto shouted, laughing even more as he clutched his stomach. It's not a doll, it's a puppet, and one day it will be a battle puppet, Kankuro shouted in anger as he attached chakra strings to the puppet, causing it to come to life. Naruto stopped his laughing and watched in fascination as the puppet began to move around, a small needle coming out of its hand. See that shut you up? That small needle can be filled with poison or shot out of the hand to puncture vital areas, Kankuro explained, which Naruto sucked up with gusto, finding the obscure ninja art rather cool in his young mind. I could still kick your ass, Naruto offhandedly mentioned, which only served to infuriate Kankuro even more. Why, you dashed? He started, only to be cut off by Naruto. So what do you like to do, Temari-san? Naruto asked Temari, who had delegated to sit off in the corner and just watch the two argue. Oh, me? Well, I like to work with fans, I guess. I don't like to work on dolls like my brother over there, Temari said, causing Naruto to laugh and Kankuro to simply sit in a corner and cry about how cruel everyone was to his ninja art. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening drew all three children to look over as another young boy entered the room with red hair and teal eyes. He wore a simple sandy brown shirt and brown pants. "Oh, Gaara, hey. It's good to see you," Kankuro said, trying to interact with the now-named young boy. However, he said nothing, seemingly ignoring the boy. Looking at Temari in confusion, Naruto felt a connect to Gaara. However, it wasn't a good connect, it felt like. "Who is that?" Naruto whispered to Temari, who frowned. "That's my younger brother Gaara. Our father tends to keep him away from us. We're not exactly sure why," she informed the younger boy, who frowned, wondering what was drawing Naruto to Gaara, who seemed to have the same question. Looking at each other, they both frowned in confusion. However, both their fathers decided to make their entrances. "Glad to see you're getting along with everyone, Naruto. However, I need to talk with Gaara really quickly," Minato said as Gaara looked to his father, who simply nodded. "I hope to meet you more later, Naruto. Mother is intrigued by your presence," Gaara said, with made Naruto shudder, wondering just what he referred to when he said mother. "Dinner will be served soon. Once Minato Dano is finished speaking with Gaara, we will eat," Raza told the children as he closed the door, once more leading Gaara down the hall to a room prepared for sealing work. "All right, Gaara-kun, I'm here to take a look at your seal. If you could please show me it, I can help you," Minato said, kneeling to Gaara's level with a smile. Once again, Gaara looked to his father, who nodded in approval. Lifting up his shirt a little, Gaara applied a little bit of chakra. As a shoddy-looking seal appeared, the ink and kanji was jagged and rough. Minato deeply frowned seeing this, as he could barely recognize the seal. "Well, Razadano, I can fix the seal, but I'll have to all but replace it. I have a lot of respect for Chiyo, but she is no seal master," Minato said as he pulled a scroll and unsealing a bottle of ink and brushes to apply the new seal. Quickly going to work, Minato found it hard to work on the seal as he had to deal with the sand initially sealing Gaara's access to it. Minato began to write a large, intricate seal on the ground around Gaara to make the transfer from seal to seal easier and block the chakra from escaping and forming the biju. This took around half an hour till Minato was ready to form the actual seal. Writing the seal took time as well, coming to about 20 minutes till he was ready to transfer the chakra. "Okay, Razadano, this is a 5-point seal. He'll still have access to the biju, however, that's only if he allows it, and he can cut the connection at any time. He should also be able to sleep soundly at night," Minato informed Raza, who nodded, waving his hand as a sign to transfer the chakra between biju. Nodding, Minato laid his hands on the two seals, flaring his chakra as he began the long process of moving the biju from seal to seal. Even though it only took 5 minutes, it felt like hours for Minato, who was panting at the end, the transfer taking up a lot of chakra. Gaara looked at the two Kage in confusion. "I can't hear mother anymore. It's so quiet," he said as Raza performed a quick jinjutsu, putting his son into a sleep trance. "So he can sleep. That's good, thank you, Minato Dano," he said, shaking his fellow Kage's hand. "You're welcome, Raza Dano. He will still have access to his sand as well," he informed the Kage, who sent a pulse of chakra through his son, waking him up. "Did I fall asleep?" Gaara asked in confusion, once again not used to the feeling which to him was strange. "Yes, son, you did. Now, let's go have some dinner," he said, gently placing a hand on Gaara's shoulder, leading the two men back to the room with the children. "You said dinner would be ready soon," shouted both Kankuro and Naruto at the same time, causing the two Kage to sweat drop and share a look of confusion. "Well, dinner is ready now, so let's go," Raza said as the two young children roared past the two powerful men, Naruto following Kankuro to the dinner hall within the tower, sitting down quickly as the rest of the procession follows, sitting down at the table. Quickly chowing down, the air was comfortable, but nobody spoke, which was something Naruto wasn't used to seeing, as dinner was rather lively in the Uzumaki home. Once everyone had finished eating, Minato and Raza nodded to each other. "Everyone's dismissed for tonight. However, Temari, we need to talk with both you and Naruto here," Raza said to his children, who all looked at each other in confusion. Getting up, Temari and Naruto follow the two Kages to the Kazekage's office, looking at the two fathers in confusion. "We have some news for the two of you," Minato started as Raza decided to finish for his fellow father. "As per the terms of the new treaty, we have agreed on a political marriage," he started, the two children sharing a look of confusion. How exactly does this concern us? Temari asked for the two young children. Well, seeing as you're both the children of the Kage, you've been chosen to be the two to be married. Minato broke the news, which didn't quite sink in at first, but both children realized exactly what they meant after a moment of thought. I have to marry him, her. The two shouted at the same time, pointing at each other, blushes heavily covering their before looking away from each other now, unable to look each other in the eye. I know it's a lot to take in, but in time I'm sure you'll understand it. Raza said to the two. For tonight, however, get some rest because he was paused by a look from Minato and a shake of his head. Nodding, Raza frowned, looking at the two children. Because I'm sure this is a lot to process. He finished as the children frowned, unable to say anything about the news they had just heard. Nodding, everyone left the office with Minato and Naruto led to their rooms. Both father and son settled quickly into their beds, however Naruto was unable to sleep. Frowning, the young child turned over to look over at his father. "Two-san, how come so many people in the village hate me?" he asked, causing his father to turn and look at him. "Well, Naruto, it's not something I can quite tell you right now. Why do you ask?" Minato said to his son, frowning in the dark room, not that Naruto could really tell. "It's just that I can see when people glare at me. Most are subtle, but others aren't," Naruto said. "I also felt this strange connection to Gaara, as if he knows what I'm going through." He informed his father, who was surprised that Naruto could feel the biju kept within Gaara. "When we get home, we'll talk with your cousin, okay? For now, you should get some sleep. We'll have a long journey home," Minato said, knowing it would be longer with Temari joining the two Namikes. Naruto nodded, yawning lightly. "Okay, Two-san, good night," he said, drifting off into sleep as Minato did the same. Next morning, after a heart breakfast, the two Kages and their family made their way through the streets of Sunagakure. Gaara and Naruto walking rather close to each other. "Naruto-san, have you ever had the feeling that we're similar to each other?" Gaara asked, looking at his fellow Jinchuriki. "Yeah, I have, but I'm not sure why. Two-san said he'll tell me when we get home. I hope it'll help me understand you better," Naruto said with a bright smile, surprising Gaara, who wasn't used to such a gesture. "I hope so, Naruto. I enjoyed meeting you," Gaara said to the young boy with a small smile playing upon his lips. Looking over at Temari, Naruto gained a look of confusion as he saw her carrying a large bag. "Temari, what's with the large bag?" he asked with a frown tugging on your lips. Sighing, Temari looked at her fiancé. "Well, it's been deemed that I shall return to Konoha with you and Minato-sama to build a potential relationship and strengthen ties with Konoha," he informed Naruto, which caused the young boy to frown. "I'm sorry, Temari, if I had any say in this, I would let you stay home with your family," he said with a frown, conviction clear in voice, causing Temari to let a look of surprise flash on her face before a small blush to appear. "Please, Naruto-kun," she said, playing with the way kun felt on her tongue. "It's fine, there's nothing that can be done at this time, and it's not like I can't contact them or see them," she said with a small smile, which Naruto returned. "Hey, let me carry your bag. At the very least, you shouldn't have to carry such a huge bag," he said, taking the heavy bag from Temari, which caused her smile to grow. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she said as the group finally reached the gate. Stopping, the groups looked at each other as Minato and Raza shook hands once again. "Please take care of my daughter, Minato Dano," Raza said, which Minato nodded to. "Of course she will receive the best care possible," Minato said as Raza went over to his daughter. "Please write Temari-chan. I'm sorry we never had the best relationship," he said, kneeling down, giving her a hug, which Temari gladly returned. Standing up, Raza looked at Naruto. "Take good care of her, Naruto. If you don't, I will find out," he warned, causing Naruto to gulp as Raza lightly rubbed the top of Naruto's head, stepping back to allow the others to say their goodbyes. "Take care, sis. I'll make sure we write to you," Kankuro as he hugged his sister. "I'll write every chance I get. I love you guys," Temari said, returning the huge, looking at her younger brother. "Please grow up to be strong. I'm sorry we never had the chance to repair our relationship," Temari said as her brother hugged her, surprising the young girl. "It's fine, Temari. I hope you'll enjoy your time in Konoha." Temari smiled, returning the hug, stepping away. "I hope we'll have a fight one day, Kankuro," Naruto said with a smile as he fist bumped Kankuro, who returned it with a grin. "Gaara, I'm glad we got to meet each other. Good luck, and listen for the name Naruto, Namikaze's future Hokage," Naruto said with a grin as they both fist-bumped each other. To you as well, Naruto. Gaara simply said as the parties stepped away from each other, walking in different directions with their goodbyes done. You're going to love Konoha, Temari, it's super awesome, and there's Ichiraku's ramen. Naruto said excitedly as he started to recount everything awesome about Konoha, much to Minato's amusement. 4 days later, Izumo Kimizuki and Kotetsu Hagane sat at their usual spot as the eternal gate guards in the gatehouse. Izumo has brown hair and dark eyes. His hair is combed down and always covers his right eye. He wears his forehead protector like a bandana along with the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, which goes all the way up to his chin. He also wore the standard Chunin flak jacket. Kotetsu has long, spiky, black hair and dark eyes. He has a strip of bandage running across the bridge of his nose and a light-colored marking on his chin. Although it has the same color as his hair in the anime. He wears the standard attire of a Konoha shinobi, complete with a forehead protector and a flak jacket. Kotetsu sighed, placing his head on the desk. This job is so boring. Nothing ever happens, he said, closing his eyes only for Izumo to whack him over the top of his head. It's better than off doing missions and having to fight, Izumo said as Kotetsu sat up, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, whatever, was all Kotetsu said as the Hokage party appeared in the distance. Hey, is that who I think it is? Izumo asked, looking down the road at the party. Maybe, Kotetsu replied as a flash of blonde ran past them. Ramen, was all they heard as Minato walked past them. Sorry, Izumo. Kotetsu. I promised Naruto-kun some ramen as soon as we got back, Minato said, rubbing the back of his head with a small chuckle, watching his son run down the street only to be glomped by Kushina. Naruto-chan, you're finally back, she shouted, holding her son tightly. Who is that, Minato-sama? Temari asked Minato with confusion. That's my wife, Kushina Uzumaki, he informed her as the two finally arrived to the struggling Naruto. Wait, as in the Kushina Uzumaki? She asked, which caused Kushina to pause and look at Temari with a smile. Yup, that's me, Kushina Uzumaki, nice to meet ya, she said, happily looking at the young girl. So who exactly are you? Kushina asked, confused. Well, I'm Temari, I'm the Kazekage's daughter, I'm also Dash, she was cut off by Minato, covering her mouth. She's also our guest for a little while, he said, leaning down and whispering into Temari's ear. If she finds out like this, we're all dead, Minato said, dread and fear in his voice. Oh well, it's nice to meet you, Temari-chan, I'll help you settle in, and we'll all go get some ramen, Kushina said with a smile as the group finished the walk to the Namikaze complex. Naruto was practically bouncing as he was ready to get ramen. Entering the main house, Naruto was instantly glomped once more by two red missiles. Narani, the two missiles shouted, clutching his legs tightly as Naruto smiled, seeing his siblings. Hey guys, I'm finally back, he said happily as he bent down to hug Aiko and Kaido. Temari being led off to her room as Minato and Naruto were relegated to kid duty. The young 2-year-olds could be quite the handful. This is your room, I'm sorry it's a little plain, but I'm sure you'll make it a little nicer, and I'm always happy to help, Kushina said happily as Temari and her finished putting away her things. Thank you so much, Kushina-sama, for housing me here during my time in Konoha, Temari said with a small smile playing upon her lips as Kushina waved her hands. Please, Kushina is fine, Temari-chan, I've never been one for formalities, she said as the two headed back to the main room as Naruto and Minato were playing chicken with Aiko on Naruto's shoulders and Kaido on Minato's. So what do you two think you're doing? Kushina said in a deathly sweet voice, causing everyone to freeze and slowly turn to the woman. And in nothing, Kushina-chan / Ka-san, the two shouted, which caused her to smile and nod. Good, that's what I thought. Now, let's go get ramen, after which Naruto, you can show Temari around, Kushina said as everyone excluding Temari and Kushina were out the door and off to Ichiraku Ramen. They really love ramen this much? Temari asked, which caused Kushina to nod. Well, of course they do, it is after all the greatest food to ever be created, Kushina said sagely with a sagely nod as she locked up the clan complex, causing Temari to grow a large sweat drop as they started to walk to Ikaraku. Once they went under the flaps, Temari was surprised to see so many bowls already. Did you guys bring me a new customer? Tucci said as he delivered a bowl of ramen to Kushina, as Naruto nodded. Yup, sure did, she's my finance after all. Naruto shouted happily and oblivious to Kushina's shock as she turned to Minato. She's his what? She shouted as Minato and Naruto turned pale, looking at each other, realizing Naruto's stupidity. She's Naruto's future wife as a term of our new treaty with Suna. Minato said as Kushina glared at the two, but let out a huff. You're lucky I'm eating the food sent down by the heavens, otherwise I would be kicking both your asses to the couch. Kushina warned with a glare before going back to her ramen. Man, she muttered to Temari, who shrugged as she slowly tasted her ramen. I gotta say, this is pretty good, she said after her first bite as she began to dig in, finishing at 2 bowls, while everyone else except the twins had 4. Thanks for the dinner, old man, shouted Naruto as he took Temari's hand, running off into the village, pointing out all the landmarks and cool spots in his opinion. Looking up in the sky, Naruto's grin grew as he led Temari up to the top of the Hokage monument and on top of the 4th's head. This is my favorite spot in the whole village, especially at sunset, Naruto said as Temari was in awe as Konoha was covered in bright oranges and yellows, her hand subtly grasping Naruto's harder. It's so amazing, Naruto-kun, thank you for showing me this, she said with a smile as they simply sat there and watched the sunset before heading home and enjoying a night in their own beds. Next morning. Naruto-chan, time to get up and get ready for the academy. You have to take Temari with you, Kushina said from Naruto's room, waking up the young boy who groaned about his sleep being disrupted. Getting up slowly, Naruto quickly got dressed in black pants and a burnt orange shirt complete with blue sandals as he walked downstairs to join his family for breakfast. I talked with Irika, he gave me everything you missed, which wasn't much, but we'll be working on it after you get home today, got it? Kushina said with a smile, which Naruto simply nodded to. Good, she said, handing pancakes to the young boy as Temari joined them, wearing the same brown pants and a purple sweater. Good morning, everyone, she said tiredly as she began to eat. Once the two were finished and the goodbyes had been exchanged, the two ran off to the academy where children were already filing in, seeing Sasuke and Itachi. Naruto grinned, running up to the two. Hey Itachi, Sasuke team, he said, sending a glare to his rival who happily returned it. Itachi poked the two in the forehead with 2 fingers with a roll of his eyes at the two's antics and looked at the young girl. And who is this Naruto-kun? Itachi asked as Naruto grinned. This is Temari. Temari, this is Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto said, introducing everyone to each other. It's nice to meet all of you, she said with a small smile and bow, which Itachi returned, forcing Sasuke to as well. Anyways, come on, Do, we gotta get to class, let's go, he shouted as the 3 quickly ran off to class, opening the door to the small classroom. However, it housed the clan heirs of almost every clan. Yo Naruto, where you been? Came the above whisper of one Shikamaru Nara, who had spiky black hair done up in a ponytail that made him look like a pineapple and brown eyes. He wore black pants and a gray shirt with the Nara symbol on the front of it. I've been in Suna, he said, walking up to take his seat next to the young man with Temari sitting on his right. Who's the girl? He asked, confused, as Naruto chuckled lightly. Well, you'll find out when Irika-sensei shows up, causing Shikamaru to sigh and mutter troublesome. Yo Naruto, how you been, dude? Asked Kiba Inuzuka. Like most of his clan, he had messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and nails that he can change into claws. He also has the distinctive red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan on his cheeks. He wore gray shorts and a white sweater which had a white dog hanging out in. I've been good, Kiba, he said, fist-bumping the young man with a grin as he sat down in front of him with Sasuke, sitting behind Naruto and Shikamaru. Naruto-kun, shouted Ino Yamanaka, leader of the Naruto fangirls, which caused his to groan internally, but kept up a smile. Ino has fair skin, light blue eyes, and long platinum blonde hair worn in a ponytail, with bangs framing the right side of her face. She wore a pink dress with a purple skirt. Hello, Ino-chan, he said with a smile as she finally noticed Temari. Who's this sitting next to you? Which caused Temari to frown, looking over at her fiancé. You'll find out soon, Ino-chan, he said with a smile as the door slammed open. Courtesy of one Sakura Haruno, leader of the Sasuke fangirls. Sakura has fair skin, green eyes, and pink hair. She wore a green dress with a small red bow on the top of her head. Ino Pig, what are you doing so close to my Sasuke-kun? She shouted, which caused Ino to roll her eyes. I'm only here because my Naruto-kun is here. She shouted as Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and sighed, already used to this routine. All right, enough, everyone to their seats, shouted Iruka as he slammed the door open, already fully aware of what would be going on as he entered the classroom. Everyone scurried to their seats as Iruka looked at his clipboard for any major announcements outside of Temari. We have a new student, I'm sure you're already aware, so please stand up and introduce yourself, he said with a nod to Temari, who hesitantly stood up. However, she gained some confidence when Naruto gave her a huge smile. I'm Temari, I'm from Sunagakure, and I've come here for diplomatic reasons between our villages. I hope we can all become friends and I look forward to working with you all, she said with a smile before quickly sitting down, relieved once everyone's eyes were off her. Once again, welcome Temari, I hope you enjoy your stay here in Konoha now, then it's time to work on taijutsu and chakra control, shouted Iruka as most of the students got excited to head outside. 2 years later, 3 years before the start of canon. Naruto groaned as he got up early in the morning after a particularly heavy training session with his mother and father. They had been working him to the bone to prepare him to become a ninja, and it had shown. His normal routine consisted of running 20 laps around the training grounds, 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, followed by chakra control exercises, taijutsu practice, with Minato teaching his son his personal style. He was then taught kenjutsu by his mother, and they both came together to work on ninjutsu. They had found out 6 months ago that Naruto had a high affinity to futon and suiton, so they began with some minor jutsus, mainly defensive in nature. Finally, at the end of the night, Naruto studied Fuinjutsu after spending some time with his family, or even with just Temari, as the two had grown fairly close to each other over the past 2 years, though neither was ready to consider themselves boyfriend-girlfriend. Looking at the calendar on the wall, Naruto grinned, realizing today was the first day of the academy after the summer break. This also meant that they had finally reached specialization training. Can't you be more quiet, Brad? I'm still trying to sleep, came the voice of one Kyubi no Kitsune as Naruto sighed. Yeah, whatever, you oversized hairball, he quipped at the Biju, who simply growled but didn't say anything. Naruto had found out the night after Temari's first day, like his father had promised. Flashback: no jutsu. Coming home late in the evening, Naruto frowned, seeing that Mikoto was taking care of the twins, which meant that Kushina and Minato had to do something important. Not even looking up from the twins, Mikoto spoke. Naruto-kun, your parents are upstairs waiting for you, she informed the young man, who nodded, heading up to his father's study. Entering the room, he saw his parents sitting next to each other with a single chair in front of his desk. What's this all about, Tusan? Ka-san, Naruto asked, confused as to why his parents had called him up here like this. The two looked at each other and nodded in understanding. It's time we come clean, Naruto-chan. You've learned about the Kyubi attack, right? Asked Kushina, trying to slowly ease him into the reveal. Yeah, of course, you and the Sandaime Hokage killed it, right? Asked Naruto, confused by the question. That's not quite true, Naruto-kun. Sadly, a Biju can't be killed, only sealed, otherwise it'll just reappear after some time. Minato continued, nodding to his wife. You see, Naruto-chan, I was the second Kyubi Jinchuriki. It was released during your birth, Kushina said as the realization started to kick in. Wait, does that mean I'm the Kyubi? Naruto asked meekly as both parents were instantly next to their son, hugging him. No, Naruto-kun, it doesn't. You're simply the scroll, while the Kyubi is the Kunai. You're a hero who protects Konoha from the Kyubi, Minato told his son, hugging and rubbing his back as his son cried. I know how difficult this can be, Naruto-chan. I carried the Kyubi before you, but you're strong, and one day, I'm sure you'll show the villagers that hate you that they're wrong, she said, holding her son closely. Naruto continued to cry until he steadily fell asleep, only to wake up in a sewer. Did Ka-san and Tusen leave me here? He asked, confused as he began to walk the sewer, something drawing him farther and farther into it. Entering a large room, he saw metal bars rising into the ceiling. My warden finally comes to see me, came a loud rumbling voice behind the cage, a small amount of killer intent leaking out as Naruto slowly inched forward. Who are you? Naruto asked, fear creeping into his voice. I'm hurt you to just learn who I am. The voice rumbled out as red slitted eyes appeared from behind the bars. The QB? But where are we? Naruto asked, confused how the QB was there in front of him now. We're in the seal, or rather your mindscape, right now, young Naruto-kun. Came an aged voice next to Naruto as the Sandaime Hokage appeared. Sandaime Hokage? But I thought you were dead after the QB attack. Naruto asked. Well, yes, I am dead. However, I seal my consciousness inside you to look after you and your parents as you grew up. I must say, Naruto-kun, you've grown into an exceptional young man. Hiruzen said with a grandfatherly smile as he laid an aged hand on Naruto's shoulder. Sarutobi, I thought you weren't going to reveal yourself. Came the QB's voice from behind the cage as the lights flared to show the tower beast with its 9 tails swishing behind it. I believe this is beneficial to Naruto-kun in the long run, and I can help train his mind, so he becomes a strong host. Wouldn't you like that, QB? Hiruzen said, which caused the QB growl. I will accept nothing else from my Jinchuriki. The QB said, turning around and resting its hands on his paws. Go now, Naruto-kun, I will help you become an exceptional shinobi. Hiruzen said with a smile as Naruto hugged the man. Thank you, Gigi, for everything. Naruto shouted as he faded out of the mindscape to begin his true journey as a shinobi. Flashback, no Jutsu Kai. Naruto-kun, please don't antagonize the QB, came the voice of Hiruzen from within Naruto, which caused him to give an exasperated sigh as he got dressed for the day, quickly heading down the stairs as Temari waited for him at the door with a quick breakfast. Good morning, Temari-chan, he said happily as he took the breakfast from her with a smile, which the young girl happily returned. Good morning, did you sleep well? She asked as they walked down the street side by side, as usual for the two. Of course you know how I feel after a long night of training, Naruto said with a chuckle as they went around the corner for the academy. So what specialization training are you going to today? I'm thinking I'll personally head to Kenjutsu and send a clone to Ninjutsu, and maybe Fuinjutsu? Tusen somehow got Jiraiya to come and train that class. I also think Shurikenjutsu would be good for me, Naruto rambled on, which caused Temari to giggle into her hand. I wish I could use Kagebushin, shadow clones, like you could to learn as quickly. However, I'm thinking I'll got either Ninjutsu or Iryo Ninjutsu to learn how to heal someone. I'll go to both, but I'll have to go to the different sessions, she said as they finally arrived in Irika's classroom. Sitting in their usual spots, they waited as everyone else filtered in, excited to start the day and the final 3 years of the academy, especially since the last 3 years were teaching potential specializations and doing D-ranked missions. While the class was still mostly full of the 70 students that had initially been in it, the class was now down to about 50 students. While this was a lot of dropouts, the academy still had 500 potential ninjas in attendance between each year. All right, everyone. Today is the day I'm sure you've all waited for. I hope you all had a good break, and I'm sure you all know this will be your homeroom at the beginning and end of the day. Good luck, I will see you all soon, Irika said with a smile as the students separated off to their different sections. Ninjutsu Specialization. Kakashi stood at the training grounds outside the academy reading Ika, causing the Naruto clone to grow a sweat drop, seeing his older brother reading smut in public like normal. Kakashi, do I need to let the boss know you're reading smut? Naruto asked, causing Kakashi to sigh. No, Naruto, I was just about finished, he said to the clone before looking at the class. Unsurprisingly enough, it was more than likely the largest class, with Naruto, Sasuke, Temari, Choji, Shino, and Shikamaru in attendance, with maybe 15 other students in attendance. Welcome everyone to Ninjutsu Specialization. We will learn up to C or B rank ninjutsu. For what your nature affinity is, please come up to the table next to me and pick up a piece of paper. The students talked amongst themselves, but grabbed the blank paper nonetheless. Kakashi, I already know my affinities, Naruto said, which caused Kakashi to eye smile. Good, you can explain it to the class, he said, with made Naruto grumble about lazy good for nothing Nisans. These are chakra paper. If you pump chakra into it, you'll find out what your nature affinity is. If it's wind, it'll split in half. If it's water, it'll become damp. If it's fire, it'll ignite. If it's earth, it'll crumble into dust. And finally, lighting means it'll crinkle, Naruto said, holding up the paper sending his chakra into it. As the paper split down the middle, one half became damp and the other crinkled ever so lightly, causing Naruto to frown. That's new, I never had a lightning affinity before, he said mostly to himself as Kakashi gave an eye smile. 3 affinities, that's rare for even Jounin Naruto Otudo, even if the lighting affinity you have is pretty weak, he said as the children began to test out their affinity. Most had fire or earth. A few had water, with Temari having a strong wind affinity and a minor fire affinity, which matched well to each other. Shikamaru had an earth and lightning affinity and Sasuke had a fire affinity, which wasn't surprising for his clan. However, he also had a lightning affinity. Interesting, Naruto and Sasuke pretty much perfectly complement each other with your affinity, both canceling each other out, he said with an eye smile as he turned his attention to the rest of the students. Okay, everyone grab a scroll with your affinity and get to work, I'll be here to help you out, he said as Naruto and Sasuke shot each other a glare, but smiled as they ran up to grab a scroll. Kenjutsu Specialization. Hello everyone, I am Kushina Uzumaki, and this is Yugao Yuzuki. She will be my assistant sensei when she's not off on missions, Kushina said looking at her students, which in total was 10 with 4 from the third-year students. Students from the other 2 years were taking part as well to complement the lack of interest in Kenjutsu. Included was the actual Naruto, Ino, and Kiba. There were 2 kids from the next year Naruto kinda knew, which were Tintin and Rock Lee. Now then, I want to know what weapons you want to learn so I can figure out a good style for all of you. Slowly, each person named off what they wanted to use. While a lot people said katana, many wanted to learn how to use tanto, or even ninjato. How about you, Tintin? Kushina asked as she thought about it for a minute. Well, Kushina-sensei, I want to be able to use as many weapons as possible. Kushina nodded, thinking about it for a moment. I do know one style that suits that purpose I can teach you, she said with a smile. However, I do recommend having a weapon you use the most, she continued as Tintin nodded. Then the main sword I want to use is a katana, which made Kushina smile. What about you, Lee, was it? Kushina asked. As I cannot use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I want to be like Tintin and use as many weapons. However, I think I would prefer the ninjato, he said with a bright smile, which Kushina returned. I see, I will teach you as well. Ino, you're up, she said, turning the young girl who tapped her chin lightly. For me, I think the katana would be best for me, she said as Kushina nodded once more, turning to her son. And lastly, Naruto, I already know you have the same style in mind as Lee and Tintin, she said as Naruto smiled sheepishly at the looks from his fellow students. Yup, the main weapon for me will be the katana, he said as his mother rolled her eyes, knowing he already had the exact weapon in mind already. Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya sat in a small room, his legs crossed over each other, as he had a scroll with ink and brushes gathered around him. Only 5 students had some to Fuinjutsu, 6 if you included the Naruto clone. A lot of students were dumbstruck to see the legendary man before them, excluding Naruto. Yo, what's up, Arajiji? Asked Naruto with a grin, as Jiraiya instantly grew a tick mark on the back of his head, glaring at the young boy. Shut up, you damn brat, he shouted, smacking the boy in the back of the head as he vanished in a puff of smoke. Looks like we have to wait 5 minutes or so for another Naruto to appear, he said offhandedly as another Naruto quickly came into the room, glaring at the white-haired man. Thanks for finally joining us, Naruto. Now, let's get started with a disclaimer. Fuinjutsu is a very advanced art, and as such you will be held to a higher level. Any mistake in the kanji or the matrix, even to format of how you place everything down, can cause your death. So please be careful. I will watch over your seal work closely. We will start with working on our handwriting. Jiraiya started as he gave each student ink and a brush, showing them what to write as he began to judge their handwriting. Shuriken Jutsu. 5 students had gathered for Shuriken Jutsu, plus a Naruto clone, as Itachi stood before the group of students. Hello everyone, and welcome to Shuriken Jutsu. This will not be an easy art to learn, I can assure you. You have to be calm and calculated in every throw, every movement of your arm. We will begin with the basics, hitting the target and using kunai and shuriken. I will also teach you how to fight with your kunai and hand-to-hand. Itachi told the students gathered before him as he began to teach each student how to properly throw a kunai. Iryo Ninjutsu. Tsunade looked at the 4 students gathered before her with a frown. This group included Sakura and Hinata, as every student looked at the legendary Sannin in awe. While this isn't as big of a class as I wished, I'm glad to see you all here. Every medic out in the field is another life saved. You, in my opinion, are some of the most important ninja on any team or in the village. Iryo ninjutsu requires high chakra control, as even the smallest mistake can accidentally kill the very person you're trying to save. She warned as she pulled out CPR dolls. Before we start to learn actual Iryo ninjutsu, we need to learn what we can do when low on chakra or when situations don't require it, she said to the class as she began to show the students before her actual CPR. Minato's office. Minato watched the different classes from Hiruzen's class, happy that the new curriculum seemed to be a success. However, he was surprised that 9 students from the first year were taking taijutsu, seeing as it was being taught by one Mato guy. I hope you're happy with the new changes, Hokage-sama. I'll admit I was scared at first, but I think they've turned out well, said Kyoshi, sitting across from the Hokage, watching the different classes across all 3 years. I have noticed more dropouts over the years, but we still have 500 students at all times, Minato said with a smile, happy at how many students still went on to become shinobi. I've also seen that the pass rate on the actual Chunin test has risen to 66%, which is good. I'm hoping as more classes go through the new academy, we'll reach 99, if not 100%. I think that will be possible by the time your son's class fully goes through the academy, Kyoshi said with a smile as Minato nodded. I think it will, he said with a smile, shaking the Nara's hand. Chapter 4. How to be a Chunin. Naruto-chan, you're going to be late for the Chunin exam, shouted Kushina right next to Naruto's ear, waking up the now 12-year-old boy, who simply groaned as he tried to wake himself up. Do you have to be so loud? Wait, the Chunin exam? Oh shit, shouted Naruto, jumping off his bed in an explosion of blankets, only to be smacked over the head by his mother. Language, she said as she left the room as Naruto scrambled around to find his gear. Now standing at 5 feet 4 inches, Naruto was starting to become the tallest student in his class. He also wore his hair a little longer, come down to the middle of his neck, though he have bangs like his father. Quickly throwing on his clothes, Naruto wore black pants and a black shirt with the Konoha symbol on the front in orange, over top of which he had a dark blue jacket with an orange stripe running down the sleeves, which had the Uzumaki swirl on the back. Running down the stairs, Naruto strapped a katana to his side as Temari gave an exasperated sigh at the late tendencies of her future husband. She wore a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist, in addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh. Strapped to her shoulder was a large fan, which was a gift from her father. She, of course, had her hair, sandy blonde hair, worn in her normal for ponytails. Good morning, Naruto-kun, she said, rolling her eyes as he caught a piece of toast from his mother from down the hall. You would be picking up Kakashi's tardiness, would you? She asked as Naruto simply rolled his eyes, giving her a quick morning hug, while Temari had gave him a simple peck on the cheek. The two young teens hadn't been an actual couple for long, only 2 months, but the two had figured it would be best to get used to it, as they would one day be married. Of course not, Temari-chan, he said, giving an eye smile as similar as he could to Kakashi, causing the young woman to giggle into her hand as the two headed off to the academy. Who do you want to be on a team with, Temari-chan? Naruto asked as he walked his hands behind his neck, not a care in the world that he wasn't even a Chunin yet. Your overconfidence will be the end of you one day, Naruto-kun, came the voice of one Hiruzen Saratobi. Perhaps it will, perhaps it won't, but I'm not dying till I've become Hokage Gigi, Naruto mentally replied as Hiruzen side. Naruto could practically see the aged man shaking his head. They can't make a dead man Hokage, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said. Don't even think about dash. Whatever Hiruzen was about to say was cut off when Naruto ended the connection between him and the mindscape. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, shouted Temari, snapping Naruto back to the real world as he looked sheepishly at his fiancée. Sorry, Temari-chan, one of my tenants needed a water pipe fixed, he joked, causing Temari to sigh. She had found out when the two became an actual couple. Actually, you know what? Flashback no jutsu. Naruto sat at his desk working on a new seal, carefully making the seal matrix only to be interrupted ruining the seal as he heard a knock on the door. "Aiko, I told you I can't play today," he said, frustrated as he tried to fix the seal matrix, but letting out a groan of frustration simply set the brush down. "Actually, it's me, Naruto-kun. I was wondering if we could talk," came Temari's voice, causing Naruto to frown as he had an idea of what she wanted to talk about. However, the two of them had been avoiding the subject for a while. Picking up his coat, he threw it over his shoulders as he walked over, opening the door. "Sure, let's talk on the Hokage monument," Naruto said as Temari nodded, knowing that's where Naruto liked to go to when he needed to think. As they walked down the stairs and out the door, Naruto carefully wrapped an arm around her, taking the two up to the mountain in a Shushin body flicker. "I will never get used to you doing that," Temari said, a little queasy as the two sat down on Minato's head looking over the village. "You want to talk about us, right?" Naruto asked, which Temari nodded to, causing the young teenage boy to sigh, which made Temari frown. "You don't want us to be an actual couple, do you? I get it, you were forced into this just as much as I was," Temari said sadly, wrapping her arms around her knees, pulling them close to her chest. "That's not it at all, Temari-chan. I care about you a lot. I want to be an actual couple. It's just that there's some things you should know before you agree to it," Naruto said, causing Temari to look over at the Naruto, quickly, hope in her eyes, as well as confusion. "Go on," was all she said, causing Naruto to sigh. "You've heard of the Kyuubi attack, right?" Naruto asked, seeing Temari nodded. He continued on. "Well, as you know, it attacked on October 10th, my birthday," he said, which made Temari frown as she nodded once more. "Well, it said the Sandame and my father fought hard to kill the Kyuubi at the cost of the Sandame's life. This is a lie. You can't kill a Biju dashed." He was cut off at Temari tackled Naruto in a hug, already figuring it out. "Gaara is a Jinchuriki baka. I figured out that you were a Jinchuriki long ago, and I didn't care. I still want to be with you," she shouted, shocking Naruto as he slowly enveloped Temari in a hug. "Oh, really?" he asked, unable to believe she still wanted to be with him despite his circumstances. "Of course I loved my brother no differently, as I will love you no differently. You're simply a scroll, while the Kyuubi is the kunai within it," she said as a smile slowly grew on Naruto's face. "Thank you, Temari-chan. I thought you might look at me differently if you knew the truth," he said, looking down at her as she looked up, the two blushing as they realized how close their faces were. Looking away from each other, they both tried to stutter out responses, but got nowhere, simply enjoying each other's presence. There's something else you should know. I've met the Kyuubi in my mindscape, or well, the seal. And apparently the Sandame sealed his soul into the seal as well, so if it ever looks like I'm spacing out, I'm probably talking with them," he informed Temari, who frowned, not that Naruto could really see it. "Why did I have to get engaged to a schizo?" she joked with a small giggle, causing Naruto to chuckle as well. "Not sure, I'm not complaining," he joked as they continued to sit there watching the sunset over Konoha. Flashback, no Jutsu Kai. "Well, as I was saying, I hope I get on a team with you for sure. As for the third member, I'd like Hinata-san or maybe Shikamaru. I'm not quite sure who I want as a third member, honestly," she told Naruto, who nodded as the two rounded the fence of the academy. "I'm hoping to have you on my team, of course. As for the third, I would like Shika. However, I'm not sure if he'll be placed with Ino and Choji to continue the Ino-Shikacho tradition. As long as it's not Sasuke team, I'll be happy," he said with a frown while he thought of Sasuke as a friend and rival he knew from the mock teams the students were put in, that he and Sasuke didn't work well together. "What if Ino was placed on our team?" Temari teased with a coy smile, causing Naruto to shudder. "I can't imagine what it would be like to have my head fangirl on the team. But I want her to get stronger as well, and if she's always pining for my attention, she won't get stronger," Naruto told Temari, who simply nodded. "Are you saying you have something for strong girls?" she said, the coy smile still present as Naruto sighed. "If I say yes, you'll never let me live it down. If I say no, you'll whack me over the head, so I'm going to say no comment," he said with a sagely nod, which Temari only shook her head to as the couple entered the academy room. "Yo, dope, today's the day I prove I'm better than you," Sasuke said with a competitive smirk, which made Naruto grin. "You wish I'm going to make you eat my dust and get Rookie of the Year," Naruto teased, which simply made Sasuke roll his eyes. "Like you could ever get Rookie of the Year over Sasuke Koen Yubaka." yelled out Sakura, which made Naruto sigh for all her smart. Sakura never seemed able to back it up, which didn't mend well with being a ninja. Taking his usual seat next to Sasuke with Temari to his right, Shikamaru helped up a hand counting down from 5 to 1. When he reached the magic number, the door got blown open by Ino. Damn it. It's so unfair. I want to sit next to Naruto. She shouted at seeing Temari next to Naruto, which simply made the young girl roll her eyes as Ino stomped over to the seat in front of Naruto with a pout. Early bird gets the worm, Temari said with a sagely voice which only served to aggravate Ino as she stood up and leaned over the desk. What is it you like so much about Temari, Naruto? She asked, looking over Temari and then herself. Is it the boobs? Her general looks. Maybe it's her ass. She shouted, getting close to Temari's face. And then something that would always be seared into Naruto's mind happened. The kid next to Ino turned around to see the commotion, swinging his hand out, accidentally knocking Ino forward, her eyes growing wide, as did Temari's, as their lips descended towards each other. As if in slow motion, they made contact in a kiss, their minds unable to process what happened. Taking a few seconds to realize they were still kissing, they quickly shot away from each other, blushing and sputtering nonsense. Naruto, meanwhile, opened and closed his mouth, unable to process what he just saw, a massive blush spreading across his face as his brain shut down. Sasuke snickered as he snapped his fingers in front of Naruto's eyes, trying to snap the young man out of it. You hussy. Naruto was supposed to be my first kiss, shouted Ino, pointing at Temari, both of them still sporting huge blushes, though Temari grew a smirk. Sorry to break it to you, but Naruto was already my first kiss, she said with a large grin, knowing that would break the girl, who moved to say something if the door wasn't opened once again. All right, everyone sit down. It's time to begin the test, shouted Iruka, who held a stack of papers in his hand as he began to pass them out. We're starting with the written portion before moving on to taijutsu, and we'll finish with ninjutsu, he informed the class as Ino and Temari sat glaring at each other still. Naruto finally snapped out of it, though a blush still adorned his face once he got his paper. The written test flew by, with Naruto finishing early with Shikamaru. The two of them laid their heads down, letting the half-hour pass by. Once it had passed, the two were hit in the head by an eraser. Naruto, Shikamaru, the test is over. Please pass them in, shouted Iruka as the two both grumbled about troublesome teachers. Once all the tests were passed and the class was filed outside to a large open area. Okay, everyone, the matches have been predetermined, so when I call your name, please step forward to face your opponent. Our first match will be dashed, Iruka said, pausing to ready the name and a potential dramatic pause. Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki, he announced as the two glanced at each other, a smirk forming on their faces. Once the two stepped into the taijutsu ring, both dropped into their taijutsu styles, with Sasuke using the Uchiha style, or the Anahirita Ken, Annihilator Fist, and Naruto dropping into his father's style, the Hakadori no Ken, Hummingbird Fist. Iruka looked between the two boys, who simply nodded they were ready. Hi, Jim, shouted Iruka, taking a step back as the two charged towards each other, Naruto going for a punch to the head while Sasuke went for a punch to the stomach, only to duck under Naruto's punch, trying to sweep Naruto's legs out from underneath him. Naruto felt himself falling as he simply landed in a handstand, pulling in his body. He tried to jump back to his feet, hitting Sasuke in the chin with the jump, who stumbled backwards. Naruto was on Sasuke in seconds, launching a fist on the right side of Sasuke, which was moved away, only to quickly move over to Sasuke's left side, hitting him with a haymaker to the face, following it up with a punch to the stomach, launching some spittle from Sasuke's mouth. You're not taking this seriously, Sasuke, Naruto said with a frown as he stood before Sasuke, his guard still up, as the boy wiped the spit from his mouth. The Naruto and Sasuke fan clubs, cheering for their Sasuke, simply smirked. You realized, huh? Sasuke asked, simply getting a nod from Naruto as Sasuke charged once more, going for a kick to the head, which Naruto effectively blocked with his arms, only to be stunned when Sasuke jumped off his foot, kneeing him in the stomach, which was quickly followed up with a punch to the head, which rang some bells in Naruto's head. Naruto simply grinned as he moved quickly towards Sasuke, punching at his defenses till he swept Sasuke's legs out, only for Sasuke to spin, kicking Naruto's stomach before he landed, hoping back up. Enough. It looks like there won't be a clear winner. You both pass, came Irika's voice as the two dropped out of their stances, walking over to each other. They fist bumped each other as their respective fan clubs booed their teacher. Backslash. Next up is Temari versus Ino. Announced Irika as both girls gained their own smirks. However, it wasn't the same competitive smirk that Naruto and Sasuke had, but one that guaranteed someone's ass was going to be kicked. Dropping her fan, Temari and Ino reached the middle of the ring. Once Irika was sure that both girls were ready, he raised his hand and dropped it with a shout of Hajim. The two charged at each other as Ino, which Temari ducked under, punching Ino in the chin, which lifted the girl off the ground as Temari kicked her in the stomach, only for Ino grab her leg, pulling the girl off balance as Ino punched her in the face, sending Temari back, pedaling. However, she wasn't given much time to breath as Ino was upon her, trying to much Temari as much as possible, which the girl deflected and blocked as much as she could. Having taken enough abuse from the Yamanaka, Temari ducked under a punch as she punched Ino as hard as she could in the stomach, knocking the air out of her lungs as Ino dropped to her knees. Putting her fist to Ino, Temari growled out one simple word. Yield, which Ino simply nodded to, taking some time to try and regain some breath in her lungs. Frowning and rolling her eyes, Temari simply threw Ino's arm around her shoulder, helping the girl over to the sidelines. The only other notable fights were Sakura versus Hinata, which Hinata easily beat Sakura in a single hit, which was rather sad. Kiba and Shikamaru fought each other as well, despite Shiakamaru's mutters of troublesome Inazukas. While Shikamaru put up a small fight, he quit after the minute mark, which was all that was needed to pass the test. Once all the fight were wrapped up, the class was herded back into the classroom as Irika did a mental check of everyone within the room. Alright everyone, your last test for today to become Chunin is the ninjutsu test. You'll be called one by one into the room by last name. Announced Irika as he walked into the room for the ninjutsu test, which had the outside wall removed for more destructive jutsu. One by one the kids were called down, each coming back with their hitayate proudly presented on their body somewhere. Almost everyone had gone and passed, including Choji, Shino, Kiba, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Temari. Sasuke Uchiha. Came the shout from Irika as the young Uchiha smirked, standing up and beginning to make his way down. This will be a breeze, dope, he said to Naruto, who rolled his eyes. I'm still going to get Rookie of the Year team, Naruto said to Sasuke, who shot a quick glare at Naruto as he left the room, coming back 5 minutes later. Naruto Uzumaki, shouted Irika as Naruto grinned, walking down the steps past Sasuke. Rookie of the Year is as good as mine team, Naruto taunted, which simply made Sasuke roll his eyes this time as Naruto left the room, entering the testing area. Okay Naruto, you will perform a series of jutsu, starting with the henge, he told Naruto, who went through the hand signs quickly. Henge no jutsu, transformation jutsu, Naruto shouted, becoming a perfect look-alike of the Sandaime, shocking Irika slightly that Naruto had such a perfect version of the deceased Hokage. A very good Naruto, you can drop it now. And the next technique is the Kawarimi, Irika said once he got past his initial shock as Naruto dropped the henge in a cloud of smoke. Going through the correct hand signs, Naruto shouted the name of his jutsu. Kawarimi no jutsu, body replacement jutsu. And in a puff of smoke, he was gone, replaced with a piece of wood from outside. Very good Naruto. Lastly, you must perform 3 jutsu of at least C rank, Irika informed Naruto, who grinned as he formed his signature hand sign. Kagebushin no jutsu, he shouted, 2 clones forming next to him, with one form the Rasengan, and another quickly moving through a series of hand signs, shooting as its chest puffed up. Futon, Ibaretto, wind release, air bullets, as it shot 4 condensed bullets of air from its mouth, destroying and target outside, shocking Irika. Naruto, you just performed 2 A-rank jutsu and a B-rank jutsu. Did you have to show off so much? He shouted at Naruto, who rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Irika sighed before smiling as he picked up a hitayate, handing it forward. Congrats Naruto, you pass, he said as Naruto returned the smile as he picked up the headband, wrapping it around his head and returning to the main room. Once everyone had gone through and passed or failed, Irika came back to the classroom. Congratulations to everyone who passed. As of today, you are all ninjas in the ranks of Konoha. Wear your hitayate, as proud as I am of each and every one of you. My final announcements are Rookie of the Year is Naruto Uzumaki. This caused an uproar between the two opposing factions with Naruto's cheering and Sasuke's crying outrage. Naruto grinned at Sasuke, who simply rolled his eyes but nodded in approval. Quiet, shouted Iruka once he had everyone's attention. He continued. Kunoichi of the Year goes to Temari. He announced, causing the mentioned girl to grin as Ino glared at her Naruto, giving the girl a quick hug. And finally, tomorrow you will all come back here for team placements. Now get out of here and celebrate with your families. He finished as all the young ninja cheered, running out of the room and out the academy to their awaiting parents. Temari and Naruto looked for their family, and once they spotted them, ran over. Nisan, Nachon, you passed, shouted Kaido as he ran and hugged Naruto's legs while Aiko hugged Temari's. The young 7-year-olds had grown a lot in the past couple of years, both of them reaching Naruto's waist. Aiko wore a yellow sundress with the Konoha symbol on the back, and Kaido wore green pants and a white shirt with the Konoha symbol on the back. Congratulations, Naruchan Temari-chan, Kushina said happily next to Minato as she looked proudly upon her two oldest. You're officially ninja, and I couldn't be prouder of you too, Minato said with a proud smile as the two parents walked over, hugging both 12-year-olds. The two practically shined with happiness that they could now begin their career as a ninja. Now then, how about we get some ramen? Asked Kushina as all the Uzumaki cheered in glee. Naruto sneaked a glance over at Sasuke as they left, happy to see him surrounded by his family, including Itachi and his fiancée Izumi. The family quickly made their way to their favorite ramen stand, all in high spirits, and Naruto joked about how awesome of a ninja he was going to be one day. Hey old man, 5 miso ramen, shouted Naruto, proudly displaying his Hitachi on his forehead with Temari wearing hers around her neck. Tetsuya turned around with a grin, looking at the new genin. For the Hokage's family, it's on the house tonight, he said happily as everyone cheered. Tetsuya quickly working to make their ramen as the family continued to joke and laugh and smile. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Once everyone had eaten their fill of ramen, they returned home and turned in for the night. Naruto was laying in his bed, laying face up with a grin on his face. However, the young man wasn't able to sleep. The excitement was too much as he heard a knock on the door. He raised an eyebrow. Come in, he called out quietly as Temari entered the room in a simple purple nightgown. What's up, Temari? Naruto asked in confusion as Temari walked over and plopped down next to Naruto. I couldn't sleep, so I came to cuddle with you, she told the young man, threw the blankets over her and held her close, the pair laying there in a comfortable silence. We're ninja now, and we're one step closer to being married, Naruto said as Temari smiled, nodding. That we are, Naruto, that we are. Also, don't think I didn't catch the way you blushed when me and Ino kissed today, Temari said with a coy smirk, and the blush returned to his face as he was unable to say anything as the young boy stuttered out nonsense. Temari giggled as she reached up, pulled Naruto's face down, and planting a soft kiss on his lips. It was a short and chaste kiss, but still one filled with the emotions between two young couple. Pulling back, she snuggled into Naruto's side as Naruto had a small smile, pulling her closer. Good night, Temari-chan, Naruto said with a yawn as he began to drift off into sleep as Temari began to do the same. Good night, Naruto-kun, she said softly as the two drifted off into the land of dreams as Hiruzen decided to let Naruto rest his mind instead of training that night. Next morning, Naruto-kun, came the voice of Temari in Naruto's ear, waking the young boy as the light filtered into his room. Yes, Temari-chan, Naruto asked, barely opening his eyes as he felt Temari's weight shift next to him. It's about time to get up, we don't want to be late for team assignments, she told the boy as she got up, walking over to the dresser, grabbing some clothes she kept in Naruto's room. Yeah, I'll be up in a moment, he said as he felt himself drift back to sleep, only for his nose to be flicked by one Temari. No, Naruto-kun, you're not drifting off to sleep so easily, she warned as she walked out of his room and back to her own. Grumbling about nosy girlfriends, Naruto sat up, yawning as he put on his own clothes and strapping his katana to his side. Opening the door to his room, he was greeted by Temari, who was waiting for the young man. Good, you're actually up, she said as the two walked down the stairs into the kitchen to see Minato and Kushina already up, with Kushina making some breakfast and Minato reading a newspaper while drinking some coffee. Someone's up early, Minato said, barely glancing up from the newspaper as Naruto and Temari sat down at the table. So, Tusan, can you dash? Naruto began only to be stopped by Minato. No, Naruto-kun, I cannot give you your team assignment. You'll find out at the academy. Also stop by my office after your team meeting. I have to tell you about something, Minato said as he took another sip of his coffee, flipping the page over. Ugh, fine, I'll find out like everybody else, Naruto grumbled out as Kushina placed some French toast with eggs and bacon down in front of everyone, humming a simple tone to herself. I think it's time to buy the next weapon you want to work towards mastering, Naruto. Any ideas? Kushina asked as she sat down herself, deciding to let the twins sleeping in. Well, I've been thinking I want to go to the ninjato. While my katana work is my best, and my tanto skills are nothing to cough at, I want a good in-between weapon, he said as Kushina nodded. All right, we'll visit Tintin's store after your meeting with your father to find one you like, Kushina said as the family ate in silence, looking at the time on the wall clock. Naruto sighed. Come on, Temari-chan, we have to get going, he said, standing up, taking his dishes to the sink as Temari did the same. Thanks for the food, Mom, it was really good, he said with a grin as he and Temari left for the academy one last time. Grinning as the two walked down the street, Naruto could barely contain his excitement. Today's the big day, he shouted, getting some looks from passerbys, causing Temari some embarrassment. Yeah, it is, Naruto-kun, but please keep your voice down, she said, trying to hush the boy whose grin only grew. Now I want to shout to the whole world that Naruto Namikaze is a ninja now, so you better look out, he said happily as the two finally made it to the academy as Temari let out an exasperated sigh. I'm starting to rethink being on your team, she teased as Naruto's face morphed into horror. Please no, Tem-chan, he shouted, dropping and grabbing her leg like a little child, which only served to aggravate Temari as she tried to drag along Naruto into the classroom, getting a few snickers from the other genin inside. I was only joking, Naruto-kun, she said as Naruto finally detached from her leg with a large grin. Awesome, he shouted, running up to his seat as Temari let out a huff of annoyance at Naruto's antics, running up to join the young man. Do you always have so much energy? Muttered Shikamaru from within his arms as Naruto grinned, not that the Nara could see it. Of course, Shika, he said as the remaining students began to file, and everyone chatting amongst themselves of wishes to be on the same team with each other. All right, everyone, that time has arrived. Once again, I want to say how proud I am of everyone. You've worked hard these past 6 years to become the basis of our shinobi forces, he said with a smile as he pulled out a clipboard, as everyone, even Shikamaru, leaned forward ready to hear who was with who. We also have 2 genin joining us to make up for the uneven amount of people who passed the genin exam, he said as everyone fell back in their seats. Entering the room were 2 young teenagers that were the same age as everyone else within the class. The first one was a young girl who had long brown hair and light brown eyes. Her hair is straight on one side, but on the other side it is in a braid. In addition, she sports a clip with 2 circular designs. For her outfit, she wore a pink kimono held closed by a pink sash with 2 pockets on the front. She also wore violet baggy pants and red mesh armor underneath her kimono and legs, along with sandals that were orange in color. The other kid had short, straight black hair and dark eyes which contrast with his translucent-looking pale skin. He was carrying a small backpack. He wore a short black and gray jacket with red straps. He also carried a tanto on his back. The rest of his outfit consisted of a high-collared midriff shirt, black pants, shinobi sandals, and gloves with his index and thumb fingers exposed. These 2 are Sai and Yakumo Kurama. Now, then Team 1 is. Naruto stopped listening at this point, waiting for his team to be called out, as the 2 new genin took their seats. Team 7 is Naruto Namikaze. This caused Naruto to perk up as he took a glance at everyone else, wondering who he would be with. Temari, Irika called out, causing the 2 to grin at each other. And finally, Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru perked up at this point, as well, confused. He wasn't with Ino and Choji as per the tradition of their clans, but shrugged, accepting the decision nonetheless. Ino shot a glare at both Shikamaru and Temari for taking what she thought was her spot with Naruto. Your team sensei is Kakashi dashed. He couldn't finish as all 3 groaned, knowing who the man was and his habit of being late. Damn it, Tusen, no wonder you didn't tell me who my sensei was. If Kakashi and I is late. Naruto began to mutter as Iruka moved on. Team 8 is Sasuke Uchiha, Ino Yamenka, and Yakumo Kurama. Your sensei is Izumi Uchiha with Itachi Uchiha being a co-sensei, it looks like. Iruka said confused but shrugged it off as wanting to help Sasuke with his Sharingan. Plus, if the rumors were true, then the two Uchiha were engaged. Sakura let out a scream of terror once she realized that she wouldn't be on the same team as Sasuke. Team 9 is still in rotation, so Team 10 is Choji Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga. Your team sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. He said, letting the team sink in as he moved on to the last team. Team 11 is Sakura Haruno, Shino Aburma, and finally Sai. Your sensei is Asuma Saratobi. Now your senseis will be here soon, so do as you please. Once again, I'm so proud of you. Good luck. Iruka said with a smile, leaving the class as the teams got together. Glad you'll be on the team with us, Shika. Naruto said with a smile, holding out his fist, which Shikamaru lazily accepted. Well, we're probably in for a long dash. Naruto was cut open as the door was slammed open, one Kakashi Hitaki appearing. Team 7 roof now, he shouted, disappearing, leaving behind a shocked Team 7. Heath didn't even use a Shushin. He just moved fast enough to create a cloud of dust. Naruto said in shock as a clone of Kakashi appeared. Was I unclear move? Shouted Kakashi as Team 7 got in a gear, heading up to the roof to see why the normally laid-back Hitaki was so angry. Kushina held his Aika copy over a fire, slowly lowering it towards the fire with a mini-cal chuckle as Kakashi bowed on his hands and knees and pleaded with Kushina to let his precious go. Look there here, Kushina-sama, please. He begged as Kushina sighed. One day, Kakashi-kun, I will destroy this habit and these books of yours, she said with a dark chuckle, tossing the book back to Kakashi as her and the setup disappeared entirely. Now then, with that settled, my first impression is, I hate all of you, especially Naruto Otudo. Kakashi said with an eye smile as the team fell on their faces, their sensei attitude doing an entire 180. But let's get on with introductions such as your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future. You first, blonde Gaki. He said, pointing at Naruto with rolled his eyes. Whatever, Kakashi and I'm Naruto Namikaze. My likes are ramen, temari, and my friends. My dislikes are the time it takes to make ramen, people who dislike people for things out of their control, and traitors. My hobbies are gardening, training, and learning or creating new seals. My dream for the future is more of a guarantee. I'm going to become the greatest ninja ever, better than my father and the greatest Hokage. Databeo. Naruto shouted with a grin and nod as if he was predicting the future. I'll make sure you accomplish your dream, Naruto Otudo. Kakashi thought while on the outside. He simply smiled. Such ambition, Naruto, but does it hold any merit? He teased, pointing at the other blonde. You're up next, Sandy, he said as Temari huffed at the nickname. My name is Temari, my likes are fans, Naruto, and my family in Suna. My dislikes are people who judge others as well. I also dislike people who judge someone based on where they're from. My hobbies are practicing futon jutsus and working on fans. My dream is to become a world-renowned Kanochi and start a family, she said with a smile as Kakashi nodded, looking at Shikamaru. You're next, lazy, he said as Shikamaru grumbled about troublesome sensei. I'm Shikamaru Naru. My likes are my friends, which includes Naruto and Temari. My dislikes are anything troublesome. My hobbies are sleeping and playing shogi. Speaking of which, shogi at my place tonight, Naruto? Shikamaru asked as Naruto nodded. I think the score is 22-30 you. I want to try and get it even, he said with a nod as Shikamaru continued. My dream is to become a good clan head, and I guess to start a family, he finished as Kakashi nodded, looking over his squad. These kids have potential, maybe I'll pass my first team, he thought as Naruto spoke up. What about you, Kakashi and Naruto asked Kakashi, who gave an eye smile. My name is Kakashi, my likes are. He was about to give just his name, but he felt the good presence of death, also known as Kushina, and decided to give an actual response. My likes are dogs and the Aika. My dislikes are people who turn their backs on their comrades. My hobbies are reading and hanging out with my friends. My dream is to start a family, he said with a smile as the genin nodded, satisfied with his response, causing Kakashi to have a sweat drop. All right, now that that's taken care of, let's get to the catch. While you've passed the academy, I need to put you through. Let's call it a survival test to see if you're ready to actually become Chunin. Meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 8 a.m., and I wouldn't recommend breakfast, it might make you puke. He said, disappearing in Shushin. Okay guys, I'm going to go home, see ya tonight, Naruto. Shikamaru said as he got up, leaving the roof, his hands in the pocket. I'm going to do some shopping, Naruto, I'll see you tonight. She said, giving Naruto a quick kiss on the lips as she jumped off the academy, heading off to the shopping district. Naruto, seeing he was the only person left on the roof, did a quick shushin outside his father's office as he entered through the window, not unlike a certain super pervert. He felt a sweat drop forming seeing his father reading a certain orange book. Coughing into his hand, his father looked up surprised to see Naruto there. Oh, I'm Naruto-kun, I didn't expect you so early. He said, a nervous chuckle, stuffing the book away, giving his son a pleading look. I won't tell Ka-san you're ready, Ero-san's books. He said with a smile that promised blackmail as Minato composed himself, motioning at a seat and for the Umbu to leave the room. So I'm sure you're curious as to why I called you here. Minato said. Naruto nodded. Well, after the Uchiha massacre, the council thought we needed to strengthen two clans which have lost a lot of members after the second and third shinobi wars. These two clans are the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, which are the heir to both. Minato said as Naruto nodded in confusion. So what does that have to do with me? Naruto asked. Well, you've been placed under CRA. Unfortunately, I had no power to stop it, unfortunately. Minato said as Naruto frowned as he thought about what the CRA was before a look of terror formed over his face. Wait, no. He shouted, shaking his head. What the hell am I going to tell Temari-chan? He shouted in terror as he thought about what his future wife would do him. And what about once the fangirls find out? He shouted as his father sighed. It's out of my hands, the papers have been signed already. He told his son, who went into hysterics, making a gesture of his hands. A purple-haired Nico Mastumbu appeared, slapping Naruto, snapping him out of his ramblings. I needed that, thank you, Nico. Naruto said as he looked at his father. How many girls do I have to marry? Naruto asked, scared of the number that would be told to him. You can take on a maximum of 10 girls, with 4 being the minimum. You need to marry the first girl by the time you're 16, or make Chunin, whichever comes first. Which is good, as that's when you and Temari are supposed to be married by. He said, trying to cheer up his son a little bit. Naruto simply sighed and nodded dejectedly. One more thing before you go. Now that you can use the Rasengan, I think it's time for me to begin teaching you the Hiraishin. He said with a smile as Naruto instantly looked up, an excited gleam in his eyes as Naruto was tossed 2 scrolls, which he caught looking back at his father. Those 2 scrolls contain my notes on the technique and the kanai that are used for the Hiraishin. He said with a small smile. Once you have breakthrough with the seal, I'll help you master the technique. He said as Naruto smiled, excitedly running off to start training. Thanks, Two-san, you're the best. Naruto shouted, running home as he made a Kage Bushin, which ran off, already knowing why it was created. Once he got home, he ran past his mother and straight up the stairs into his room. Kushina only shook her head as she went back to the house cleaning. Unfurling the scroll, Naruto unsealed a couple of the kanai, examining them. While they were the classic tri-pronged kanai of his father, they didn't have the seal matrix he was used to seeing. Frowning, he placed a few in his kanai holster, ready to use if he needed a kanai. Unfurling the second scroll, he quickly realized why the kanai lacked the seal matrix. While the matrix was the same general design, the matrix was hyper-fitted, so to speak, to each individual person who used it. Tobarama Senju had a different seal matrix than his Two-san, and he would require a different one as well, which he had to figure out himself. Groaning to himself, Naruto lost track of time as he began to try and think of what his seal matrix should be based on his father's notes. However, he was making no progress as none of them seemed right. Looking up at the clock, he was surprised to see it was already 11:30 when he heard a knock on the door. Come in, he said as Temari came in wearing a robe, closing the door silently behind her and walking up to the young teen. She hugged him gently, kissing his cheek gently. You've been working on this for a while, Naruto. I think it's time for bed, she said into his ear as Naruto smiled contently at the feeling of Temari holding him. Yeah, you're right, but there's something I need to tell you. He was cut off by Temari, putting a simple finger to his lips. Your mom already informed me today while I was out shopping. I don't want to share you, but I don't think we have a choice. she said with a frown which Naruto shared but nodded. Plus, I don't mind as long as I'm your first. She whispered into his ear, smirking as the teen blushed red as he walked over to his bed, undressing, to just his underwearing, laying down, motioning for Temari to join him. The smirk didn't leave her face as he dropped the robe, revealing she was wearing a simple orange bra and panties. It grew as she saw Naruto's eyes widen as Temari turned off the lights. Lime warning. Oh, Temari, I'm not sure what to say. He finally stammered in taking in the girl's appearance. He knew already that Temari had a great figure, though it was different seeing it like this. You don't have to say anything, she said as got in bed with him, beginning to make out with him, which Naruto quickly returned, their tongues fighting for dominance. Temari slowly lowered into the waistband of Naruto's underwear, softly gripping his growing member, which caused Naruto to groan softly as he did some hand seals, creating a privacy seal. Let's see what I'm working with, Temari said as she crawled down, removing Naruto's boxers, his 8-inch dick springing up as Temari smirked, leaning down. She slowly began to lick it before taking it fully in her mouth, causing Naruto to moan. Temari-chan, that feels so good, he said as she slowly began to take him fully in, bobbing her head up and down as Naruto began to feel himself drawing close already. I'm coming, oh fucking I'm coming, he moaned out, coming in her mouth, which she greedily swallowed. Sitting up, she reached behind herself, removing her bra. It's my turn, Naruto-kun, she said as Naruto watched the bra fall away to leave her C-cup breasts. Getting the idea, he laid her down, slowly kissing from her neck down to her breasts, which he sucked on, played with his hands, slipping into her panties, playing with her still hidden lower lips. That feels so good, Temari said, gasping as Naruto slowly began he moving from her breasts. He removed her panties, staring at her pussy, before he moved in, beginning to lick it, causing Temari to moan more. Oh God, don't stop, Temari said. Her thighs gripped his head, her hands running through his hair as she already felt close. Oh, I'm coming, she shouted, coming his mouth as the two young lovers panted, laying next to each other. Lime over. I want to wait for the full thing, Naruto-kun, but that was amazing, she said once she regained her breath, the two laying next to each other comfortably. I know what you mean, Temari-chan, but that was fun, he said with a smile as the two shared a quick kiss, both falling to sleep. Next morning. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Temari said into Naruto's ear, waking up as he realized that both of them were still naked and little Naruto was up and ready to go, poking into Temari's stomach. Someone's ready as ever, she teased as Naruto blushed, stuttering out nonsense, only to be silenced by a kiss. Don't worry about it, though. As much as I want to give you another blowjob, we have to go. Otherwise, we'll be late for training with Kakashi, she said with a chuckle which two shared. Yeah, let's at least get something to eat, he said as he watched Temari get up, walking over to his dresser, shaking her ass the entire time, putting a little show for Naruto as she got dressed and ready for the day. She did the same as Naruto himself got ready. Once both were ready, they left their rooms, heading down into the kitchen. Seeing that Kushina was gone, both shared a look, knowing exactly what it meant. We're going to be late, they shouted as they grabbed some fruit, running off to training grounds 7, barely arriving in time, as Kushina once again held Kakashi's book hostage, this time over a pool piranha. Look, I'm not late, please, Kushina-sama, he pleaded as she rolled her eyes, returning the book. Once more the pole of piranha and Kushina disappeared as Kakashi turned back to the students with an eye smile. His normal attitude appeared. Good morning, everyone. So I suppose I should explain the purpose of this test. This is the real Genin test. While you've passed the academy exam, you're not truly Genin just yet. Your goal, he said, pulling out 2 bells out from the pouch. He kept book and tying it to his waist. Are to retrieve these 2 bells within 2 hours. Whoever doesn't have a bell by the end of it fails, and it's sent back to the academy. He finished explaining, setting a timer, placing it on one of the stumps in the training grounds. Any questions? No, begin, he shouted as all the Genin disappeared into the trees. All of them tried to hide their presence as Kakashi pulled out his book. However, he could sense where everyone was. Pretty good, I must say. However, it's not good enough. Naruto is like a beacon with how much chakra he has, but that's to be expected, I suppose, he thought as he began to read his book. Naruto frowned as he thought about what Kakashi had told them. There's no way we can realistically get those bells from Kakashi and I. He's one of the best jounin in the village and a 2-man Genin squad. That's unheard of. If anything, it's more common for a 4-man and up squad, but never less than 3. Wait, that's it. He thought as he heard Hiruzen chuckle when Naruto realized the true meaning of the test. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his chakra, feeling the presence of Shikamaru and Temari. Lesson 1: Naruto Taijutsu. Kakashi said from behind Naruto, as Naruto barely felt him appear behind him before he jumped back into the clearing, Kakashi hot on his trail as he went for a lazy kick. Naruto brought his hands up, blocking the kick as he moved in to try and hit Kakashi, who simply deflected or dodged all the attacks lazily, still reading his book. Frowning, Naruto formed his favorite Handizan, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clones. He shouted, forming a platoon of clones, 2 of them moving in the smoke to his teammates. Very good, Naruto Otudo, using the smoke as cover to reach your team, he said as he put his book eye. Lesson 2: Ninjutsu. He said to Naruto as he went through some hand seals. Katan. Hozenka no Jutsu, fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. He shouted, firing the small balls of fire into the gathered Narutos, dispersing a large portion of them before the remaining clones went through a series of hand seals and sink all of their cheeks, filling up with chakra before releasing it. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, water release. Water wall. A dome of water surrounding their teacher before crashing into him, getting the memories of the clones that dispersed. Naruto smirked as he created another platoon of clones to reinforce the remaining of clones who stood on the water waiting for Kakashi to appear. Using the smoke, once more Naruto retreated into a small clearing where his teammates waited for him. Alright, my clones are keep Kakashi busy, but they can't hold him off for long. So let's get to planning, he said as the 3 Chunin went to work. Naruto paused once his last clone was destroyed, rubbing his chest lightly. That was the last one. Geez, Kakashi really wasn't messing around, he said as Kakashi appeared between all of them. Yo, he said with an eye smile as the ninja jumped back into their stances. You have an hour, he said as he made some hand seals quickly. Lesson 3: Jinjutsu. He said under his breath, placing the young ninja under an unnoticeable Jinjutsu as Naruto charged forward, his katana drawn. The katana had a long blade with the top red and the actual blade black. There was no crossguard, however one could be formed with chakra. It had a blue handle with the Uzumaki symbol displayed proudly on the handle. Going for a swing, Kakashi easily dodged it as he kicked Naruto away, who flipped in midair as he skidded to a stop next to Temari. Frowning, he could have sworn he had gotten Kakashi, however he realized something. Jinjutsu, he shouted as he released it with everyone else as they realized they hadn't moved after all when they all thought they had charged the man. Half an hour, he called out as Naruto nodded to Shikamaru as he moved in, swinging his sword once more, which Kakashi blocked with a kunai, as the two were caught in a series of parries and swing, each time a clang ringing out. Temari pulled out her fan as Shikamaru's shadow stretched out, grabbing Kakashi just long enough for Kakashi to freeze, allowing Naruto to cut the bells of Temari, blasting them over to Shikamaru with a swing of her fan. Realizing that the bells were gone, Kakashi smiled, putting away his kunai. One more test before I pass them, he thought as he looked at the team. Good job, you guys. However, you have 2 bells. Shikamaru, who are you going to give the second one to? He asked as Shikamaru looked at the bells for a minute before tossing them both to Naruto and Temari, who caught them with some confusion. It's too troublesome to be a ninja, so both of the troublesome blondes can go ahead and be a ninja, Shikamaru said with a shrug, only to be dinged in the head by one of the bells courtesy of Naruto. You lazy Nara. I say if not all of us pass, none of us pass, he said to Kakashi as Temari tossed the bell back to Kakashi. Is that your final answer? He asked, his tone warned of pain. Seeing all the Chunin nod, he gave an eye smile. In that case, you all pass, he said as he motioned the new team to follow him, which they did to a large crystal. Do any of you know what this is? Kakashi asked as Naruto nodded. It's the memorial stone, right? Tusan took me to see it a couple of times, Naruto said as Kakashi nodded in return. That's right, Otudo. This stone has the name of every shinobi that's fallen in the name of Konoha. Most of my own Chunin team is on it, he said softly, rubbing the names of Obito and Rin's sadness, taking his eyes not that his team could see. So why are you showing us this? Temari asked in confusion. Well, it's part of the reason for this test. I wanted to see if you could work together and help each other. In this world, there's a large emphasis on finishing the mission at any cost, even if you have to leave comrades behind. However, I believe those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. He said, letting what he told his team to sink in. Once he was satisfied that he had achieved the desired effect, he smiled under his mask. Anyway, we're an official team now. I gotta go fill out paperwork with Minato-sensei. So tomorrow we'll have our first training and mission, he said as Naruto cheered Temari and Shikamaru elected to smile happily. 1 week later, training under Kakashi was hell. Pure and simple, and D-rank missions were the most useless thing ever. They had already done so many in the academy as well. Kakashi would break each of the genin by having them do physical training, which include running laps, push-ups, etc., followed by chakra control exercises before finishing with specialization training for whatever the genin wanted to work on, only to then be followed up with mind-numbing missions like picking weeds or painting fences. Enough is enough, Naruto shouted within the mission assignment room as the other two genin nodded. Kakashi simply rolled his eyes. And what do you mean by that, Naruto-kun? Minato asked, already knowing what his son wanted. No more D ranks, we did plenty of those in the academy. I want a C rank mission, Naruto shouted as the other two genin nodded in agreement. Once more they were tired of catching that damned cat Tora as well. I suppose you're right, Minato said as Irika looked on in horror. But Hokage-sama, they're fresh graduates from the academy, Irika said with confusion, looking at their Hokage. I know, Irika-kun, however I think they're ready. Besides, Kakashi is with them. Looking at the scrolls of missions, Minato picked up one that he thought was suitable. A town in eastern Hino Kuni has reported trouble with bandits. You're to travel to this village and deal with the problem, he said, tossing the scroll to Kakashi, who nodded, seeing the look from Minato. But Hokage-sama, Irika began, only to be cut off by a look from Minato, who shook his head. Good luck, Team 7, he said as all the genin nodded, looking at Kakashi. Meet me at the gate in an hour with enough supplies for a week, he said with an eye smile as the team dismissed, leaving to grab their supplies. Once they were ready, they convened at the gates ready to go. Let's go, guys, we should arrive in a day's time, Kakashi said after inspecting what the genin brought with them. Nodding, the team took off into the woods surrounding Konoha. Chapter 5, Back-to-Back C Ranks. Team 7 jumped through the forest of Hino Kuni in relative silence, saying nothing to each other, as most were excited to have left the walls of Konoha on their first mission. Naruto nervously fidgeted with his gear. Kakashi held up his hand as they approached a clearing. As the team came to a halt, the genin breathed a little harder than normal, but otherwise were in good shape as Kakashi gave them the signal to circle up. Alright guys, I need to fully explain the mission to you guys. We have orders to not capture the bandits, but to kill them. These will be your first kills, however, that's the life of a ninja. I understand this will be difficult, and if you can't do it, I understand, Kakashi said as the genin looked between each other, as if having a conversation through looks. We understand, Kakashi-sensei. However, we're ready, at least as ready as we can be, Naruto said with a frown as Kakashi nodded. I'll protect all of you no matter what. I have all of your backs, Kakashi said with an eye smile as the team took off, once more Temari and Naruto next to each other. Are you sure about this, Naruto-kun? She asked Naruto with concern in both her eyes and voice as she looked at her future husband. I don't like the idea of killing, but if I'm going to become the super awesome shinobi I want to be, there's really no choice. I will kill to protect the people I love, which includes you, he said with a smile which reassured Temari, who returned the smile. Are you going to be fine with this, Temari-chan? Naruto asked with the same amount of concern that Temari had shown to him. Yeah, I've already steeled myself that as a ninja, I will have to kill to protect the ones I love, she said as Shikamaru appeared next to the two. Are you going to be okay with this, Shikamaru? Naruto asked as Shikamaru frowned, but shrugged nonetheless. Yeah, it's troublesome, but I figured this would happen one day, he said as Kakashi hopped behind them, smiling under his mask as his students talked amongst themselves. Seeing the village in the distance, the team speed up as they arrived at the outskirts, villagers spotting the ninja and began talking to themselves, happy that they had arrived. It didn't take long for them to walk to the center of the village as a village elder ran out to meet them. Shinobi-sen, thank you for coming too quickly, he called out as he bowed to the team of genin, which they returned, raising up. The village elder motioned for them to follow him into his office. So what can you tell us about the bandits? Kakashi asked once they entered the office as the village elder offered some snacks and drinks to the team, which the Chunin gratefully accepted. While so far we know there's about 50 of them most of the time, they'll just attack our supplies. However, they've gotten bolder and have elected to attack the outskirts of the village. We think they're encamped down the river, as that's where most of the attacks come from. The village elder explained as Kakashi took mental notes of the information. Do you know if there's any hostages? Kakashi asked, which made the elder frown and nod. Mostly women and the occasional child and a few of our fighting-age men. The elder told him as Kakashi nodded. Okay, we'll scout out the camp today and attack tonight. We should return in the morning. Kakashi told the villager elder, who thanked them as they left. All right, try not to be seen or attack anyone at all costs. We're just seeing what's there. Kakashi told his Chunin, who nodded as they once again took to the trees heading south down the river. Halting near a clearing, they could hear the bustle of a camp. Nodding to each other, the ninja fanned out, getting an eye on the camp. Naruto frowned. He counted roughly 75 bandits, but he didn't see any fighting-age men. He did, however, see women being dragged around by their hair. Most had rags, while some of the women didn't have anything. Almost all of them were dirty and roughed up. Holding down his rage, he reached out with his chakra. While most of them didn't have chakra, he did feel a few ex-shinobi from what it felt like. Looking over to Kakashi, he could see that the man was thinking the same thing. We weren't given the full story, it seems. Everyone thought as they observed the camp, looking for choke points, areas of most resistance, where prisoners might be kept, etc. Once Kakashi saw everything he needed, and he was sure the Chunin had done the same, he gave the signal to regroup. The Chunin left their spots, returning to a small clearing to the north of the camp. Alright, it looks like there was more to the story than we've been led on. Naruto, I'm sure you felt the 3 large chakra signatures as well, right? They felt to be around Chunin level, so I am officially upgrading this mission to AB rank. He said, lightly shocking the young Chunin, but they nodded nonetheless. Grabbing a stick and making a patch of dirt, Kakashi began to draw the camp layout with X's on the entrances and exits of the camp. He also circled key tents of interest where he believed prisoners were being kept. Okay, here's the plan, Naruto. You're a good all-around ninja, and as such you and I will be sneaking into the camp after dusk. I'll search this tent, and you search this one, he said, pointing to the 2 largest tents, which Naruto nodded to. Our first priority is to find any prisoners and protect them. Once they've been found, one of us will fire the signal in the air, which will be a kotan technique, he said as the Chunin nodded. Turning to Temari and Shikamaru, he continued. Temari, you'll wait on the edge of the camp and wait to provide support. If need be, you'll also be tasked with blocking the exits once the time comes to attack. Shikamaru, you'll be with Temari. Once the signal has been given, you'll rush to support me and Naruto. Temari is with Naruto, and Shikamaru, you're with me, he said, looking at his team to see if there were any doubts. Seeing none, he gave an eye smile. You guys will do fine. I won't let any of you die, he said as the Chunin went off to get some rest and prepare for the night. 2 of the Chunin checked and then double-checked their kunai and shuriken supplies. Naruto checked his scrolls to make sure his extra weapons were ready to be called upon. Temari checked her fan for any signs of damage or holes in the material. Satisfied there was none, she double-checked the fan again. Shikamaru took a nap. All right, team, it's time. I have faith in all of you, he said as the shinobi took to the trees, quickly arriving at the camp. It was still alive with activity as the bandits milled around at the edge of the camp. Kakashi and Naruto split off as Naruto blended into the shadows. Sneaking around the camp, Naruto stopped behind some boxes as he listened in on some bandits. Do you really think the boss is going to accept this deal with Orochimaru? Make all of us stronger, one of the bandits asked. Why wouldn't he? It's Orochimaru, one of the strongest people alive, the bandit said as Naruto moved on after a patrol passed him by. Say, Gigi, wasn't Orochimaru one of your students? Naruto asked as he crept around the camp. Yes, sadly, he was Naruto-kun, but the boy was always troubled looking for power. However, I noticed it far too late. I wish I had helped him more, Hiruzen said with sadness and regret in his voice. We can discuss this more later, Naruto-kun. However, right now is not the time, Hiruzen said, cutting the connection as Naruto arrived outside his tent. A guard stood outside the tent, unmoving. Naruto frowned as he pulled out a tri-pronged kunai, throwing it quickly into the neck of the man, who let out a wet gurgle as blood filled his neck and mouth. Hurrying over, Naruto placed the man behind some boxes, washing the blood away with a Suiton jutsu. Satisfied that the evidence was hidden, Naruto peeked into the tent. As he saw no one, he fully entered the tent, and what he saw scared him for life. The area was filled with dead bodies which had been torn apart, it seemed, and dissected, barely containing the bile filling his throat. Naruto quickly left the tent, bumping into somebody. Looking up in horror was one of the larger chakra signatures he had felt. It was a female who looked to be about 18. She had long black hair and had on a simple purple flowing robes. Around her waist was a large purple rope tying together the robes, which had nothing else on underneath. Who's this? A little fox in the wrong area," she said sweetly as a kunai appeared in her hand, ready to pierce Naruto if hadn't unsheathed his katana. In time, a clang sounding out through the area as sparks flew away from the blades that had just clashed together. A fireball erupted into the air as fighting broke out within the camp between the rest of the Chunin team and the bandits. What's this? The fox has friends, huh?" she said, kicking Naruto in the stomach and into a tent where two bandits were just waking up. "Oh, look what we have here, a boy playing ninja," the older of the bandits said as he pulled out what had the form of a sword. However, the steel was so bent and destroyed it was hard to distinguish it as a sword. "Let's teach him a lesson, shall we?" said the other bandit with a butcher knife out. The female ninja elected to simply watch as Naruto parried an attack from the odd-looking sword with his own, jumping away from the butcher knife, which tried to take his head off. "Naruto-kun," shouted Temari as she fended out a few bandits using her fan to crush their skulls as one of the other signatures appeared before her. This man looked to be 25 with spiky brown hair as he wore a purple suit with the same rope tied around his waist. Orochimaru-sama is interested in that one," he said, kicking her away from Naruto, who stabbed the bandit with the butcher knife through the heart. You bastard," shouted the man as he went for a wild swing, only for Naruto to knock away the sword, throwing a shuriken straight into his through, killing the man where he stood. "You fight well, Fox-san, but is it good enough?" she asked, forming some hand seal as she fired a large fireball at Naruto. Naruto stabbed his sword into the ground, quickly forming hand seals of his own as his chest puffed up, spitting out a wall of water. "Suiton, Suijin Hiki, water release, water wall technique," she shouted as the two jutsu collided, forming a cloud of steam surrounding the two as Naruto searched for his opponent's signature, which had vanished only to reappear right next to him. "Very good, Fox-san, but it's not enough," she said into his ear before kicking him in the side and away from his sword. Grunting, Naruto held his side as he slid to a halt, feeling a few cracked ribs which the fox was already healing. Speeding through some hand seals, Naruto's chest puffed out as he blew a large blast of air, which was close to the force of a hurricane. "Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough," he shouted, blowing away the steam and attempting to blow away the winds, blasting into a few of the bandits who were milling around in the area, killing them. My, what a powerful attack," she said as she stood in the same spot next to his sword, only her hair being messed up. However, she looked fine otherwise. "Just who the hell are you?" Naruto shouted as he unsealed his tanto, charging once more towards the girl, going for a swing to the head, which the girl blocked calmly with a kunai, as Naruto used the force of the blades to go for a roundhouse kick, which the girl blocked as well. Jumping back, Naruto formed two platoons of clones, one platoon dispersing throughout the camp to help his squad, while the other platoon charged the lady who blocked and killed clones left and right. Three Narutos jumped up with Razengans formed in their hands, descending upon the lady, who pushed the two outer ones away and kicked the last one in the face, all three dispersing. However, she let out a grunt as a Rasengan dug into her back, sending her flying through some tents. Panting slightly, Naruto grinned. However, it turned to a look of terror as she stood up from the tents, cracking her neck. "This is getting interesting, Fox-san, but can you keep it up?" she asked. "With Temari." Temari panted as she blocked another kick from the man with her fan, attempting to knock him away, only for him to duck under the giant fan, going in for a punch, causing Temari to jump back once more. "This is just annoying," she shouted, opening the fan. She swung it multiple times, sending blades of wind towards the man. "Futon, Kazakiri no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. She shouted as the man brought his arms up, which gained slices from the wind, cutting into them, let them drop to the side. Once she was done, Temari frowned as the man charged once more towards her. You really think such a weak jutsu would kill me? He asked as he launched a barrage of kicks, sending Temari flying into a stack of crates, destroying most of them. The man went to attack her once more, however, he was stopped by a squad of Naruto clones. Two of the clans punched the man in the stomach, doubling him over. One of the clones kicked him in the chin, sending him flying up into the air, while the last two clones kicked him in the face, sending him flying into a tin, collapsing it down on top of him. The boss sends his regards, Temari-chan, said the leader of the clones as Temari slowly got up, leaning on her fan. Thank you, Naruto. I would have been a goner if you guys haven't arrived, she said with a smile. However, her happiness was short-lived as one of the clones was literally torn in half at the waist, dispersing in a puff of smoke. You annoying brat. I'll kill you for that, he shouted as blood rolled down his face from a gash in his forehead with cuts in his clothes. He smashed through most of the clones, however, two of them escaped his wrath, jumping next to Temari. The two remaining clones formed Razengans, one appearing on both sides, as they shoved the balls of chakra grinding into the man's sides. However, they were both dispersed in a puff of smoke as the man's fist caved through their heads. However, he hollowed in pain from the holes in his side. I'm going to kill that brat, he shouted, only to be blown away by Temari with a swing of her fan as he skidded along the ground, slowly getting up as black marks started to cover his body. I can't believe some snot-nosed brats are making me use this, he growled as he moved with speed no man should possess as he punched Temari in the side, sending her sprawling out. The man stood over her, ready to cave in her chest, only to pause with obvious restraint. Sorry, we're late, Temari-chan, came the voice of Kakashi as electricity raced up his arm, a Sharingan flaring in his left eye. Hurry up, Kakashi-sensei. I can't hold him much longer, shouted Shikamaru. 10 minutes earlier with Kakashi. Kakashi moved stealthily through the camp, sticking from cover to cover, staying within the shadows as he made his way to his tent. Along the way, he heard mention of Orochimaru from some of the bandits. Frowning, Kakashi made a mental note to inform Minato of this development. As soon as they got back to Konoha, finally arriving at his tent, he sweat drops seeing the guard was taking a nap, quietly slitting the man's throat. He pulled him behind some boxes and moved inside. Seeing some hostages, he motioned for them to keep quiet as he moved outside to send the signal. However, he was greeted with what looked like an ex-Konoha shinobi with about 20 bandits surrounding him. Kakashi Hitaki, I'm surprised they sent you to deal with me, said the man, white shoulder-length hair with a slight hint of blue to it and green eyes. He wore the standard attire of the Konohanin before his defection, which included flak jacket and forehead protector that he wore like a bandana. The symbol for Konoha, however, was crossed off. You look familiar. Wait, Mizuki? You used to be in academy, however you defected a year ago, Kakashi said with a small frown under his mask. My reputation precedes me, I'm happy, he said with a small smirk. Kakashi speed through some hand seals as he brought his hand up to his face, breathing out a large fireball. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, he shouted as he formed two Kage Bunshin alongside him, the bandits charging past Mizuki. What a loser, he didn't even aim at us, shouted a bandit with a laugh, only for it to die in his throat as a kunai made its way into his throat, the man dropping dead as Shikamaru appeared next to Kakashi, his hands shaking lightly. This is troublesome, Kakashi-sensei, he said as Kakashi's clones charged into the bandits, hacking and slashing the men with kunai and throwing shuriken into others when they had the chance. I know, Shikamaru, however, this is not the time to dwell on your first kill, he told Shikamaru, who nodded as the two joined the fray. Shikamaru, slamming a kunai through someone's chin, killing him instantly, while Kakashi finished off the remaining bandits, leaving only Mizuki. I see those bandits were only someone such as Sharingan. No, Kakashi, however, I am no bandit, said Mizuki as he pulled a large shuriken off his back, spinning it in his hand as he sent it flying towards Kakashi. How blocked his with a kunai, sending it flying off course as Mizuki appeared in front of the man, their kunai clashing against each other. Shikamaru charged towards Mizuki's side, only swinging at his stomach, which Mizuki barely dodged as he kicked the Nara away, a cut appearing in his shirt as Kakashi went to slice his neck. Mizuki leaned back behind it, dropping onto his hands. He kicked his legs up, hitting Kakashi in the chin, sending him into the air before kicking him in the stomach. Kakashi slid to a halt with a grunt as he held his stomach as a clone punched Mizuki, sending him sprawling to the ground as he growled in anger. Jumping up, he sent a barrage of kunai into the two clones, which dispersed in a cloud of smoke. "You're better than I thought you would be after training a team of brats, Kakashi," Mizuki said, spitting out some blood. "I'll take that as a compliment," Kakashi said as the two men charged once more, throwing their kunai against each other, clangs echoing throughout their section of the camp. Neither man could gain an advantage till a Naruto appeared, kicking Mizuki in the head as the rest of the squad appeared, giving Kakashi a mock salute. Kakashi-sensei, Squad 2 First Platoon reporting for combat, came the leader of the squad as Kakashi simply rolled his eye. Well, if it isn't the QB brat," Mizuki said as Shikamaru gained a look of confusion and Kakashi gained a look of fear as he quickly charged the man to silence him. "Seems I've struck a nerve, Kakashi," he said with a smirk as he and Kakashi fought once more. However, he was forced to duck as a clone was thrown at him, Kakashi kneeing the man in the face as a crack was heard. "You son of a bitch, you broke my nose," he yelled in anger as he took a calm breath, only to block a kunai swipe from Shikamaru. "Do you brats ever learn?" he said, trying to kick Shikamaru again, only for a Naruto to grab the kick as spun in a circle, sending the man flying. However, a kunai was sent into its chest courtesy of Mizuki, slamming into the walls of the camp, forming a crater in it. Mizuki let out a groan as he got out of the wall. "I can't believe you've forced me to this point," Mizuki said as black marks formed around his body as Kakashi gained a look of horror. Shikamaru Naruto's "be careful" his power just increased tenfold, Kakashi said as he lifted up his Hitaiate, showing his Sharingan to the world. "Wow, I'm honored to see such an eye," Mizuki said, his voice slightly deeper. "Nobody has ever lived to see it twice," Kakashi said as Mizuki disappeared, slamming his elbow into Kakashi's chest as Kakashi grabbed it, slicing into Mizuki's bicep, making him howl in pain as Kakashi coughed up some spittle and blood. The two engaged each other in a fierce battle of taijutsu, Mizuki landing a cut of Kakashi's arm as the two jumped away from each other as Kakashi pulled out a scroll, wiping some of his blood on it as he slammed it on the ground. "Kuchios, Doton, Suga no Jutsu, Summoning, Earth Release, Tracking Fong Technique," he shouted as Mizuki cried in pain when a pack of dogs bit into Mizuki. However, the man moved forward slowly and painful. "Naruto, Shikamaru, hold him down," Kakashi ordered as Shikamaru dropped onto a knee, holding his hands in a rat seal, his shadow extending to Mizuki as the remaining clones jumped onto the man, some being dispersed. "Kageme no Jutsu, Shadow Imitation Technique, Success," shouted as Mizuki was completely frozen in his place as Kakashi held his arm, a surge of electricity surrounding it. "You were a good opponent, Mizuki," Kakashi said as a look of fear came from Mizuki as he struggled even more, trying to escape as Kakashi charged the man, his hand pulling back before stretching forward as Shikamaru released the shadow, his hand diving through Mizuki's chest and heart. "Raikiri, Lightning Cutter," he shouted as blood spurted on Kakashi's hand and out of Mizuki's chest as he withdrew his hand, the life slowly fading from Mizuki's eyes before he fell dead, the Ninkan pack dispersing as their job was done. "Come on, let's go help Temari," Kakashi said as Shikamaru nodded, the clones dispersing to deal with the bandits. Back to the present. Kakashi charged forward once more as he drove his hand through the man's chest, killing him instantly with another shout of the Jutsu's name. Once the man slid off his arm, Kakashi began to pant as he recovered his Sharingan. Holding his hand out, Temari grabbed it as she was pulled to her feet, offering the two a smile as they turned to watch Naruto's fight. Temari and Shikamaru looked ready to charge in, however Kakashi held them back. "Wait, let Naruto handle this, will help if he needs it," Kakashi said as they watched Naruto and the lady trade steel back and forth. Naruto was covered in cuts and sweat as his clothes were trashed. The lady also had quite a few cuts cover her as Naruto jumped away from the lady as he blazed through some hand seals. "Suetun," De Teppadama, water release. Great gunshot. He shouted as his cheeks puffed up, sending a large torrent of water at the lady, tearing up the grass, as she simply placed her kunai in front of her, deflecting the water in 2 directions away from her. It seems my allies are all dead, Fox, and Orochimaru will not be happy, however he'll be pleased with how strong you are. Goodbye, she said, blowing a kiss at Naruto before disappearing as if she was never there. Dropping to the ground, Naruto panted as his team appeared next to him. Good job, Naruto Otudo, the camp's been cleared out, so let's return to the village, Kakashi said as he picked up Naruto in a piggyback ride, leaving a clone behind who destroyed the camp in a wave of fire, leaving no evidence it was there. Once they made it back to the village, they were greeted by a large crowd, including the hostages, who thanked them profusely. Ninja-san, please, is there anything we can do for you? Asked the village elder as Kakashi set Naruto back on his feet. Yes, we could use somewhere to stay and rest for tonight, Kakashi said as the village elder was more than happy to provide each with their own room. Kakashi passed out as soon as he hit his own bed as the genin washed themselves of the blood. Naruto stepped outside, looking at the full moon that covered the area that night. Sighing as he felt as if the blood was still there, he felt Temari's chakra walk up behind him as she hugged him closely from behind. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? She asked, concerned for her future husband, as Naruto nodded. Yeah, nothing the fox can't heal. What about you? Are you holding up all right? He asked, avoiding what he had seen. I'll be fine. I'm just a little shook up from my fight and killing a couple of the men, she said softly as Naruto turned around, holding her tightly as he placed his head gently on her own. I know what you mean, he said softly as the two stayed like this for a while before they returned to Naruto's room. Turning in for the night, they held each other closer that night, as if they were afraid one of them might disappear. Time to wake up, lovebirds, Kakashi said in the morning from behind their door, as the two groaned, waking up and getting dressed, meeting the rest of their team out in front of the town as they were waved goodbye. How are all of you holding up? Kakashi asked as they set off back towards Konoha. We're both fine, I'm just shaken up a little is all, Naruto said as Temari nodded. Shikamaru simply frowned. It was troublesome, but I think we'll get through it, Shikamaru said as he subtly glanced at Naruto, wondering what Mizuki meant by fox brat. However, he elected not to ask about it. The team had made it halfway back before a courier. Team 7. Urgent message from Hokage-sama, shouted the courier, exhausted as the team came to a stop. Handing the scroll to Kakashi, who read it over, the man waited for a response. Inform Minato-sensei we will immediately redirect towards Nami no Kuni, he told the man, who saluted, taking off towards Konoha. What's up, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, confused. Team 8 took a C-rank mission, however Itachi has bumped it up to a A-rank mission after running into the Demon Brothers. Were to meet them at the house of their client as soon as possible, he said as he looked towards Wave. We're about a 2 days journey, so let's get moving, he shouted as the ninja took off once more, heading toward Wave. 2 days later, Team 7 stood on the shore of Hai no Kuni, panting heavily. They had run for almost 2 days straight to rendezvous with Team 8 before they reached Nami no Kuni, as there were very few ways onto the island. TT team, Naruto panted out to Sasuke, who frowned. You're not looking too good there, dope, he said as Ino glomped onto Naruto. Naruto-kun, I'm so happy to see you, she shouted as Naruto didn't have the willpower to push her off. Please, Ino-chan, can't breath, he gasped out as Ino released the man glaring daggers at Temari, who returned the glare. Naruto finally saw their client, who didn't seem happy to see who their reinforcements client was, a gray-haired, bespectacled man with a large beard and dark eyes. He wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants, and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. More brats to protect me? He asked as Kakashi paused from speaking to Itachi and Izumi. Trust me, Tsuno, was it? My team and Itachi-kun's team will be more than enough to handle whatever else is thrown our way, Kakashi said as Tazuna huffed, but accepted it nonetheless. Once the boat finally arrived, they were ferried across the water, the genin gasping at the size of the bridge. Keep it down, we don't want to be caught, the driver said in a hushed tone as he cut the engine as the teams drifted to shore. Once they reached the shore, the two teams dismounted as they formed a protective formation around Tazuna, with Naruto and Sasuke in the front. Shikamaru was on his left and Ino on his right. Temari and Yakumo brought up the rear. The three senseis formed a triangle around Tazuna, with Itachi up at the front. "How have you been, Naruto-kun?" Itachi asked with a smile, which Naruto returned. "I've been good, Itachi-sensei. How are you, and Izumi?" Naruto asked as Itachi's smile softened. "Well, we've set a date. I'm sure Kushina will receive the invite soon," he said as Naruto felt a chakra signature appear next to them. Glancing at Itachi, he nodded, feeling the signature as well. Swiftly, he pulled out a kunai, throwing it where he felt the chakra from. However, a little bunny was all that came out from it. "Wow, Naruto-san, what an amazing near kill you had there," Yakumo said from the rear. However, Naruto ignored her, looking at the bunny. It was Snow White in the middle of summer. Something just didn't add up in his mind, and then they heard something flying through the mist. "Get down," shouted Kakashi as Ino and Temari pulled down Tazuna, as everyone ducked under a massive sword flying overhead. "Wow, what an entourage you've amassed, Tazuna, Itachi, Uchiha, Izumi, Uchiha, and Kakashi Hitaki, so that makes a total of what, 5 Sharingan protecting you," the man said as he appeared on his sword. Sasuke shot Itachi a look, who returned him a look that said, "We'll talk about it later." "Zabuza Momochi, I'm surprised to see you here," Kakashi said as the mist lowered a little bit, revealing the now named Zabuza. Zabuza was a tall and noticeably muscular man with light grayish skin, short spiky black hair, dark brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was normally seen wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. He wore his forehead protector sideways on his head. He was shirtless, with his chest only covered by a belt to which he attached his kubikurabocho, wearing baggy pants with the striped pattern typical of Kirigakure, and mimetic wrist warmers extending up to his elbows, with matching leg warmers. "Gato seems rather keen on killing this man, so of course he would hire the best," Zabuza said as he flashed through some hand seals. The mist thickened till it was impossible to see more than 2 feet. "Kirigakure no jutsu, hiding in the mist technique," he said lightly as he pulled his sword out of the tree. "Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, juglar, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart, 8 different points that can kill a man instantly. Where shall I strike?" Zabuza's voice came through the mist as if it was everywhere. "Perhaps the heart," Zabuza said within the formation, as every genin turned as Zabuza swung his sword in an attempt to decapitate. However, a kunai courtesy of Itachi stopped him as his Sharingan flared to life. Izumi appeared next to Itachi as she kicked Zabuza in the stomach, sending him flying onto the lake. "I'll take care of this, Itachi-kun, Izumi-chan," Kakashi said with an eye smile as he reached up, uncovering his Sharingan. "If you say so, Kakashi Taicho," Itachi said as Izumi nodded. Kakashi charged forward as he and Zabuza clashed kunai against Kubikurabocho as sparks flew off the 2 blades. "You're pretty good, Kakashi," Zabuza said as he kicked Kakashi in the stomach, sending the man flying into the water. Struggling to get up, Kakashi began to wonder why the water felt so heavy. However, he realized too late. "Suiro no jutsu, water prison technique," Zabuza called out as a sphere of water surrounded Kakashi, trapping him. 3 Zabuza clones forming out of the lake as they stood protectively of the real Zabuza. "Kakashi-sensei," shouted Naruto as Kakashi simply smiled, sending a nod his way. Itachi and Naruto both stepped up, Naruto with his sword out, and Itachi with a kunai prepared. "Follow my lead, Naruto-kun," Itachi said as Naruto pulled out a tri-pronged kunai, the two throwing them at the clones, which they blocked effortlessly as both Itachi and Naruto appeared in front of a clone, their respective weapons clashing against each other. Tri-pronged kunai, blonde hair, blue eyes, and red tips on his hair. A Uzumaki sword, Zabuza said to himself before his eyes widened in realization. "You have to be shitting me, you're the brat of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki," Zabuza shouted in realization as Naruto grinned. "You're right," Naruto said as he sliced through the clone with an overhead swing. However, he was forced to block another sword of the last clone. However, the clone was dispatched quickly by Itachi, who stabbed him in the side. The two threw more kunai, as Zabuza, who was forced to dodge the kunai, releasing Kakashi from the jutsu. Thank you Naruto Otudo Itachi-kun, I'll take it from here. Kakashi shouted as he and Zabuza started to flash through hand seals. What? Those are dash, Zabuza began. The exact same hand seals I'm making. Kakashi finished. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. They both shouted as two dragons of water appeared circling around the shinobi before clashing against each other, canceling both of them out. What the hell? Zabuza called out as they both blazed through hand seals once more. However, Kakashi was quicker. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi shouted as a large torrent of water crashed into Zabuza, sending him into a group of trees as he sprawled out. Can you see the future? Zabuza asked in pain, staring at Kakashi as he walked closer. Yes, and I see your future is death. Kakashi said as he was about to strike, only for 3 Sunbon driving into Zabuza's neck. Thank you Konoha-san, however I can take it from here. As a Kiri Hunter Nin appeared quickly, throwing Zabuza over his shoulder and disappeared. Kakashi Itachi and Izumi frowned as Kakashi recovered his Sharingan as he walked over to the rest of the shinobi. Alright Tanzawa-san, let's get to your house. And actually, someone might have carried me. Kakashi said before flopping to the ground, passed out. Kakashi-sensei, shouted all of Team 7 as Itachi rolled his eyes. Looks like Kakashi Taicho used his Sharingan too much, he said as he and Naruto picked up the man and made their way to Tezuna's home, where they were greeted by Tezuna's daughter Tsunami. Tsunami has long blue-colored hair. She wears a short-sleeved pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red in color. She also wears a long blue skirt. Thank you so much Ninja-san for protecting my father, she said with a bow, which the ninja, who weren't carrying Kakashi, returned. Thank you for hosting us during our stay here. However, is there some place we can place Kakashi Taicho? Itachi asked as she nodded, leading Naruto and Kakashi to the spare room. Once Kakashi was situated, Naruto and Itachi returned to the main room once more. Alright, get some rest guys, we're all going to need it, Izumi said as the Chunin split off to rest. Team 7 was exhausted after non-stop moving for 3 days almost. Chapter 6, The Great Naruto Bridge. Kakashi awoke with a start, glancing around in confusion on the unfamiliar room. He calmed down when he spotted Itachi sitting in the corner, seemingly asleep. Trying to sit up, Kakashi bit down a groan of pain as his stomach felt as if it was on fire. I wouldn't do that, Kakashi Taicho, you took quite a beating from Zabuza, Itachi said without opening his eyes as Kakashi laid back down. You know he's still alive, right Itachi-kun? Kakashi asked as he moved his head to look at Itachi, who simply nodded. And where are the Chunin? Kakashi asked as Itachi finally decided to open his eyes. Izumi-chan is currently training them. Tezuna said it could take upwards of a month for the bridge to be completed, so it's for the best we start training them. It should probably take Zabuza the same time to recover as well, Itachi said as Kakashi nodded, finally forcing himself up as Itachi handed him some crutches. Thank you Itachi-kun, let's go see me cute little Chunin, Kakashi said with an eye smile as they exited the room and entered the living room. Oh Ninja-san, I'm glad to see you awake. I'm Tsunami, Tsunami said with a small bow, which Kakashi tried his best to return. Please call me Kakashi, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kakashi said as he leaned up, right Tsunami doing the same as she smiled. We'll get out of your hair now, Tsunami-san, Itachi said as they walked out of the woods and into the clearing. Has Minato-sensei been alerted to everything that's happened here? Kakashi asked as Itachi nodded. Yes, I sent a crow to Konoha with information about our mission here and how it has changed, however I haven't heard anything back yet. I wonder if Kushina-sama found out. Itachi finished with a snicker, which Kakashi shared at his sensei's possible misfortune. Finally arriving where their teams were training, Itachi and Sasuke were greeted by Naruto and Sasuke, fighting while neither of them could gain the upper hand in the bout of taijutsu. It's good to see you up and moving, Kakashi-san, Izumi said with a sweet smile, which Kakashi returned as an eye smile. Thank you Izumi-san, he said as he returned to watching Naruto and Sasuke spar. How long have they been at it? He asked, curious how long the two self-proclaimed rivals could fight. Might want to say about half an hour, she said as if she was talking about the weather. Half an hour of pure taijutsu? How can they keep this up? Kakashi asked in confusion as Itachi and Izumi gave each other a look. I think their longest spar was 2 hours, I'm not sure why, but when it's them fighting they can find stamina from nowhere. Izumi said with a sigh while Itachi simply shook his head and Kakashi's eye began to twitch. Guess I have some training to increase, he said with a sweet voice. Temari looked over at Izumi and smiled excitedly when she saw Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you're up, she shouted, causing Shikamaru to look over at Kakashi and Naruto to do the same, only to be sent sprawling courtesy of a punch by Sasuke. However, Naruto recovered quickly as he launched himself into Kakashi, nearly taking the masked man out. Whoa, Tudo, I know you're happy to see me, but you don't have to take me out. He ruffled Naruto's hair affectionately as he pushed the young boy away. Sorry, Kakashi and you had us worried is all, Naruto said with a large smile, happy to see Kakashi back up and moving. So what's this I hear about you having unlimited stamina to fight Sasuke? Kakashi asked with a predatory smirk under his mask as Naruto's face morphed into sheer horror. Please no, Kakashi, you already trained me so hard I can't take any more, he shouted, dropping to his knees begging for mercy. However, Kakashi was ready to show none as he simply shook his head. Sorry, Naruto already made my mind, so you can start by running up that tree over there. Let's start off with 100 times. Kakashi said nonchalantly as Naruto shook his head, only for Kakashi to lean in and whisper something to Kakashi. Kakashi gasped and looked at Kakashi in horror, questioning if he would actually do it. Nodding at Naruto was instantly moving up and down the tree. What did you threaten him with? Itachi asked Kakashi, who leaned over whispering in his ear as Itachi gave him a questioning look. Really? Itachi asked, which Kakashi nodded to. You're telling me Naruto dash. Kakashi quickly covered Itachi's mouth, looked deeply into his eyes. Seeing Itachi nod and understanding, Kakashi stepped, or rather hobbled away. Never would have thought, Itachi said as he watched Naruto rushing up and down the tree as if his life depended on it, which it did. What are you guys waiting for? Get to it. I want 50 laps from the both of you, Kakashi said, looking at Temari and Shikamaru, who sighed as they joined their blonde teammate in running up and down their own tree. Same goes for you guys, Itachi said, looking at his own team, who wasted no time in joining the other Chunin in running up and down the trees. Seeing that the Chunin would be busy for a while, Kakashi pulled out his orange book, which infuriated Izumi. Are you really reading that right in front of me? She asked as she rolled up her sleeve, attempting to hit Kakashi, who lazily dodged the attack. Now, Izumi-chan, we don't want to hurt Kakashi any more than he already is, do we? He asked his fiancée, not wanting his old Umbu captain to get injured. Fine, I would hurt the pervert, she said with a huff as Kakashi thought about something. Say, who's looking over to Zuna at the bridge right now? Kakashi asked, curious about who was protecting their client. I have a Kagebushin protecting him at the moment, however we should start rotating in our Chunin, Itachi said as Kakashi nodded, going back to his orange book, giggling lightly as he read. 1 hour later. After an hour of running, the Chunin were finally done as they laid on the ground, huffing and puffing as sweat seemed to cover the ground in a puddle around them. Looking up from his book, Kakashi smiled under his mask. Good, seems you guys are done. That's good. Go ahead and get some lunch. After that, you're free to do some specialization training of whatever you choose. Yes, that includes Fuinjutsu Naruto, he said, not even looking up from his book as he followed his Chunin into the house, Itachi and Izumi already having left to the bridge to protect the builder. Oh, finally done training, huh? Tsunami asked with a smile as she laid out some lunch for the young ninja in her house, who instantly went to work on the available food. They're done with their physical training, however, they're not quite done with their training for today, Kakashi said with an eye smile as he ate his own meal. Everyone paused, even Tsunami, to watch Kakashi as he brought some noodles up to his mask, however it seemed to go right through. Damn it, he's using a Jinjutsu, that's so not fair, Naruto shouted as the other's face planted at Kakashi's actions. After all this time, it's always the same thing, it's so troublesome, the resident Nara said as he tried to understand the logic behind the man's actions, however he could find any. I just don't get it. Even after living with the Uzumaki, I've never met a trait that seems to perplex me so much, Temari shouted in rage as she pulled at her pigtails in rage as the members of Team 8 tried to understand why Team 7 was so angry. Kakashi, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice as he plucked some food from Naruto's plate. "If you're not going to eat it, I will," Kakashi said with an eye smile as the genin looked between themselves before they went back to work demolishing the meal that Tsunami had made. Once each genin had their fill, they separated to do their own thing. Temari and Sasuke went outside to work on some ninjutsu. Ino and Shikamaru went off to play a game of shogi, while Naruto pulled out a book and a scroll working on some seals while Yakumo worked on some paintings. "What level seal master are you now, Naruto?" Kakashi asked as Naruto didn't even look up from his seal. "Level 3, which mom says good for someone my age. Most Uzumaki genin would only be reaching level 2 by now unless they were part of the royal line like I am," he said as he copied a seal matrix along the scroll over and over again. "Level 3? That's mostly combat seals, right? Or at least seals that are more aligned with combat?" Kakashi asked while he dabbled with self-made storage seals. He didn't use it for much more. "Yeah, it's explosive seals, different types of paralysis seals, and even some chakra restrained seals," Naruto said as he clicked his tongue as he messed up on a matrix. "Keep on the good work, Otuto. I'm going to check on everyone else," he said as he ruffled Naruto's hair once more, much to Naruto's displeasure as it messed up the seal again. Kakashi hobbled outside to watch as Temari and Sasuke destroyed their own tree, with Temari using her fan and Sasuke using fire jutsu. Temari, it must take a good amount of chakra to use your fan like that, right?" Kakashi asked as Temari stopped what she was doing as she huffed and puffed. Once she regained her composure and thought about it for a moment, she finally spoke. "I suppose it depends on what jutsu I use, but it takes quite a bit of chakra after a while," she said with a frown as she wondered why Kakashi asked such a thing. I know from your academy scores you're no slouch in taijutsu, and I've seen you use the fan as a weapon. I think we should train on what to do when you're getting low on chakra," he said with an eye smile. 2 weeks later. Team 7 and Team 8 had been rather busy the last 2 weeks with both teams on a rotation. One day Team 7 would be at the bridge with Team 8 training and by extension protecting Tsunami and her son Inari. Inari has spiky black hair and dark-colored eyes. He wore a green jumpsuit with a yellow shirt and a simple pair of sandals. He also wore a blue and white striped hat. Both teams of genin had come to despise the kid as he would constantly spout off about how they were all going to die to Gato. Each of the teams had seen Nami by now as well, and it all made them sick, even Kakashi and Itachi. To see everyone there in such despair, it was unbelievable. It had, however, strengthened everyone's resolve to free the nation of Gato no matter the cost. Each member of the team had also begun to train harder as a result. Currently, Naruto and Sasuke were laying on the ground panting hard after a fierce taijutsu bout between the two. Both hated to admit it, but neither could really gain the upper hand between the two. Naruto had speed behind him, while Sasuke had power behind his strikes. While Naruto could pepper Sasuke with hit after hit, he could never put the Uchiha down, while Sasuke could land one good hit on Naruto, and it would push him back. "God damn it, Naruto, what number is that?" Sasuke said as he covered his eyes with his arms, trying to catch his breath. 55? With a draw, Naruto said as he slowly pushed himself up only to fall back into the earth with a soft groan. "It's so comfortable in this grass, I think I'll stay here forever," Naruto said dreamily as Sasuke rolled his eyes. "What if I said dinner was ready?" Kakashi said as he poked his foot into the side of Naruto, who barely budged. "I would only move for ramen right now," he said from the grass as Kakashi rolled his eyes, kicking Naruto a little harder. "I guess I'll have to tell Kushi dashed." Kakashi was cut off as Naruto shot up running into the house as Sasuke looked at Kakashi confused. However, he slowly pushed himself up, dusting off his clothes. "You always seem to move him with the same threat. I want to learn it," Sasuke said with a dark chuckle, thinking of the blackmail he could use again Naruto. "No can do, it's a secret between brothers," Kakashi said, shaking his head as Sasuke sighed, knowing Kakashi was unlikely to give up the information easily. Walking into the house, Sasuke was greeted by an aroma that could entice anyone into eating. Naruto grinned as he began to dig in. It was amazing that the young boy wasn't fat from the amount he ate constantly. However, everyone chalked it up to Uzumaki genes. Everyone was rather lively as they told jokes and laughed amongst themselves. "So you're telling me?" Naruto paused to gulp down some food. Tezuna's dream was to be a school teacher. Naruto asked Tsunami, who smiled and nodded. Who would let his drunken ass teach? Naruto asked, as everyone, even Tezuna, laughed. The same people who let someone like you become a ninja. Tezuna shot back, which again elicited a laugh from everyone in the room. Inari simply sat sulking in his own little world, ignoring the banter and happy atmosphere within the room. Sulking and barely picking at his food, if that. He decided to speak up. You know you guys are all going to get killed, right? He said barely above a whisper, but everyone heard it. So why do you try so hard to get stronger? It makes no sense, he said with a frown as he set down his food. Naruto slowly set down his own food as he stared at it for a moment. Temari reached out and wrapped her hand around her own, but the message was clear. Because none of us have had the easiest life so far. Sasuke, Itachi, and Izumi almost lost their entire clan in one night. Temari was forced to move away from her home, away from her family. Kakashi's father killed himself when he was only 7. Yakumo is the last of her clan's main branch. Sure, they could all sulk around and cry about their problems, but they don't. Naruto said, taking a deep, calming breath, and Inari's frown grew larger. Yes, so what your excuse? You've probably had the easiest light amongst everyone here. Inari said, which shattered the Naruto's calming efforts as he shouted up, grabbing Inari by his collar, pulling him close. Sure, I have my family, but you know what? I nearly lost them the day I was born if it wasn't for the efforts of a kind old man. And since that day, half of the village hated me for something I had no control over. I never really had friends growing up either, because most people avoided me either for my status as the Hokage's son or something else. I've had it easy, but it's never come without hardships. He shouted as he dropped Inari on his ass, who scurried up the stairs crying. Turning on his heel, Naruto walked out to the door. Where are you going, Otudo? Kakashi asked as Naruto didn't even look back as he opened the door. To train, he said simply before slamming the door shut behind him, shaking the whole house. I'm sorry for his actions. He's never really liked talking about his childhood, Temari said, bowing to Tsunami, who waved her hand. It's fine, really. I'm sorry for the way Inari acted tonight. Tsunami returned the bow. However, I must ask, is everything that Naruto-kun said true? She asked. They both straightened up. Sadly, yes, my Otudo never had the easiest life, and I shudder to think what would have happened if Kushina-sama and Minato-sensei had died that day. Kakashi cut in as he nodded to Temari. Both had witnessed the cruel acts towards young Naruto, which only made them love the young man more. But he's always so cheery, you'd never guess he had a rough childhood from the way he acted, Tezuna said with a frown as he looked towards the door which Naruto had left through. Naruto's really resilient. I've never really seen him sad or cry, really. I think he's steeled himself to what he's gone through better than anyone could ever do, Temari said with a frown as the family returned to eating the dinner. However, this time, they were subdued. No one really talked. Next morning. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, Temari said as she gently shook the young boy, trying to wake him up. However, she let out a small eep as Naruto suddenly reached up and pulled her close to him. Good morning, Temchan, he said into her ear, which made the young teen shiver slightly. Someone's a little clingy this morning, Temari joked as the two leaned in for a short kiss. Pulling back, the two sat there happy to just be in each other's arms. Yainari really got into my head last night. I don't even know why, he said with a frown as he finally opened his eyes, only for Temari to once again move in for a kiss as the two began to make out, this time as Temari pushed the young teenage boy to the ground. Forget about it. Or do you need me to make you forget about it? Temari asked as she leaned in and whispered into her ear. Oh, please make me forget about it, Naruto said with a small grin as the two began to kiss once more. Lime warning. The two let their hands wander as Naruto's made his way to her ass, which he gave a light squeeze while Temari's went underneath Naruto's shirt as she rubbed her hands upon his abs. Moving his hands up, Naruto moved to remove Temari's shirt, which she happily helped him in doing so. Casting a couple of hand seals, a privacy barrier was placed around them. Naruto's hands moved to underneath Temari's bra as he played with and squeezed Temari's breasts, eliciting a small gasp and moan from the girl. Temari quickly moved to remove Naruto's own shirt, which he helped her do as well. Slowly kissing her way down from Naruto's chin, Temari quickly reached Naruto's pants, which she lowered them, allowing Naruto's dick to spring out as she slowly started to stroke it as she licked and sucked on the mound as he softly put a hand on the back of Temari's head. Getting the idea, Temari focused on just using her mouth as she fully took Naruto's dick in her mouth. Naruto moaned as Temari began to bob her head up and down, bringing Naruto closer and closer to the edge. "Oh shit, Temari, I'm coming, I'm coming." Naruto moaned out as he came in Temari's mouth as she greedily licked it up with a moan. "Yo, always tastes so good," she said as Naruto panted, trying to come down from high orgasm high. "Thanks," he said with a grin before his head rolled over, looking at a spot in the forest. However, he quickly moved past it. Sitting up and pushing down Temari, he snaked his hands into her pants, slowly rubbing and teasing her lower lips. Leaning in close and kissing her ear, he whispered into it. "We have someone watching us. It's the same Hunter Nin from before," he said as one hand came up to play with her breasts. "Oh, you don't say?" Temari said before moaning at Naruto's actions. So why don't we finish and let them make their presence known?" Naruto asked as Temari nodded, faking an orgasm as the two sat back from each other panting. Lament. Getting dressed once more, Naruto dropped the privacy seal, and it was at this time the fake Hunter Nin made her presence known. Walking out of the bush carrying a basket, she stopped and smiled. "Oh, Ninja-san, I wasn't expecting to see someone like you here," she said as Temari and Naruto got a good look at her. She long black hair, pale skin, and large, dark brown eyes, and a slender frame. She had a pink, sleeveless kimono with pale red edges and decorated with small plum-colored swirls that went to her ankles. Around her waist was a simple white obi tied in a bow, and he wore a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps. She also wore a dark-colored choker around her neck. "Damn, she's cute," they both thought as they turned, wondering their partner had the same idea. "What are you doing out here, Mrs.?" Naruto asked, curious as to what their potential opponent was named. "Is it not polite to introduce oneself first?" she asked with a smile, while Temari rolled her eyes. "I'm Temari, and this is Haku," she said, which the girl returned. "My name is Haku," the now named Haku said as she raised from her bow. "What are you doing out here, Haku-san?" "It's quite dangerous, I'm sure, with Gado's goons running around," Naruto said with a frown. "Well, you see, a precious person of mine was injured recently, so I'm out picking herbs to help them get better," Haku said with a smile. "Maybe we could help you, Haku-san," Temari said with a fake smile, which Haku returned. "Of course, I'm picking herbs over in this clearing over here," Haku said, leading the couple over to a small clearing which was filled with plants similar to the ones in Haku's basket already. As the three teens sat in the clearing, they picked in a rather comfortable silence. "Do you have any precious people, Naruto-kun?" Haku asked as Naruto nodded with a smile, while Temari glared at Haku for adding the kun suffix to Naruto's name. "Well, yeah, there's Tu-san and Ka-san, Ero-sanin, and Tsunadeo Bacon. There's also Aiko-chan and Kaido Otudo. Of course, Temari-chan is on my list. Why do you ask, Haku-chan?" Naruto asked, curious. "I believe someone is truly strong when they have precious people to protect. I'm happy you have so many precious people in your life," she said with a smile as everyone returned to picking herbs in silence. Once Haku was sure she had enough herbs, she slowly dusted herself and began to stand. "Thank you for your help, Temari-san, Naruto-kun," she said with a thankful smile as the couple stood up, dusting themselves off as well. "You're welcome, Haku-chan/san," Temari and Naruto said as they began to go their different ways. However, Haku paused. "Just so you know, I'm the guy," she said as Naruto and Temari paused and looked at each other in fear before Haku began to chuckle. "Sorry, I couldn't help myself, I am a girl," she said with a soft smile as she waved. "Tell Zabuza-san we say hi," Naruto said with a smile as Haku's face turned to horror before it steeled itself. "So you knew, huh?" "I'm sorry, Temari-san, Naruto-kun. If we come to blows, I will do what I must for Zabuza-sama," she said as she turned and left the couple, leaving as well. Naruto and Temari walked in a comfortable silence as the two leaned into each other, enjoying the sounds of the forest. Once they reached the house, they separate, if only a little, as they spotted Kakashi sitting on the porch. "Oh, the lovebirds are back finally. How was your stroll in the woods?" he asked with an eye smile as Naruto rolled his eyes at Kakashi. "You should know better than to ask such things, Nisan. However, the training was good. I blew off a lot of steam," he said as Kakashi nodded. I spoke with Inari last night. I think what you said put some perspective in his life. Kakashi said as Naruto smiled. That's good, I hope he gets better. Naruto told Kakashi, who simply nodded, opening up a little orange book. For now, get some rest, you two. You've been out all night, so don't work about training. He told the two, who smiled gratefully, running inside and up to their rooms for some well-deserved rest. 2 weeks later. The second half of the mission had gone smoother than before. Inari had become cheerful, if only a little bit, day by day. Both teams also grew stronger. While they were no elite jounin or shinobi, they were better than a fresh genin. Temari and Naruto had both met with Haku a few more times, however they never talked about their respective teams. However, the three teens knew that the day of battle drew nearer and nearer. As much as they didn't want to fight, they knew that realistically they had no choice. As such, they tried to enjoy their time together as much as they could, each growing close to each other. We all know the plan, right? Kakashi asked as each team sat around the table. The day they knew Zabuza would attack them on. Me and Ino shall stay behind and protect the house with Izumi-sensei, Yakumo said as Kakashi nodded, looking over at the other genin. Me and Sasuke will fight Zabuza's apprentice, Naruto said as Temari spoke up next. Me and Shikamaru will protect Tazuna on the bridge while you and Itachi-sensei fight Zabuza, Temari finished, which caused Kakashi to give an eye smile to all of the genin assembled. Good, Tazuna-san, are you ready? Kakashi asked as the older man nodded wearily, knowing the danger that would be on that bridge. As ready as I'll ever be, he said with a tired sigh as Kakashi nodded. All right, team, let's move out, Kakashi said as the different teams moved with their different partner or priority. Ino stopped as she turned to move to check over the house one more time. Naruto-kun? She called out as Naruto paused and looked at Temari, who looked into her eyes. The two of them had a mental conversation. However, she finally relented and nodded. Yes, Ino-chan? He asked as she smiled and ran up to the young boy. Please be careful out there, Naruto-kun, don't die, she mumbled softly into his chest as he slowly wrapped his arms around her after recovering from the shock of the young girl suddenly hugging him. Of course, Ino-chan, I have precious people to protect, he said as he pulled back from the hug, giving her a thumbs up before heading off towards the bridge as Ino watched his back. Ugh, Ino, if you could please stop obsessing over your crush, we have a job to do, Yakumo's voice said from within Ino's ears, snapping the girl out of her trance as she at least had the decency to blush. Sorry, you're right, Yakumo, she said as the two got to work. Meanwhile, with the bridge crew, it became harder and harder to see as the mist grew heavier and heavier, before pretty soon they were relying on proximity and memory to tell where they were going. Naruto frowned as even his sensory abilities were hardly working due to the amount of chakra within the mist. They were given some reprieve as they got closer. The mist began to unroll a little bit until the team reached the center of the bridge. So finally decided to show up, Tazuna? Zabuza's voice rang out from within the mist as it slowly rolled back to reveal Zabuza and Haku, who had her mask on. The two stood a mere 50 feet from their enemy. Zabuza was wearing a black tank top this time, and he leaned upon his sword ready to strike. Zabuza-san, it's good to see you again, Kakashi said with an eye smile as Zabuza let out a small huff of annoyance. Are all Konoha shinobi like you, Kakashi-san? He asked with Kakashi nodded. I wish that wasn't such a scary thought, he said as they thought of a village filled with masked shinobi like Kakashi. Shall we get down to business? Kakashi said as Zabuza rolled his eyes, giving a gesture of his hand to Haku, who shot off towards the Konoha shinobi, only for Sasuke to appear before her, sending her flying towards the edge of the nearly finished bridge. Naruto landed next to Sasuke as the two nodded, heading off towards her. Oh, you think your genin can handle my apprentice? I'm sorry, but you'll be disappointed by the outcome of their battle, Zabuza taunted as he hefted his sword upon his shoulder, giving a come-hither motion to Kakashi, who blasted off towards the masked man. Kakashi's kunai clashed with Zabuza's blade as sparks flew off the clashing blades. Kakashi's free hand reached up, uncovering his Sharingan. Be proud of yourself, Zabuza. No one has ever lived to see me use my Sharingan twice, Kakashi said as a grin formed on the man's face as he suddenly pulled his large blade back, pulling Kakashi off balance as Zabuza went to cut off Kakashi's head. Kakashi quickly brought up his kunai once more as he grunted, a sharp pain ringing through his arm as he was slowly pushed back by Zabuza's blade. Grunting, Kakashi pushed the blade back as he went for a stab at Zabuza's neck, only for the man to bring his blade up to protect himself. Kakashi jumped back as he ran through some hand seals, quickly, his cheeks puffing up before spitting out a large ball of fire. Zabuza sheathed his blade, running through hand seals, as well as own cheeks puffing out as a large glob of water was shot out. Suetun, Tepidama, water release. Gunshot, slash Kitan. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Great fireball technique. They both shouted as the two jutsu clashed into each other, sending a blast of steam at both men, who rushed through the large cloud of steam as their two respective weapons clashed together once more. Both men tried to get an upper hand, swinging at each other relentlessly. I must say I'm rather impressed, Kakashi, Zabuza said as the two stood in a standstill once more as the two exploded in a clash of fury, once again sparks illuminating the entire area as the clangs echoed in the mist. You're no slouch yourself, Kakashi said with another grunt as he felt another round of vibrations shooting up his arm as he hissed out in pain slightly. Pushing back the blade, Kakashi slid his kunai up Zabuza's sword as he sliced at his chest as Zabuza shot backwards, receiving a minor cut. Ouch, that hurt, Zabuza mocked as he brought his sword up, swinging at Kakashi's neck once again, only for the man to drop onto his back as he kicked the giant sword up as Zabuza grunted, losing his balance as he flipped back, shooting backwards even farther, only to block another kunai swipe from Kakashi. You're just getting annoying now, Kakashi, Zabuza shouted in rage as he swung his sword once more as his tip scratched Kakashi's chest, forming a large slash across his flak jacket. Kakashi shot back, checking the wound. Once he was satisfied, he prepared to shoot forward, only to glance over where Naruto and Sasuke were fighting to see a large doom of mirrors. Looks like your Chunin are finished for, Zabuza said with a dark chuckle as he charged forward once more, forcing Kakashi to turn his attention back to Zabuza as Itachi appeared, blocking the blade with a kunai of his own. Sorry to interrupt, Kakashi Taicho, but I couldn't let him attack you while you were distracted, Itachi said as Kakashi appeared next to the Uchiha, kicking Zabuza in the stomach, sending the man flying back. Thank you, Itachi-kun, but I'll take it from here, he said with an eye smile as Itachi nodded. However, everyone on the bridge stopped, feeling a dark chakra coming from the mirrors. Oh shit, Naruto, Kakashi said as he turned back to Zabuza as he slammed a scroll on the ground. Sorry, Zabuza, looks like I have to finish this early, Kakashi said, concern filling his voice. 5 minutes earlier with Naruto and Sasuke. Haku finally came to a halt, a small crack on her mask as she watched Naruto and Sasuke appeared before her. Both boys had a kunai drawn. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I have to kill you too, she said with sadness heavy in her voice. Sasuke charged first, going for a kunai swipe, only for it to be blocked by a seven as Haku flashed through some one-handed seals. Sensatsu Susho, 1,000 flying water needles of death, she shouted as the water around them suddenly turned into what looked like sunban as it floated in the air before being sent forwards towards Sasuke, who was dogpiled by a wall of Naruto clones who took the brunt of the attack, protecting Naruto, while Haku jumped back and away from her attack. Thanks, dope, Sasuke said without sparing a glance at the blonde who appeared next to him. You're welcome, team. Too bad we don't know any Doton Jutsu, those could come in handy right about now, Naruto said with a frown as while they paired up nearly perfectly with each other, neither of them had a Doton affinity and had bothered to learn any jutsu. Yeah, but what we know will be more than enough, Sasuke said as Naruto nodded. Haku simply stared at the two, saying nothing. Nodding to each other, they both went through 2 different sets of hand seals as both their cheeks puffed out. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Great fireball technique, slash futon. Daitapa, wind release. Great breakthrough, Naruto and Sasuke shouted as they breathed out a torrent of flames and wind. The two attacks combined, creating a large sea of fire obscuring them from Haku. Waiting with hitched breaths, the two frowned, seeing a mirror of ice appear before them before an entire dome of ice surrounded the two. Makio Hyosho, demonic mirroring ice crystals, came Haku's voice as she stepped into the mirrors, her body appearing around the duo. I'm sorry, but this is the end for you, she said softly as she threw Seven at the young Jinin, piercing the two multiple as they could do nothing but take barrage after barrage. Damn it! Shouted Naruto as a clone appeared next to him, trying to form a Rasengan only for the clone to popped by Seven as Haku changed mirrors once again. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke shouted as he breathed a large stream of fire at the mirrors only for nothing to happen. Sasuke was rewarded with more Seven for his efforts as Naruto fell to a knee from the amount of Seven protruding from his body. We're getting nowhere here, Sasuke, shouted Naruto as he breathed hard. Both teenagers were barely able to move as Haku frowned under her mask, a single tear falling from one of her eyes. I'm sorry, Ninja-san, I wish it could have been different, she said lightly as she jumped from her mirror straight towards Naruto, as Sasuke looked on in horror before he felt himself pushing his legs as hard as he could towards Naruto as he stood in front of his friend, protecting him from the rain of Seven as Naruto looked on in horror. Sasuke, he shouted as the aforementioned boy fell into his arms as Naruto clutched him close. You idiot, why? Naruto shouted in rage as Sasuke coughed up some blood as he smirked up at the boy. To prove one last time you're a dope, please Naruto, live to be a great ninja, he said as he closed his eyes as Naruto sat staring at Sasuke as tears leaked from his eyes. Naruto-kun, you can't let your rage boil over. Naruto, shouted Hiruzen from within Naruto. However, the young teen blocked him out as Haku looked upon him in sadness. Is this your first time watching a comrade die, Naruto-kun? I'm sorry, she said softly as something snapped within Naruto at that moment. Yes, boy, use my power, prove your strength, came the booming voice of the Kyuubi as Naruto softly set down Sasuke. Down his eyes became red, his whisker marks more pronounced and dark, and his nails grew sharper. I'm going to kill you, he shouted as tears of sadness and rage fell down his cheeks, shocking Haku as the demonic chakra washed over her as she tried to retreat into her mirrors only for Naruto to appear before her, decking her through the very mirror as she was sent straight through it, rolling along the bridge. Naruto was once again on her as his mask began to crack and fall to pieces. Naruto drew his arm back, ready to kill her, only to pause as he saw the tears falling from his eyes. Please, Naruto-kun, kill me. I am a worthless tool, she begged as Naruto slowly returned to normal. What are you doing, boy? Shouted the Kyuubi in rage. Be quiet, you furball. Hiruzen cut in as the Kyuubi growled in rage. Normally Naruto would have laughed at the aged Hokage having called the fox such a thing, but this was not the time for it, as he cut himself off from the coming argument. I can't dash. He paused as he felt hundreds of chakra signatures approaching as he frowned before his eyes widened in realization. Grabbing Haku with a shout of, no time to explain, he appeared next to Kakashi in a Shushin as he prepared to summon his Ninkin. Wait, we have bigger problems, Naruto shouted, startling Kakashi and Zabuza as he released Haku. Wado, are you okay? What do you mean? Kakashi said in rapid succession, looking over his little brother figure for any issues, seeing nothing, and seeing that Zabuza was waiting for an explanation. Motioning for Naruto to continue, he nodded, turning to Zabuza. I think you've been betrayed by Gato. I feel hundreds of chakra signatures nearby ready to strike. I didn't feel them till just now as the mist has weakened slightly, Naruto explained as Zabuza growled slightly at the thought of being betrayed. Looks like this is on hold for now, Kakashi. I have an ex-employer to kill, he grounded out as clapping could be heard down the bridge. Oh, Zabuza, how the demon has fallen it seems, and that bitch is still alive. Good, I can't wait to use her, came a voice in the mist which began to clear. What could only be assumed to be Gato stood in front of an army of mercenaries. Gato has shaggy brown hair and sports a pair of small, circular black glasses. He wears a black suit with a purple tie and closed-toed shoes. I'm going to kill you, he shouted as he hefted his blade upon his shoulder, once more turning to the Konoha shinobi. Feel free to join, but Gato is mine, Zabuza said as the shinobi on the bridge nodded as Itachi appeared next to Kakashi. Tazuna have moved over to Sasuke with Temari and Shikamaru. They should be safe, he informed Kakashi, who nodded. Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Naruto shouted as a platoon of clones appeared behind him. So many shadow clones, I'm impressed, kid, Zabuza said, seeing the platoon as most of the mercenaries laughed. What are some clones of a snot-nosed brat going to do with my men? Gato asked with a dark chuckle as Kakashi made a familiar hand sign, forming a squad of his own clones which dispersed into the platoon. If we're all set, I think we have a tycoon to kill. Zabuza said as he charged forward as Gato ran into the crowd of his men, terrified, watching Zabuza charge straight for him. Kill them all. Gato yelled out as the first line was cut into by a swing of Zabuza's sword as Itachi appeared in the crowd, slicing into as many men as possible before disappearing to a different pocket. The Naruto squads dispersed, led by a Kakashi, as they cut a path straight to Gato, who ran as far away as he could as Zabuza calmly walked towards the man. You tried to fuck me over, Gato. I won't stand for that, he shouted, raising his blade as a mercenary was killed courtesy of Haku before they could stab him in the back. With a swing of his sword, Gato's head left his body, which was kicked into the sea as the rest of the mercenaries were either killed or sent packing once Inari and the town appeared. Naruto, ni, you're okay, Inari said, rushing into Naruto's legs once the battle was over as the young teen was all hugged by Ino, who stuck out her tongue at Temari. Yeah, I am like I promised, he said with a smile as he returned the two hugs. Stepping away, he walked over to Zabuza and Kakashi, who were talking. I want to offer you a spot in Konoha with Haku, Zabuza-san, he said with a small bow, surprising both of the older men. We were just your enemy, kid, Zabuza said in surprise as Kakashi simply shook his head and gave an eye smile. Naruto has a way of seeing the best in people, he explained, rubbing Naruto's head affectionately. Kakashi and I don't like that, Naruto shouted with a pout as he shook his head. Now, Naruto, go check on Sasuke. I'll talk with Zabuza about returning to Konoha, Kakashi told Naruto, patting his shoulder as the boy nodded, remembering the Uchiha, as he rushed over to where Temari was checking over Sasuke. Ouch, do you have to remove them so roughly? Sasuke's voice rang out as Naruto smiled, seeing Temari and Haku removing the seven so he could at least move. Yes, that's for having the bonehead decision to nearly cause Naruto to go rampant, Temari shouted with a glare as she continued to remove seven. I'm sorry, Sasuke, and it hurts more to remove them slowly, Haku said with a bow as Shikamaru watched them, motioning that they needed to talk. Naruto and Shikamaru walked over to a secluded part of the bridge. Naruto, as your teammate, I need to know, are you the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? He asked as Naruto frowned and nodded. How did you figure it out? Naruto asked as Shikamaru shrugged. It's troublesome to explain, but I've seen how some people treat you. Also, the Kyuubi attack was on your birthday. Finally, the chakra you used today felt demonic. It all kinda clicked over time, Shikamaru said lazily as he looked at his teammate. Do you hate me over it, Shikamaru? Naruto asked. His voice for once was timid and meek. Nah, it's too troublesome, he said with a small smile, which Naruto returned. Rally up, everyone, shouted Kakashi as they looked over to see the Jounin were finished talking. Temari and Haku helped Sasuke limp over. Once everyone was there, he nodded. All right, the bridge will be finished in 3 days, after which we'll set out to Konoha. Zabuza and Haku will be joining us, he said with an eye smile as Naruto whooped in joy. That's awesome, he shouted as Sasuke rolled his eyes. I'm just happy I can get a rematch with Haku, he said with a smirk as Haku rolled her eyes. 3 days later. Leaving Nami was a rather exciting affair. The entire nation came to watch Team 7 and Team 8 with friends leave, wishing them well and safe travels. Please come back soon, Shinobi-san, shouted some of the villagers as all of them cheered in excitement at being free once more. Naruto and Inari stood off to the side, sharing a moment. Please come back soon, Naruto-ni, he shouted, holding back tears as Naruto rubbed the top of Inari's head. I promise, Inari, and don't hold back tears, it's fine to cry, Naruto said with a smile as the two hugged once more as they headed back to the main group where Tsunami and Tizuna stood. Thank you again for protecting my father, she said with a bow, which all of the shinobi returned. Please, there's no need. Thank you for your wonderful hospitality over this month, Kakashi said. Tizuna grinned. Nami will always have a spot for each and every one of you. Please arrive home safe, Tizuna said with a laugh as everyone waved, heading down the bridge. What shall we name this bridge? One of the villagers asked, which caused Inari to grin. Why not the Great Naruto Bridge? Shouted Inari as all of the villagers cheered. Hear that they think I'm awesome. Naruto proclaimed as they finally reached the land of fire once more as he grinned. Temari rolled her eyes as she walked next to him as Zabuza chuckled. Kakashi leaned in close to Naruto's, whispering something into his ear, which caused the poor boy to go pale once more. How can I learn this secret from you? Temari asked as Kakashi only shook his head. I'm sorry, Temari, however, this is not something I can teach. You can only find out for yourself, he said before slipping her a piece of paper. However, I can give you a hint, he said with an eye smile as Temari read it over, nodding. All right, let's fully set off now, Kakashi called out as they took to the trees, traveling at full speed. 2 days later, Izumo and Kotetsu sat where they always sat in the gatehouse of Konoha as they waited for people to come and go from Konoha as they sat in bored silence. How is this so important again? Kotetsu asked. Because we're the first line of defense, dumbass, Izumo said, rolling his eyes as he looked down the road. Oh look, there's someone now, he called out as the group grew larger and larger till teams 7 and 8 were both visible. Hey Kakashi and Itachi, you guys are both returning at the same time, huh? How were your missions? I didn't expect yours to be so long, Kakashi, Kotetsu called out with a smile, only to watch in disbelief as he spotted them walk by with Zabuza. Sorry guys, got a report to Minato-sensei. I'll tell you later, he called out as the two Chunin slumped down, disappointed they were ignored. Told you gate duty sucked, Kotetsu said in sadness. Yeah, whatever, Izumo replied. It didn't take long for the two teams to reach Minato and give him the debrief on the events that had happened while the two teams were out on mission. To say the fourth Hokage was shocked was an understatement. So let me get this straight, you found bandits that have direct ties with Orochimaru and had 3 ninja connected to Orochimaru with them? You saved an entire nation from one of the richest businessmen in the world with the shinobi he hired and have brought them back to Konoha? Minato asked, looking at the two teams who stood in front of him with Haku and Zabuza to their right. On top of that, he said, looking Naruto, want them to join the village. You're too much like your mother for my own good, Minato said, laying his head down on his desk in pain. Fine, Team 7, congrats on your success on both a B rank mission and an A rank mission. Team 8's congrats on your A rank mission, Zabuza. I'm sure you're more than worthy of Jonin rank, but we have to find where your loyalties lie. Go to the TNI department for an interview. Where would you say Haku is? He asked. Zabuza thought for a moment before he shrugged. I'd say probably Chunin, he said with a shrug as Minato let out a long sigh. Haku-san, you'll go for an interview as well, and afterwards we'll test your skills, but for not welcome to Konoha, you can stay in the Namikaze compound since Naruto here will take full responsibility for you too. Dismissed, Minato called out as the teams went their separate ways home to rest. I need a drink, Minato said as he pulled some sake out of his desk as he took a quick drink before returning to fighting his ultimate enemy, paperwork. Chapter 7, Changing Winds. Again, shouted Zabuza, who stood over a tired Naruto, his hand barely clutching onto his sword. Huffing and puffing, he slowly pushed himself up, clutching his katana with both hands. Naruto charged towards Zabuza as he went for an overhead swing, which Zabuza blocked lazily, pushing Naruto's blade up. Grunting, Naruto quickly recovered his blade as he went for a horizontal slash, which Zabuza once again blocked. Sighing, Zabuza blocked another swipe from Naruto as he kicked the young man in the chest, sending him flying and sprawling once he hit the ground once more. Sheathing his sword, Kushina finally made her presence known. Geez, Zabuza-san, you really put my son through the ringer, Kushina said as a smile as Zabuza offered a polite bow. Laughing, Kushina waved the man off as Zabuza raised from the bow. While he does have a reputation to live up to as a swordsman, very few swordsmen gain the respect of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. So I figured for gaining my own respect, I would train him to the level of one of us, Zabuza said with a grin, which Kushina returned. You flatter me, Zabuza, however for now, let's have Naruto take a break and get some lunch, she said as Naruto was instantly up as soon as he heard lunch, causing Kushina to chuckle while a tick mark grew on Zabuza's forehead. Really, Gaki? You can't stand a train, but you're up for food, he shouted in rage as Naruto nodded. Food won't beat me down like you will, Naruto said simply as the rage grew in Zabuza's eyes before he chased Naruto all the way back to the Namikaze household. Nisan is in trouble, Aiko teased as her older brother ran through the house, with an angry Zabuza hot on his trail as they ran all through the halls and house. Temari sat at the table as she ate her food in peace until Naruto slid underneath the table, which caused Zabuza to slice through it. "You fucking idiots!" shouted both Temari and Kushina, smacking the two men over their heads, causing a lump to appear on both of their heads as they sat in different corners holding the spot they were hit. "You didn't have to hit so hard," Naruto and Zabuza both complained. "And you two idiots didn't have to nearly destroy lunch," Temari said in rage as she went back to eating in silence. As the two finally calmed down, joined the rest of the family, which included Haku, who had remained silent up to now. Minato also flashed into his seat, surprising the family and guests. "Tusan, you're here," Naruto shouted happily as Minato simply gave a smile and a wave. "Yo, I heard lunch was being made, so I figured I'd leave some Kage Bunshin at the office and enjoy a meal with my family," he said as everyone smiled, seeing the busy Hokage there with them. "Glad to have you with us, Minato-kun," Kushina said with a smile as she kissed her husband on the cheek as she finished placing all the food down before sitting down herself as every dug in. They all ate in a comfortable silence as they simply enjoyed her cooking. "That was as good as always, Ka-san," Naruto said with a small sigh, patting his stomach as everyone also sat back happily filled from the meal. "Alright, I think I should get back to the office before Shizen finds out I left," Minato said with a smile as he hugged Kaido and Aiko before flashing away back to the Hokage Tower. Haku and Naruto helped clean up the dishes from the meal and put the leftovers away as Temari came up behind Naruto. "Hey Naruto, after you're done, we need to talk about something in your room, got it?" Temari asked, which Naruto nodded to, flashing her a smile as she walked away and upstairs. Once all the dishes were put away, Naruto quickly ran upstairs to see Temari sitting on his bed, fidgeting with nerves. "So, what's up, Temari?" Naruto asked as Temari sat in silence before she got her nerve once again, standing up as she gave Naruto a hug and a light kiss on the lips. "Naruto, I love you a lot, but I think you need to go on dates with other people. While I don't like sharing you, I kinda have to with CRA being placed upon you. I've come up with a list of people who I think would be good for you," she said as she clutched Naruto tightly, who returned her embrace, as while he was shocked, he kinda expected this to happen. "Alright, who were you thinking?" he asked, curious to the list of girls she had for him. "Well, my list so far is Haku, Hinata, Tintin, and as much as it pains me to say it, Ino," she said. This time it took a while for Naruto to recover from his shock before he started to laugh as Temari grumbled about pain in the ass future husbands. "Ino, huh? Your self-proclaimed rival for my attention?" he asked after he recovered from his fit of laughter. "Yeah, I mean, she's cute, right? We both already know she likes you and cares about you. Plus, I think she would be good at keeping all the other wives in line," she grumbled with a small blush. "I guess so. Alright, I'll start with Ino, then, unless you want me to start with a different girl?" Naruto asked. He knew this wouldn't be easy for Temari, but he also knew she wanted him to be happy, even if that happiness meant sharing the man she loved with other people instead of having him forced to sleep with others. "I think that'll be for the best. She's the person that'll probably be most open and willing to such an idea. Not that I think any of the other girls would be against it," she said as Naruto nodded. However, a question did come to his mind. "And what about Hakuha? I would never have thought about adding her," Naruto said with some confusion. This was the same dense Naruto after all. Temari, for the most part, shook her head and sighed. "Seriously, Naruto? You haven't noticed her looking at you longingly, oh, the way she dotes on you whenever she can? I mean, hell, I've seen her watching you when we train," she said, which caused everything to click in his head that Haku liked him. Naruto at least had the decency to look somewhat sheepish at ignoring Haku's feelings. "Yeah, I guess you're right. I just never really thought she might like me in that manner. Okay, I'll ask Ino out on a date first, and then Haku. After that, I think I'll ask Tintin, and finally Hinata," he said with a smile, which Temari returned and nodded. "That's a pretty good order, I think, but don't forget about me," she joked, which caused Naruto to chuckle lightly. "I wouldn't never dream of it. Plus, I still have training to do after all. The Chunin exams are in a month and a half," he said confidently, as if he knew he was going to compete. "So I can't delegate all my time going on dates." He joked, which caused Temari to laugh. That's true, I suppose, she said as she stood on her toes, planting a quick kiss on his lips, which Naruto happily returned. Now then, I think there's a certain girl that wants to see you, she said as she stood away from Naruto as he smiled and nodded. Okay, Temari-chan, I'm sure Ino will want to wear something nice and such, so I'll head to Training Ground 7 after talking with her for our team training today, he told her, planting a kiss on her forehead. He took off towards the Yamanaka flower shop. It didn't take long for the boy to reach the shop, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Standing at the door to the shop, Naruto steeled his nerves. While he had known for a long time she liked him, being the leader of his fan club and everything. Seeing her at Wave had changed his idea about her. She wasn't always trying to be around him or trying to interact with him. It was a nice change of pace. Once the teenager was calmed enough, he entered the little shop, ringing a small bell above the door. Welcome to the Yamanaka family shop. How can I help you? Came the voice of Ino, who was staring at some flowers behind the desk. Well, I had a question, Naruto said as he looked at some flowers just in front of the desk. Ino, hearing Naruto's voice, jumped up in surprise, turning to see her longtime crush. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? She asked, confused to see the young man in her family's shop. It wasn't an unwelcome surprise, but a surprise nonetheless. Well, do you know what the CRA is? Naruto asked Ino. He didn't want to come right out and ask the girl on a date and give her the wrong idea, so he figured he'd start with the basics. Yeah, it's the Clan Restoration Act, right? Where if the village thinks a clan is weak, a male or female heir is required to take on multiple spouses. Why do you ask? Ino said, confused why the boy was talking about politics with her. Well, it's not super well known, but you see, the Namakazes were a clan powerful at that. But we lost almost every member in it after the Second Great Shinobi War, till it was just my dad left. I've been placed under the CRA, he told her as he watched everything click in her mind before she looked at him surprised. Wait, why are you telling me this? She asked, hopeful that what he was about to say was true. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to dash. He was cut off when Ino squealed and jumped from behind the counter, hugging the man. I would love to go on a date with you, Naruto-kun, she said happily as Naruto awkwardly wrapped his hands around her. Well, I guess that was pretty easy, he muttered under his breath, so Ino couldn't hear him. Stepping away from the boy, she rocked on her heels and thought, it'll take some time for me to get ready, so be back here at 8 p.m. pronto, she said as Naruto nodded, rubbing the back of his head, having guessed Ino would say something like this. All right, you got it, Ino-chan, I'll be back at 8. He said with a smile before heading off to the training grounds, missing Ino dancing around the store happily. He quickly arrived at the training grounds to see Shikamaru sound asleep as Temari practiced some futon jutsu by herself. No sign of Kakashi though, which was to be expected from the man. Is it done? Temari asked, not even looking back at her fiancé. Yeah, we'll be going on a date at 8 p.m. tonight, he said, scratching his cheek as he thought about where he was even going to take the girl. Well, it's Ino, so I'd say take her to a fancy restaurant and maybe a dance club, Temari told Naruto, having seen the dilemma on his face. Naruto's face lit up as he knew exactly where to take Ino now. Thanks, Temchan, you're the best, he said as he gave her a quick peck on the cheek, feeling Kakashi finally approaching. Good morning, my cute little Chunin. As you know, the Chunin exams are approaching, and I have half a mind to put your guys' names in the running, seeing as you guys are high Chunin level already. So I want to get you guys up to low Chunin level, he said with an eye smile as he created a handful of shadow clones. You're going to start by putting these on, he said, tossing a set of weights to each of the Chunin's feet. Chakra weights, Naruto asked, looking at a seal which was on all 12 of the weights. Yup, these will help not only your chakra reserves, but your stamina, endurance, and speed, he said as the Chunin looked at each other before shrugging as they put the weights on their ankles and wrists. Adding a little bit of chakra, they already felt sluggish as the weights activated, feeling themselves pulled to the ground. Now then, we'll start off slow 50 laps around the training grounds. This elected some groans from the Chunin. And if you slow down to a speed I dislike, one of my clones here will throw kunai and or shuriken at you guys, he said with another eye smile. You wouldn't do that, would you, Kakashi and I? Naruto asked with fear in his eyes, only for a kunai to fly by his head. That was all the answer that the Chunin needed as they took off running around the training grounds, dodging kunai and shuriken every so often. The clones seemingly got bored of this as they began to throw pots, pans, logs the odd cat or two, which confused the team to no end. How is Kakashi and I getting all of this? Naruto yelled as tears streamed down his eyes from the treatment of his surrogate older brother. I don't care, it's too troublesome. Think about where he's pulling everything from. Shikamaru said as Temari nodded in fear. It took the young teens about a half an hour to complete the laps, and once they did, they all promptly collapsed to the ground, huffing and puffing as they tried to just try and catch their breath. Good job, guys. How are you feeling with those weights now? Kakashi asked as all the genin elected to simply groan in misery. Good, now then it's time to spar with me one at a time. While one person is sparing, everyone else will be working to complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and finally a minute of planking. You have to complete 3 sets of these. Got it. Good, first up is Naruto, he told his team. Pushing himself up, Naruto got into his stance as everyone else began to do their workout. Let's see what you can do, Naruto, Kakashi said, pulling out his orange book. The genin knew that it was going to be a very long afternoon. Kusagakura, you really think you can accomplish these goals? Asked the leader of Kusagakura 1, Daiki Harada. He was a rather plain man with brown hair and black eyes. He wore a uniform that looked similar to a Konoha Jounin, except the flak jacket was in a dark brown. Of course, Daiki Dano, I think the great powers have had it too good for too long. Came a voice that sounded similar to that of a snake, which was hidden in the dark room. But can you really pull together as strong of a force as you're claiming? Daiki asked as he stared into yellow slitted eyes. I mean, no offense, I'm sure a man of your reputation can, but it's hard to believe is all, he said as the man simply chuckled. Kakuku, I'll give you 2 weeks exactly to think about it, but we'll need an answer by then, otherwise your village might not be in the spotlight, he said with a menacing grin which was hidden by the darkness. As you wish, I'll have a response in 2 weeks, Daiki said as the man disappeared, causing Daiki sink into his chair with a sigh he didn't know he was holding. Turning to overlook his village, he sat deep in thought. Konoha that night. Naruto stood fidgeting in nervousness, something he wasn't very accustomed to. Naruto wore black pants and a white button-up shirt with a black blazer which had orange highlights. He stood outside the door of the Yamanaka house as he slowly lifted up his hand to knock. The door was opened by one Inochi. Naruto, Ino told me you would be here tonight. Please come and take a seat. We need to discuss some things, Inochi said with a smile that promised pain as he allowed Naruto into the house. Naruto, seeing he had no other choice, entered the house and took a seat as instructed. So Naruto, what are your plans for tonight with my daughter? Inochi said as he pulled a kunai out, absent-mindedly playing with it, as he started straight at Naruto. Well, sir, we're going to go to the Golden Leaf for dinner, and then we're going to head to the Black Boar for some dancing, and then I'll bring her home at 11 tonight, Naruto said as a gulp as Inochi stared at Naruto, processing everything. Any plans for anything else special? Inochi said as Naruto instantly shook his head. No, sir, I just want to get to know your daughter for now. I have no plans for anything like that, I swear, he said as Inochi nodded. Good, otherwise I'll take away what makes you a man. You got it, he asked as Naruto nodded, sweat pouring down his face. Daddy, what did I tell you about scaring Naruto? Shouted Ino as she bonked Inochi upside the head as the man's personality did a 180 as he turned to his daughter, smiling brightly. I'm sorry, princess, but I had to give him a mean old dad act. We only ever hopefully get a chance to do it once, he said as Ino simply rolled her eyes as she walked down the stairs. She wore a purple dress, which fitted to her forming curves as she wore minimal makeup, her hair let down from its normal ponytail. Naruto was left a little speechless at her appearance. How do I look? She said with a smirk, knowing by his impression how he felt already. You look really good, Ino-chan, he said as he stood up, offering his arm, which Ino happily took in her own. Back by 11, remember that, Naruto, Inochi warned as he opened the door, allowing the two to leave and head off into the night. I will, Inochi-san, I will see you then, and not a moment later, he said as he waved to the man, the two heading into Konoha. They walked in a comfortable silence for a little while until Naruto decided to break it. How is your team? He decided to ask and break the ice. Team 8 and Team 7 had gotten along fairly well during the mission in Wave, but he hadn't heard much about them lately. They've been good. Itachi-sensei and Izumi-sensei have been pushing us hard to get us where they want us to be to get ready for the Chunin exams. Sasuke and Yakumo have been getting along pretty well lately. They've been hanging out most of the time after training. She said as Naruto looked at her confused. Wait, really? I never would have thought they'd get along so well. Naruto said with a shrug as they arrived at the restaurant, which was packed, seeing as it was one of the best restaurants in Konoha. Naruto, are you sure? The Golden Leaf is one of the busiest and fanciest restaurants in Konoha. She whispered in his ear, however Naruto just shot her a grin as he led her up to the hostess. Oh, hello Naruto-sama, are you here for your reservation? She asked as Naruto gave a simple nod. Of course, just follow me, she told the two as Ino watched in shock as the two were led to a dark corner of the restaurant. Your server will be here soon, Naruto-sama, she said with a bow before disappearing as Ino finally registered that they were within the establishment. Naruto-kun, when did? It takes years to get off the wait list. How the hell did you get us in here? She asked in confusion as Naruto gave a small chuckle. When your dad's the Hokage, you can kinda pull some strings. Plus the Uzumaki clan may be one of the shareholders, so there's that as well, he said as the server finally came around grabbing the two's orders. We haven't been on any missions in a while, what about you guys? Naruto asked as he turned back to his date, who nodded. Yeah, we haven't. I guess it's because they want us to be here and ready for the Chunin exams and not be out of Konoha on a C rank or something like that, she said, which Naruto nodded to. How are Haku and Zabuza fitting in? She asked as Naruto sighed. Well, they're both fitting in pretty well. Haku was made a Chunin and Zabuza is still on a probation period. However, he will more than likely be made a Jounin if he sticks around. Though Zabuza has been training me into the ground with Kenjutsu training, and then on top of that I have to train with Kakashi. My bruises are growing bruises, Naruto whined as Ino giggled. They're just preparing you to win the Chunin exams. If that means you getting your ass kicked every day, that means you have to get your ass kicked, she joked as Naruto sighed in defeat. Yeah, I guess you're right, but I wish they weren't so harsh, he complained one last time as their food finally arrived. They ate in a comfortable silence, simply enjoying being in each other's presence. Once they were both done, Naruto paid for the meal as they stood up, Naruto giving her his arm once more. Where to now, Naruto-kun? She asked, laying her head on his shoulder as they walked out into the night. The Black Boar is next on the list of where we're going, he said with a grin, which Ino returned. Going dancing, are we? How bold of you, she said in his ear as they walked through the streets of Konoha. It didn't take too long to arrive at their destination, which once again was packed. Are you going to pull some strings again? She asked, which Naruto simply nodded once again. Of course, he said, walking up to the bouncer past the large line. A good evening, Naruto-sama, head right in, he said as some groans rang out within the crowd. However, the two simply ignored them heading into the dance club. As the music blared loudly, the two were barely able to hear their own thoughts. However, it didn't take long for them to get into the rhythm of the music as they started to dance with each other. This place is awesome, Ino shouted over the music as the two danced in front of each other. It's one of the best clubs in Konoha. Of course, it's awesome, Naruto shouted back as Ino slowly got closer to the young man and began to grind on him, much to his amusement and enjoyment. Alright, this next song, if for all the couples out there, came the voice of the DJ as the music changed to a slow song, causing Naruto to hold out his hand. Can I have this dance? He asked as Ino rolled her eyes and grabbed his hand. Of course you can, she said as they wrapped their arms around each other, dancing slowly to the music as Ino laid her head on Naruto's shoulder, simply enjoying being so close to her crush. Once the music stopped, Naruto looked at the clock on one of the walls and saw the time. Ah shit, it's 10:45, we need to get you home, he said, scared of incurring her father's wrath, as Ino simply sighed. Yeah, I guess you're right, she said sadly as they left the club heading towards Ino's house. Once they arrived, they stood just outside the door holding hands. This was really fun, Naruto-kun, we should do this again, she said as Naruto gave her a smile, causing some butterflies to move in her stomach. Of course, we'll have to do this again after the Chunin exams, he said as they slowly leaned forward, kissing each other on the lips, just a simple peck before they departed, with Naruto heading home and Ino walking into her own home happily. Minato's office. And that's why we want to participate in your Chunin exams this year, came a deep and rumbling voice in front of Minato as he frowned. Sitting before Minato was a middle-aged man with blue hair which is styled in a moused-up manner. His left eye was blue and his right eye was covered with an eye patch. He wore a talisman in each ear with the kanji for to hear written on them twice on each side. He also wore the standard striped, gray suit, with a green haori that had white trimmings that stop halfway down, over them. I understand why you wanna, but on the international stage, how would it look if we supported rebels of another country? Ao, was it? The now named Ao frowned as he stared at Minato. But it could also strengthen the bonds between our two nations if we win the civil war. Kiri has been isolated for a long time, and let's face it, your only ally currently is Suna, which is the weakest of the Great Five. While we will be weak after the civil war, it would still strengthen the amount of shinobi fielded by both Konoha and Suna. Ao said as Minato thought about it, resting his chin on his hands as he thought about the offer. I've already received a request from Yagura to participate in our Chunin exams. Minato said bluntly as Ao's frown turned into a grimace. Oh, he said sadly as Minato nodded. Oh is exactly right. I haven't agreed, yet however accepting either request can look bad on mine and Konoha's part, he said as he picked up a pen and began to tap it on the desk in thought. Well, what if you agree to both of our requests? Ao asked, causing Minato to freeze and stare at Ao. And risk Konoha becoming a battleground for both factions? He asked with a frown as Ao returned it, seeing the logic. Well, what if sanctions are placed on both factions to prevent such a thing? 3 teams from both factions with 2 bodyguards for our respective leaders. Ao suggested as Minato sighed, thinking on the matter. I'll ask Yagura, you'll receive an answer by the end of the week hopefully, but for now you can stay in Konoha, I'll summon you once I have an answer. He told the man who nodded, standing and bowing before leaving. Minato sighed as he pulled out a piece of paper beginning a diplomatic letter to the Yonde Mizukichi. 5 days later, 23 days till the Chunin exams. Naruto panted as he looked at a shredded training dummy, as Kushina stood to the right of Naruto. Nodding to him, the boy fell on his back, looking up at the clouds. Very good, Naruto-kun, not many genin can master that jutsu, but I'm impressed you were able to, she said with a smile as the dummy slowly fell apart. But you did go a little overboard, she said looking at her son with a smile. So the Gaki finally mastered the jutsu, huh? Came the voice of Zabuza, who sat at the base of the tree, his eyes closed as if he was asleep. Naruto barely turned his head to look at the man before looking back up at the sky. Looks like it now. Remember, Naruto, this is an ace in the hole, and under no circumstances are you to use it on a Konoha shinobi, or unless you need to, she warned Naruto, who lazily nodded. Yeah, you got it, he said tiredly as a tick mark grew on Kushina's head. You don't seem to understand, Databang, she shouted, bopping Naruto in the head, who shot up immediately to grow some space between him and his angry mother. I understand, Ka-san, he shouted in fear as Kushina put her hands on her hips with a victorious smirk. Good, you better, she said looking up into the evening sky with a frown. Well, it's too late to cook for tonight, so let's head to Ichiraku. I haven't been there in a while, she said happily as Naruto grinned. All right, 5 miso ramen, here I come, he shouted as he started marching off towards the ever-popular choice of the Uzumaki, only to be grabbed by one Zabuza. Now, Naruto, you may have mastered the jutsu, but that doesn't mean your kinjutsu training for today is done, he said with a vicious smirk as Kushina continued on towards the ramen stand. I'll bring you takeout, Naruto, do try to go a little easy on him, Zabuza, she said as she returned Zabuza's smirk as Naruto sighed, pulling his katana from its sheath. Zabuza simply pulled his kubikurabocho off his back, holding it in front of him. Come at me whenever you're ready, Gaki, Zabuza said simply as Naruto charged forward, going for a horizontal swing, which Zabuza lazily blocked, sparks flying off their blades. Naruto flipped over the large blade, going for a stab to his abdomen, only for Zabuza to quickly place the sword in front of him, quickly blocking the stab. Naruto attempted to flip up and over Zabuza, only for the man to grab him by the foot, slamming him into the ground with a small yawn. Is that all you have, Gaki? Zabuza asked as Naruto quickly shot up from the ground, standing before Zabuza with his sword at the ready. Not even close, he shouted, charging towards the swordsman, once more attempting to get a cut in. However, Zabuza lazily blocked every stab, swing, poke, jab, everything. Naruto attacked again and again, however he gained no ground. Eventually exhaustion caught up to Naruto as he fell on his back, once more breathing heavily. You did good, Naruto. I'm a master swordsman. You won't be able to beat me after a couple of months of training, Zabuza said to Naruto as he sat down next to the young man waiting for dinner. Tanegakure, village hidden in valleys. Your proposal has merits. The land of rivers has always wanted to expand, but our position has led us to be trapped between where we are. We will accept your proposal, came the voice of the leader of Tanegakure. For that reason, we will accept your deal in hopes of a stronger future for Tanegakure. Ishigakure, village hidden in stones. We agree. Suna has had it too good for too long with its ally in Konoha. Ishigakure will no longer stand in the shadow of both Iwa and Suna. The voice of the Kage of Ishigakure came from within a stone room. Shimagakure, village hidden in frost. While I would like to accept, my main concern is how do we get our troops in position? We'd have to go by sea or through the land of hot water, and both ways would raise concerns, said an aged man, the leader of Shimagakure. Kukuko, leave that part to me. You will have a way to send your contingent of shinobi if all goes according to plan, came the same snake voice from before as the old man stroked his beard. Very well, you have the support of Shimagakure. Kusagakure. Daiki, what will it be? You're the last holdout on my little project here. I need an answer, the snake asked as Daiki looked out over his village and thought. Kusagakure will join you. We've been used as a stomping ground by the Big Five for far too long. You have our support, Daiki told the snake as he turned to look back at the yellow eyes as a large grin formed in the dark. Good, you will not regret your decision. Daiki. Minato won't know what to do against such odds, the man said, leaning forward to reveal a man with very pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, purple markings around his eyes, and fang-like teeth. He also has pronounced cheekbones and straight waist-length black hair with some locks covering and framing his face. He was wearing a plain gray garb with a black polo and pants underneath, a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back, blue tomo-shaped earrings, and shinobi sandals with bandages around his calves. I hope so, Orochimaru, he said, turning back to his village as Orochimaru slithered away to plot. Minato's office. Well, I've received word for Yagura. He accepts your proposal. I doubt he was happy about it, but I will accept 3 teams from both Kiri and your rebel forces. If I find out any of them were non-genin, they will be kicked out of Konoha. Got that? Minato asked Ao, who nodded plainly. Yes, of course, we simply want to show off our upcoming talent off the front lines. We have no plans of taking fighters off the front. Thank you, Minato-sama. Mei-sama will be most grateful, he said with a bow which Minato waved off. No need to be so formal, Ao. I've heard the horror stories to escape Kiri. I hope you win. However, I can't formally raise support as that would look bad on Konoha. But I hope my verbal support helps. It does more than you know, Minato-sama, Ao said as the two began to discuss the plans for the Kiri rebel delegation. 22 days later, one day before the Chunin exams, Temari and Naruto were walking down an alley with no destination in mind. Both of their clothes were scruffed up from the day's training. Naruto was zoning out as Temari talked about something that Naruto couldn't quite remember. Naruto, Temari shouted, startling the young man as he was snapped out of his mental thoughts. Sorry, I've been sensing a lot of foreign chakra enter Konoha lately. I guess a lot of the delegations are arriving for the Chunin exams, Naruto said absent-mindedly. However, the young teenager stopped suddenly as Temari looked at him with concern. Konohamaru, you know boxes aren't supposed to be box-shaped, right? Naruto called out, causing Temari to look back and see a box with eye holes. Just what I expect from you, boss, as sharp as ever, came a young voice before it burst into smoke, 3 figures popping out from within it. The first figure and the apparent ringleader had short, spiky brown hair, blue eyes, and a small chip in his tooth. He wore gray shorts and a yellow shirt with a red Konoha symbol printed on it. He also wore goggles like a Hyatate. The second figure was another young boy who had short brown hair and dark eyes. He is characterized by the drip of snot always seen hanging from his nose and his circular glasses. He wore a simple blue shirt which zipped up the middle, a pair of brown pants, sandals, and a pair of goggles. The last member of the trio was a young girl. She had orange hair tied up with red elastics. into two very large pigtails. She also has a perpetual blush. She wears a red tank top over a pink t-shirt layered at the bottom. Her pants are gray, and she wears the traditional ninja sandals. Like the other two boys in the group, she wore goggles like a Hyatate. Konohamaru, you've certainly gotten a little better, but not good enough to beat me just yet, he said with a grin as he rubbed the top of the young man's head, angering him. When Naruto, and by extension Hiruzen, first met Konohamaru, Hiruzen made Naruto promise to look out for the young boy. Seems like he's still up to no good, even all these years. The Monkey Clan will love to have him as their summoner one day, Hiruzen said with pride, causing Naruto to smile at the grandfather's reaction to seeing his grandson. One day I'll be able to Naruto and I, he said, returning the smile as the two fist bumped. Keep this one in line, Udon. Moegi, if he's anything like me, he'll be a troublemaker one day, he said with a small grin, addressing the other two members of the ninja squad. Temari? Temari, is that you? They heard a familiar voice. The two turned to see a Bunraku puppeteer's costume, a black, baggy, full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wears a black hood which covered his head completely and had cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. The boy sported a triangular face paint design, and on his back was a cocoon of bandages. Next to him was another teen who had fair skin, green eyes, and short auburn hair which was rather spiky. He also lacked distinctive pupils or eyebrows. He also had tanuki-like black rings and the kanji for love on the left side of his forehead. The boy wears a black bodysuit with an open neck, t-shirt-like sleeves, and almost full-length leggings. With this, he wears a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips. He has a wide leather band from his left shoulder to his right hip with which he carries his sand gourd and around which he wraps his forehead protector. Gaara? Kankuro, is that you? Temari asked in shock before she ran and hugged her brothers, who gladly accepted and returned the hug. Yo, long time no see, you guys, how you been? Naruto asked with a grin as he held out a fist for Kankuro to fist bump, who gladly returned it after he released his sister. Geez, you've gotten taller, Naruto, you're not the same pipsqueak in Suna. Kankuro joked as a tick mark grew on Naruto's forehead. Pipsqueak. I'll let you know I was just short for my age, Naruto shouted in anger as Kankuro simply laughed. That's what a pipsqueak is, he shouted back at Naruto, trying to keep from laughing as Gaara and Naruto looked at each other. Phew, Gaara said with a nod. Itchy, Naruto replied before holding out a fist for a fist bump that Gaara happily returned. How is the Ichibi treating you? I've heard that most of your previous Jinchuriki have had trouble with it, Naruto said as Gaara nodded. At first, yes, I heard its voice, however your father fixed my seal, and I've been able to sleep. Also, isn't it rude to eavesdrop on people? Gaara asked, suddenly looking up into a tree. Every's eyesight followed his to see Sasuke. Team, Naruto said simply as Sasuke sighed, dropping down. Dope, he said before turning to look at Gaara once more. Asuna shinobi, huh? You must be here for the Chunin exams, Sasuke said mostly to himself as he stared at the two Suna shinobi. An astute observation. What is your name? Gaara asked as Sasuke simply continued to stare, only for him to be jabbed in the side by Naruto. Looking back at the blonde shinobi, the two had a mental conversation before Sasuke relented. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and what is yours? He asked Gaara, who nodded. My name is Gaara no Sabaku. I look forward to facing you, Uchiha. Temari, it was good to see you, and you as well, Naruto. Let's go, Kankuro, Gaara said as he turned, leaving with his brother towards their hotel, most likely. Naruto turned to Sasuke as he grinned. I hope you bring your A game tomorrow, team, because you're the one I want to fight, he said with an ever-present grin, holding out his fist to bump, which Sasuke simply bumped with his own before turning and leaving. See ya later, Nisan, Konohamaru called out, running his own way, leaving Temari and Naruto by themselves. Come on, Naruto, and Kushina is probably waiting for us to start dinner, seeing as tomorrow is the start of the Chunin exams, she said with a small smile, which Naruto returned before the two took to the rooftops, heading home for the night. Dinner was an exciting affair with laughter and smiles all around. Good night, everyone, Naruto called out as he and Temari headed upstairs to their room. Getting undressed, the two quickly got into bed, just enjoying being in each other's arms. Naruto, you know the Chunin exams can be deadly, right? Temari asked, turned away from Naruto as she felt him move his chin in a nodding motion. Yeah, of course, why are you bringing this up? Naruto asked as Temari gained a mischievous grin as she pulled out a little orange book from behind the bed. Because I'm deadlier, she said as she opened the book only to feel it plucked quickly from her hands. How did you find that? He said in a scared whisper, knowing the implications if his mother found out. A woman has her ways, she said simply. It was Kakashi, Naruto said as Temari at least had the courtesy to blush at being found out. It was Kakashi, she said with a small giggle before turning around and looking up at Naruto's face. We could both die tomorrow or at some point in the exams, she said softly, nuzzling into his chest, listening to his breathing and heartbeat. I won't let you die, I promise. Naruto said, determination filling his voice as he looked down at Temari, who quickly captured his lips with her own, the two of them making out as their hands began to explore each other's bodies, with Temari somehow ending on top of Naruto. Lemon warning. Temari began to grind on Naruto, giggling as she felt her lover grow hard underneath her as she took her bra off. My, someone's ready, she said as she kissed Naruto on the cheek before moving down and removing his boxers, allowing his dick to spring free. Naruto quickly made a privacy seal as he looked down at Temari. What can I say, I have a hot girlfriend, he said with a small chuckle before moaning as Temari took him fully in her mouth, bobbing her head up and down on his dick. Naruto quickly came close to release, which Temari could feel as she slowed down, teasing Naruto. Temchan, stop teasing me, he whined as Temari grinned, as if saying as you wish, as she finished Naruto off, causing him to come in her mouth, which she greedily lapped up as Naruto lay panting. My turn, Temari said happily as she spread her legs for Naruto, the only thing hiding her lower lips being a simple pair of lacy panties. Grinning, Naruto quickly closed the distance as he kissed Temari before moving down as he licked and sucked on her breasts, one hand slipping into her panties as he began to finger the girl. Moaning, Temari placed a hand on the back of his head as Naruto removed her panties, moving down quickly, assaulting her pussy, causing the girl's breath to hitch before she began to moan as Naruto played with her clit. Quickly coming to a release in Naruto's mouth, she laid back panting, as did Naruto, as the two stared at each other. I love you, Temchan, he said softly, love filling his eyes. I love you too, Naruto, and please, I want to go all the way tonight, she said, causing Naruto's eyes to widen before he nodded as he moved over top of her, position his dick at her entrance before staring into her eyes. Are you sure, Temari-chan? He asked as she nodded, not able to find the right words to say. Seeing the girl was ready, Naruto slowly pushed his way in, the two gasping at the feeling as Naruto stopped both of them, enjoying the feeling. I'm ready, she whispered once she was used to Naruto being within her. Nodding, Naruto slowly began to move his hips, causing the girl to gasp and moan, and Naruto moved inside her. FF faster, she moaned out as Naruto kissed her neck, gently moving faster, setting a steady pace as the two panted and moaned, both feeling close to coming rather quickly. I'm CC coming, Naruto-kun, Temari moaned out. I am too, Naruto moaned as he thrust a few more times before coming inside her, holding the girl close as she cummed with him. Panting lightly once their orgasms passed, the two held each other tightly, kissing each other one last time before passing out. Next morning, Team 7 stood outside the academy as they looked between themselves, determination filling their eyes as they nodded to each other. Lots of foreign genin and Konoha genin filled the yard, ready to compete and prove they were worthy of being a genin. Look out, everyone, Team 7 is going to win this entire thing, Naruto shouted, raising his fist into the air as the trio walked towards the doors, ready for their lives to change, but not in the way that these exams would actually change their lives. Chapter 8. Chunin exams begin. The academy was packed with young shinobi and kunoichi alike with aspirations to become Chunin in their respective villages. Walking through the halls, Team 7 worked hard to stay close to one another as they walked through a large crowd, which all seemed to stop on the second floor. Isn't the Chunin exam room in room 301? Naruto whispered to Shikamaru, who simply nodded. Yes, something is going on, he whispered to both Temari and Naruto as they moved through the crowd. Come on, you have to let us through, came a shout from the front of the crowd. Ten. Naruto asked aloud as they finally broke through to see two familiar-looking genin in front of a room with 301 above it. Tenten and a Hyuga stood just ahead of them, pleading with the two genin who stood blocking everyone from entering. Are you sure you want to enter? The Chunin exams are dangerous, you could die, we're just doing you a favor. One of the genin said, crossing his arms as he stared down Tenten. Our flames of youth would never allow us to die. Came a shout from a genin next to the Hyuga, who wore a green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers. Naruto shuddered when he looked at the genin, knowing exactly who he was. I'm sorry to say, but nothing can truly prepare you for this, you're all too weak. The other genin said as Naruto frowned, looking at the room sign one more time before he realized something. It's a jinjutsu. Come on guys, let's keep heading upstairs. Naruto whispered as they started to push their way through the crowd. The team, with Tenten, caught their movement and nodded between themselves. Fine, you're right, we're too weak, fate has decided it. The Hyuga said, which was the last thing Team 7 heard as they went down an off-branching hallway to continue their way upstairs. Wait, they heard from just behind them. You are Naruto Namikaze, right, the son of the Yondaime? Turning around, they saw the same green-clad genin before, however they got a better look at him. His hair was in a bowl-cut style. He wears a green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, and a red forehead protector worn as a belt. He has bandages around his forearms up to his fingers. He also had rather large eyebrows. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry I didn't quite catch your name, Naruto said as the boy grinned with light practically gleaming off his teeth. I am Rock Lee, and I would like to fight you. You're the son of a Hokage and the Rookie of the Year, while I am the dead last. Naruto stared at the genin with a small frown as he glanced at his teammates. Temari was staring at the boy's eyebrows in disgust, and Shikamaru simply shrugged. I suppose I could honor your request, Naruto said as the boy's grin grew as he gave Naruto a thumbs up. Yash, that is most useful of you, he shouted as he got into his fighting stance with his knees bent, one arm behind his back and another in front of him. Naruto felt a sweat drop forming at the back of his head as he slipped into his own stance. Whenever you're ready, Lee, Naruto told the green-clad genin, who nodded before literally disappearing from Naruto's sight, causing the teen's eyes to widen as he searched for the boy, only to be forced to duck underneath an orange leg warmer which passed through where his head once was. Most youthful of you, Naruto-kun, to be able to dodge my kick on only instinct, Lee shouted as he brought his foot down, causing Naruto to bring his arms up in an X as a crater formed underneath his from the pressure. Naruto grunted in pain as he felt his arms go numb. Oh, Kami, that hurts. Naruto groaned out as he pushed his arms forward, causing Lee to temporarily lose his balance, giving Naruto an opening to quickly lash out with a punch to Lee's stomach, sending the boy sliding back as a large grin formed on his face. You are indeed a worthy opponent, Naruto-kun. I hope to face you more in these exams, he said as the Hyuga and Tenten entered the room. There you are, Lee, come on, we're not waiting for you any longer, the older teen said with an exasperated sigh. Lee straightened up, bowing to the Namikaze before moving to join his team, waving the Team 7. That was weird, Naruto said, rubbing his arms of their soreness. You said it, now let's get a move on with these troublesome exams. The resident Nara prompted his team as they continued on to room 301 without any stops. Coming around the corner, they were surprised to see Kakashi. Kakashi and I, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, confused. I wanted to wish my cute little genin team good luck, he said with an eye smile and a thumbs up. You also had to make sure all three of us showed up, am I right, Kakashi-sensei? Shikamaru asked, causing Kakashi to falter a slight bit. Well, yes, you are Shikamaru, however that doesn't mean I'm not here to see you guys off. Whether you become Chunin or not, I believe in you guys, so good luck, he said with an eye smile before shining away. Turning to each other, they smiled, holding their fists out, bumping them to each other. Listen guys, whatever lies behind that door will face them together, Naruto said as they separated, walking in the door only to be blasted by a large amount of killer intent. Geez, so much for a warm welcome, Naruto said with a grin, not caring about the other genin. Hey, look who finally showed up. They heard a familiar shout from within the crowd as Kiba Inuzuka came out of it, followed by the rest of Team 8. Hey Kiba, I'm guessing you were the first to show up? Naruto asked, which Kiba nodded to. Yup. So Naruto, I heard you went on a date with our resident Hyuga, is that true? He asked with a sly grin which caused Hinata and Naruto to look at each other with a small blush, remembering the night. Flashback no jutsu. It had been about a week after Naruto took Ino on a date and Temari and Naruto were simply lounging around after a morning of training. So I think Hinata would like a date. Temari told Naruto, causing the boy to raise an eyebrow at her. Don't give me that look, it's been a week since your last date, I know you're putting them off. She told Naruto, who sighed at seeing he'd been caught. I talked to Ino, and we're fine with it, we both agreed it should be Hinata next. Temari told Naruto. Are you guys forming a circle now? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, was all she said, causing the teen to roll his eyes as he got up stretching. Take a shower before you even think about going to the Hyuga complex. Temari shouted at Naruto as he headed upstairs. Once the boy was washed and freshly dressed, he headed out the front door, taking to the rooftops. Thankfully, he didn't have to go far as the Hyuga clan complex was very close to the Namikaze complex. Halt, state your name and purpose. A guard shouted once Naruto got to the gates. I'm Naruto Namikaze, here to meet with Hisashi Hyuga. Naruto called out as one of the two Hyuga activated their Bakugan. Doing a quick check on Naruto, one of them disappeared, heading into the complex. Naruto stood awkwardly for a while before the guard returned. You don't have an appointment, however, Hisashi-sama has granted you an audience. The guard announced as the gates opened, allowing the teenager inside as he made his way towards the clan head's office, having been here with Minato many times. Knocking on the door, he waited patiently for the sounds of Hisashi's voice. Come in. His voice called out as Naruto opened the traditional door, bowing to the clan head as he took a seat before the man. Naruto, what brings you here? He asked, staring down the young teen. Hisashi-sama, I've come to make a request with you. Naruto said as Hisashi barely raised an eyebrow. Go on, I don't have all day, Naruto. Hisashi told Naruto, who gulped, thinking of the right wording that his mother had taught him. Hisashi-sama, I request from you as the father of Hinata the right to court her and take her on a picnic tonight. Naruto said, bowing low, catching the man off guard, who stared at Naruto in contempt for a moment. You know what you're asking me, right, Naruto, and I know of your situation, so please explain why I should accept. He asked. If it wasn't for the formality of the situation, he might have placed his head on his hand in thought. Yes, I do, Hisashi-sama. I have known Hinata for quite some time, now having been in the same academy class together and Aiko and Hanabi being best friends. I know she was saddened when word about me and Temari became widespread within our class. However, I think it would help her self-confidence, and I like your daughter a lot, sir. I would like to see if we're compatible. Naruto said. Without leaving the bow he had placed himself in, the seconds it took for Hisashi to think felt like minutes to Naruto. Rise, young Naruto, I accept your request, however know this, if you take her innocence, treat her with disrespect, or even harm a hair on her head, you will no longer be able to have kids, do you understand? He asked as Naruto rose. He activated his Bakugan to get his point across. Yes, I do, Hisashi-sama, thank you for understanding. He said with another bow as Hisashi dismissively waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Go ask Hinata and be on with it. He said as Naruto rose, leaving the room, not noticing as Hisashi kept his Bakugan activated, watching the boy as he made his way through the complex. Once he arrived at the garden, he searched for Hinata. The girl had one of the same hobbies as Naruto, gardening. They talked about it every now and again whenever they watch Aiko and Hanabi play at the park. Though most of the time it was Kushina and Hitomi or Hinata and Hanabi's mother that watched the twin. Spotting his reason for being there, he walked up as he watched her planting an orchid which Naruto had learned was one of her favorite plants, second only to lavender plants. Hey, Hinata-chan. Naruto, causing Hinata to jump. Taking a second to compose herself, she turned to see the young teen, offering a smile. Hello, and Naruto-kun, is Aiko-chan here to play with Hanabi-chan? She asked, with a small head tilt, having expecting to see the young, excitable girl. No, actually, I'm here to ask you something, he said, looking away to try and hide his blush as Hinata rose an eyebrow, looking at the young teen. Well, ask away, and Naruto-kun, she said with a soft smile. Have you heard of CRA? Naruto asked, causing Hinata to place a finger to her chin. Well, yes, I had to learn about it when learning clan politics. However, due to the current size of the Hyuga clan, we didn't go into depth into it. Why do you ask, in Naruto-kun? she asked at the end as Naruto rubbed his head trying to think of the right phrasing. Well, to put it simply, the Namikaze clan was once a rather predominant clan, as was the Uzumaki clan. However, after the Third and Second Shinobi War respectively, it's pretty much just my family that's left of both clans. As such, I was placed under CRA. I'm saying all this because, well, I was wanting to ask if you want to go on a picnic with me. He said. Hinata's features softened, understanding why he explained everything. You don't want me to think you're unfaithful to Temari, she said softly as Naruto nodded. Not to say I don't like you either, however, currently Temari is my fiancé after all. However, she was the one to push me to do this with you, he said with a small smile, which Hinata returned. Sure, Naruto-kun, I'd be happy to go on a picnic with you, she said as Naruto formed a face-splitting grin. Awesome. I'll be back at 8. Does that work for you? He said as Hinata nodded, which was all that kept her from fainting in joy as Naruto waved, heading to prepare for the picnic as Hinata skipped happily to her room to prepare for the night. The moment came pretty quickly, quicker than the two expected. Naruto arrived at the gates wearing burnt orange pants with a black dress shirt and an orange tie. He also had a picnic basket in hand and a blanket. The guards looked him over, motioning for him to wait. He didn't have to wait long as Hinata arrived wearing a simply lavender kimono and a light amount of makeup. You look really nice tonight, Hinata-chan, he said with a smile, which she returned as she accepted Naruto's outstretched arm. You do as well, Naruto-kun, she said as they started to walk through the streets of Konoha. Naruto motioned for her to hold tight, which didn't take much persuading on Hinata's part as he shoeshined them up to the top of his father's head. It's really beautiful up here, Naruto-kun, she said softly as Naruto began to lay out the picnic before them. It is, isn't it? I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because he's my dad, but I've always felt drawn to head up here whenever I'm sad. It's just comforting looking over the village. It makes me want to protect it with everything I've got, he said as a small grin formed as his conviction grew. It was hard for Hinata not to have a soft smile, as well as she sat up the blanket once everything was laid out. And around this time is the best to be up here, he said as he began to eat the food he had prepared earlier, which included some of Hinata's favorites like cinnamon buns. Why is that, Naruto-kun? She asked as Naruto simply grinned at her. However, he didn't say anything as he simply motioned for her to wait. Suppressing a shrug, the girl began to eat as she watched the town. And that's when she saw Konoha bathed in the setting sun, painting the village in oranges, reds, and even purples. It's so beautiful, Naruto-kun, she said with a gasp as Naruto simply nodded. Yeah, I know, he said as they ate in silence before they returned to the Hyuga clan compound, departing to continue preparing for the Chunin exams. Kai. Yeah, we did. It was pretty nice, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head as another team entered the room. Look who it is. Dope, Sasuke said as he was followed by Yakumo and Ino. Team, Naruto said simply as he raised a hand out, which Sasuke happily returned. Naruto-kun, Ino said as she hugged the teenager, who happily returned the hug. Ino-chan, he said with a grin as he returned the hug. Backing away, she turned to Temari as the two stared at each other before they nodded. Turning to the door, once more they spotted yet another team entering. Sasuke-kun, came the shouts of a familiar pink-haired girl as she was followed by Sai and Shino. Is everyone competing this year? Choji asked Shikamaru, who simply shrugged. There's been rumors we were all going to compete, but I guess it's true, Ino told the two as she waved to Sakura, who waved back. I've heard people calling us the Rookie 12 as this is the first time an entire academy classes attended the Chunin exams, Naruto said as everyone mingled. Geez, you guys are making quite the ruckus. Don't you even realize everyone is staring at you? A voice asked as everyone stopped staring at the person who approached them. He had onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, which he kept in a ponytail. He had black-rimmed circular glasses. He also wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, and dark purple pants with a white cloth waistband. Lastly, he was wearing dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand and a blue forehead protector. I'm sorry, but we don't quite know who you are, Naruto spoke for the group, staring at the man. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite place why. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Kabato. I'm assuming this is the first time you guys are taking the exams, Kabato said as all the rookies nodded. How many times have you taken them? Kiba asked with Kabato chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Well, this is the sixth and hopefully last time I've taken the exams, he said sheepishly as Kiba laughed. 6? You must really suck, he said as Kabato chuckled with him. Perhaps, but the exams are also rather hard. A lot of Jinin die every year, he said seriously, which caused Kiba to stare at him in shock. This shook up all the other rookies. But not to worry, the exams are different year. However, a lot of time the contestants aren't. I've actually collected a lot of information on everyone, he said as he pulled out a deck of cards. Cards? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, cards. These cards contain information on every Jinin here, their strengths and such, and their specialties. The same goes for every village, he said, picking out a card showing Konoha, which included information like most common nature, affinity, most common specialty, etc. I can show you guys information on specific people if you want, he said with a grin as Sasuke thought for a minute. Rock Lee, Naruto, Namikaze, and Gaara, he said, getting a raised eyebrow from the boy. Naruto, be carefully. I have a bad feeling about this boy. No one should have this much information about everyone, came the rumbling voice of Hiruzen. Yeah, I have a bad feeling about him as well, Naruto said as he cut off the connection, seeing him pull out a card. Rock Lee from Konoha, he has below average stats on everything besides Taijutsu, which is far above most Genin, even some Chunin. He's taken 64 D-rank missions and 5 C-rank missions, even 1 B-rank mission. His teammates are Tenten and Niji Hyuga. Their Jounin sensei is Mato Guy. He read off, putting the card back into the deck. This sparked some red flags in Naruto's mind. Instantly, mission files were kept top secret as to protect the client and the Genin team. No one should know the number of missions anyone has taken. Naruto Namikaze of Konoha. He has above average taijutsu and speed. He also has above average skills in ninjutsu. However, he has no skill, so to speak, in genjutsu. His team consists of Shikamaru, Nara, and Temari. They've taken 29 D-rank missions, 1 B-rank mission, and 1 A-rank mission. He also appears to be skilled in Kenjutsu. Kabato finished returning the card to his deck. Finally, Gaara of Suna. He has no listed skills in anything besides ninjutsu. His team consists of Kankuro and Matsuri. They have completed 15 C-rank missions, for B-rank missions, and 1 A-rank mission. However, Gaara has always returned without a scratch. This further proved Naruto's suspicions, as he could maybe understand Konoha teams. However, Suna teams were different. What's the composition of nations fighting this year? Shino asked as he pushed up his glasses. Well, the majority of teams consists of Konoha with 50 teams. Kusagakure is the second largest with 10 teams. Kirigakure sent 3 teams, and there's also 3 teams from their faction of rebels, which is surprising. Kamigakure sent a single team this year, and so did Sunagakure, and Amigakure sent 3 teams. There is Otogakure, which sent 2 teams. They're rather small and new hidden village, so I don't expect much from them. And lastly, there's a single team from Takigakure. So overall, there's 222 genin from different nations around Hai no Kuni. Kabato finished as movement caught Naruto's eyes. Looking up, he saw what could only be described as a mummy. The teenager had bandages covering most of his face, leaving only his left eye uncovered. He also wore a large poncho with long sleeves, a snake-patterned scarf around his neck, a straw raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf, and a large metallic object on his right arm. The boy charged forward, throwing a punch at Kabato, who dodged punch by leaning backwards. However, Naruto's ears picked up on the vibration of chakra in the air. What happened next surprised everyone as Kabato's glasses cracked and he hunched over, throwing up. That's for overlooking Otogakure. Watch your back, he said simply as he turned to move back into the crowd, only for a puff of smoke grab everyone's attention at the front of the large room. Shut the fuck up and take your seats. And I swear to Kami, if I see anyone of fighting, I will kick you out of the Chunin exams, came a gruff voice as the smoke cleared to reveal a group of Chunin, led by one man. The man had a large and imposing figure, which he complements with a rugged head and face covered with old wounds and scars. His head was covered by his hiatate, which was worn like a bandana. He also wears a darker version of the standard uniform of the intelligence division, along with a black trench coat and gloves. Everyone was shuffled around the room and assigned to different seats, and every team was split up. Naruto was sat between a teenager with short, tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He also has pointed, shark-like teeth. He wears square, black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pinstriped shirt, and camouflage pattern pants. He wore a high-tate with the kanji for Rebel Fawn on it. On his right side was a young, dark-skinned Chunin with short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes accentuated with eyelashes curving upwards from the corners. He wears a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, with red bandage handguards, Kumogakure shin guards, and a black high-tate along with a Kumogakure flak jacket, and was sucking on a lollipop. He also had a rather large sword on his back, which looked way too big for him. I am Ibiki Marino, and I will be the protractor for the first section of the Chunin exams, and I am your worst enemy. The rules are simple. You will be taking a written exam. The protractors around the room will be watching you for what you may ask to see if you cheat. If you are caught cheating 5 times, you will be disqualified and forced to leave. You will have 45 minutes to complete 9 questions with a 10th question. Once the 45 minutes are up, any questions no. The test begins now. He shouted, and instantly the sound of papers being flipped could be heard. However, pencils weren't scratching on said paper, and Naruto understood why as he stared down at the paper. The questions were tough, way harder than any Genin and even most Chunin could realistically be able to answer. He could hear people muttering to themselves trying to figure out what was going on. Looking around the room, he noticed a few people already writing. Frowning, he thought about the meaning of the exam before it clicked. So this is an exam to test your ability to gather information, huh? He thought as he suppressed a grin as he thought for a minute won the best approach. Leaning back in his chair, he looked up and saw a kunai flying past his face, hitting the desk behind him. Examinee 132, you and your team are disqualified. Ibiki shouted as a Konoha Genin cursed, getting glares from his teammates. Naruto kind of felt bad, but he didn't spend time dwelling on the loss of a team. Tapping his chin, Naruto looked around as he spotted Hinata and Sasuke, as well as who he assumed was Neji, using their respective Dijitsu. Sakura was answering all the questions with what looked to be no difficulty, but that was expected. I'm not really suited for information gathering, at least none of my jutsu are stealth-based. Well, I could. Scanning the room one last time, he spotted what looked to be a Chunin in the crowd with the answers. Naruto reached into his pockets, knocking out 3 smoke bombs, which exploded, filling the room. Creating a Kagebushin, it quickly moved down and swapped papers with the Chunin, and quickly sent, "Is up to the real Naruto. If I find out whoever did that, you're dead," shouted Ibiki in the smoke as he used a futon jutsu to quickly clear the smoke, which also cleared the smoke of the Bushin being dispersed. Naruto sat innocently enough as he pretended to finish writing the questions and set his pencil down. That wasn't bad, kid, maybe not the most discreet, but it would work in the field, he thought, looking at Naruto, who at this point had placed his head on the table. The rest of the test went by pretty quickly, with most notable techniques being a kid using mirrors and a Suna Genin using a puppet to get the answers. All right, time's up. Pencils down, Ibiki shouted, waking Naruto up from his nap. Before I give you the 10th question, let me lay down some rules. If you fail this question, no matter how many points you have, you will be failed, he announced as Genin began to talk amongst themselves. Quite. I'm not done. If you fail the 10th question, you will also never be allowed to take the Chunin exams ever again, he announced, letting it sit for a moment before a flurry of shouts made its way through the room. What? That's bullshit. There's people who've taken the exams multiple times. You can't do this, Kiba shouted from a couple rows behind Naruto as Ibiki chuckled. Yes, I can. They've just been fortunate enough to never have had me as the protractor. If you want to leave, you may, but no, you will be disqualified, Ibiki announced with a finality as teams began to get up and leave left and right. Naruto heard the Komo ninja muttering to his right. And if I fail, by sensei will be mad at me, and he might just kick me of the team. Naruto cut him out as he looked over at the Kiri rebel Genin, who looked just as nervous. He noticed the rest of the rookie 15 was pretty shaken up, as well, steeling himself as more teams left. He slowly raised his hand down, catching his team's attention. Huh, I heard the brat had more conviction. I'm surprised he's backing down, Ibiki thought as he stared at Naruto to see what he would do next, and was mildly surprised as the teen slammed his hand down on his desk, causing everyone to stop and look at him. Your rules are bullshit, and everyone knows it, but you know what? Even if I fail this question, even if I can't move past Genin, I will still further my shinobi career and become Hokage Databeo, Naruto shouted. I don't need the rank of Chunin to prove how kick-ass of a Genin I am. He finished as everyone that was on the fence gained the confidence they needed. How maybe this brat is special like Kakashi has been bragging about. He's got guts and conviction, he can even make people look up to him. I think he would be a good Chunin. Ibiki thought, staring down the Namikaze once more before looking over the room. Last chance to leave. He announced, waiting for anyone to lose their nerve. Seeing no one did, he nodded. In that care, you all pass. He announced once more, getting shouts from the genin present. Holding up his hand, the room quickly quieted down. This was a test of not only your ability to gather information, but also your conviction. Being a Chunin, you'll be leading other shinobi on missions, almost all of which will be dangerous. There will be times where your decisions can cost lives, and you will have to live with that. And there will be times where you can be captured and tortured for information, and you can take the easy road and tell the enemy everything, or you can get tortured. He said, removing his Hitai to reveal his scarred head, which caused what he was saying to sink in with every genin. Being a shinobi past genin is more than just doing simple chores. It's fighting on the front lines and protecting your comrades, and you have to live with losing them. He finished as a large ball crashed through the window opening to reveal a banner which said, announcing the protractor of the second Chunin exams. The sexy and single Anko Mitarashi, with a woman standing in front of the banner with her fist pumped in the air. The woman who Naruto assumed was Anko was fairly tall with a slender frame. She has light brown, pupilless eyes. Her hair was black with a violet tint which was styled in a short, spiky, fan ponytail. She was wearing a fitted mesh bodysuit that covers her from her neck down to her thighs. Over this, she was wearing a tan overcoat with a purple inseam and a pocket on each side, a dark orange mini skirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards. In addition to the typical hiatate, she also wore a small pendant that looks like a snake thong and a wristwatch. Anko, you're early, Ibiki said with a deadpan from behind the banner, causing Anko to defeat a little bit before counting the genin in the room. And you're losing your touch, Ibiki. I count 90 genin still in the room, she said, rather annoyed as Ibiki chuckled. Or maybe they're just a good crop this year, he said, glancing once more at Naruto as Anko simply rolled her eyes. Once I'm done, that number will be cut down by more than half. Now then, I am Anko Mitarashi, and I will be the protractor of the second exam. You have 10 minutes to meet me at training grounds. If you're late, you're disqualified, she announced before heading out the door, leaving dumbstruck genin. Well, what are you waiting for? Get the hell out of my room, Ibiki shouted, causing the remaining genin to get up and follow Anko out the window, causing a traffic jam. Team 7 met at the door as Shikamaru rolled his eyes at everyone trying to leave the same way as Anko. They know there's doors right and less troublesome ways of leaving a room, he said as the team left the room. Temari shrugged her shoulders. Maybe, but they're probably so hyper-focused on winning the exams they didn't realize it, she said as Naruto nodded. The team made a quick dash to training grounds 44, which was filling up with genin teams. Once 10 minutes was up, Anko waved her hands as Chunin blocked off access to the rest of the 5 teams which had yet to make it. All right, gather around Gaki. This is training grounds 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. Why, you might ask? Because it is crawling with some of the most dangerous fauna in Konoha. Your goal is these 2 scrolls right here, she said, pulling out a brown and a white scroll from her trench coat with the kanji for earth and heaven on them. Each team will be given one of these scrolls. Once you've collected both of them, you're to head to the tower in the center of the forest. You have 5 days to reach it. If you don't, tough luck. Killing is allowed, and as such we will require you to sign waivers, she said, motioning to some Chunin to start handing out the paperwork. I bet this exam will be super easy. We'll pass no problem, everyone heard Kiba say, and they couldn't believe how stupid he was to say that so loud. Anko grinned as before anyone could react or even see, she pulled out a kunai, throwing it past Kiba, slicing his cheek open a little bit. Is that so, Gaki? Quite a bit of confidence in you. I hope it holds up, she said, licking the blood off his cheek from a mortified Kiba. Here, you drop this, said Akuna Jinin, who passed back the kunai with a rather large tongue. Naruto, be careful with that one. For some reason, I'm getting a horrible feeling about them, Hiruzen said from deep within Naruto's mind, who simply nodded. Yeah, for some reason they smell of snakes, he said half absently back to Hiruzen, who simply widened his eyes. Naruto, avoid them at all costs, and as soon as you can. We need to talk to your father. Hiruzen said, causing Naruto to internally raise an eyebrow before he cut off the connection as he and his team filled out their paperwork. Once it was filled out and handed and they were assigned a gate and a scroll as they itched to get a move on. All right, guys, I say we get to as close to the center as we can, that way we're not too far away from the tower once we have both scrolls. Shikamaru said as everyone nodded. I'll send my clones out in different directions disguised as us. If they dispel, we know what areas to avoid. Naruto added as Shikamaru nodded. That'll probably be for the best. These exams are already turning out to be troublesome, he said, rubbing the back of his head, only to be hit in the back of his head by Temari. Whatever you Baka, you know what you signed up for, she said as a loud ringing sound was made by the speakers. All right, everyone, the second portion of the Chunin exams begins now, shouted Anko as the gates shot open and Team 7 shot forwards into the trees. Once they were far enough and Naruto made 5 teams of clones who hedged into Team 7, which promptly shoot off in multiple directions with the real Team 7 heading in their own direction. Back with Ibiki. Ibiki was busy picking up the papers as he was supposed to clean up the classroom for the academy to use. Picking up Naruto's, he was surprised to see a note written on the bottom of the paper. Dear Ibiki, I believe that the Genin Kabato is a spy. He had too much information to be anything besides that, including information on the amount of missions people have taken. Frowning, Ibiki summoned a Chunin and handed him the paper. Take that to Minato-sama, see what he thinks of this, he said before going back to collecting the papers. Chapter 9. The Forest of Death. Team 7 had been moving through the forest for the better part of an hour, which was alive with activity from what Naruto could feel, whether it was the animals or the Genin fighting amongst themselves. A few of the teams of clones had been dispelled already from traps or being attacked by other teams. Once a team was dispelled, Naruto would correct their course to move away from the danger, much to the anger of Temari, who just wanted to get a scroll. However, the team listened to Shikamaru, who insisted on moving forward for a while longer, at least till he put up a hand, bringing everyone to a halt. Everyone stopped, crouched on a branch overlooking a small clearing which contained a Kiri and an AIM team duking it out. They watched as the AIM team took care of the Kiri team, pulling out an earth scroll as Naruto felt a grin form as he thumbed the heaven scroll in his pouch. Looking over at Shikamaru, who simply nodded, Team 7 sized up their opponents. All of them wore the same face Hiato 8 with rebreather and jumpsuits. The only way to differentiate between all 3 of the Genin was the difference in their sashes across their eyes. Weaving through some hand signs, quickly Naruto's chest puffed up before blowing a rather strong gust of wind. Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough, he shouted as the wind moved quickly, blowing each other Genin away from each other as Team 7 jumped down in front of their own opponent. You fucking brat, shouted what seemed to be the leader of the group, who had had 2 eye holes in his sash. What, me? What did I do? Naruto asked innocently as he unsheathed his katana, standing before the man, who went through some hand signs forming some water clones and another jutsu that Naruto wasn't sure what it did, putting him on edge. The clones charged forward, forming a screen for the real Genin, as Naruto attempted to slice through the first clone, only for it to phase right through the clone as he received a punch for his actions. Just Bushin. Shikamaru wondered aloud as he watched Temari and Naruto fight the team while he formed the strategy for the team. Narrowing his eyes, he shook his head. No, it has to have been a Jinjutsu, he said, forming the release hand sign. Kai, release, he shouted, and most of the clones disappeared. Formation C, Shikamaru shouted, and instantly Team 7 formed a triangle, watching each other's back. So what did you find out, Shika? Naruto asked as he held his katana out in front of him, as Temari held her fan out, not opened yet. There's only a handful of actual Bushin, the rest were part of a Jinjutsu, Shikamaru told the team, and as if on cue the couple released the Jinjutsu, allowing them to see the actual Bushin, and they couldn't quite figure out the real shinobi. Naruto grinned as he brought his hands up in a familiar hand seal. 10 clones burst out around the members of Team 7, each fanning out to try and figure out which of the members of the AIM squad. It didn't take long before all 3 of the Genin were tied up, squirming, trying to get out. Fuck you, Konoha Gaki, let us go, shouted the leader of the squad as Naruto swiped the earth scroll, tossing it from hand to hand. No, I don't think I will, It would be a nuisance to have you in our rear trying to get revenge on us, so I think I'm just going to leave you nice and tightly tied up here. Tada! Naruto shouted as he and the team took off back into the woods. Are we really just going to leave them there in the middle of the forest of death? Temari asked next to Naruto as they jumped branch to branch. No, of course not. The rope isn't that tight, so they should be able to get out of it pretty easily, within like an hour. Naruto said with a cheeky smile as Temari simply shook her head and smiled. Leave it to Naruto to take it easy on our enemy, Shika said with a deadpan. Mama, I couldn't in good faith leave them out here alone, so whatever, I doubt they'll be after us, Naruto said with a simple dismissive wave of his hand. Kukuku, careful Naruto-kun, that line of thought could end up killing you. They heard a voice that could only be that of a snake as yellow snake eyes appeared in the darkness of the forest. Fuck. Naruto, you gotta get out of here now, Hiruzen shouted as Team 7 came to a halt in a defensive position. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked as he felt his hand start to quiver as an overwhelming force washed over Team 7. My Naruto-kun, I thought you were smarter than that. After all, who else has snake features? The figure said as it stepped out in the open, revealing a face most Konoha shinobi recognized and feared. Orochimaru. Naruto shouted, his heart dropping down into his stomach as he realized just how many ways Team 7 had just become fucked. Yes, hello Naruto-kun. Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you. Yet I just left a gift with your friend Sasuke-kun, and I came to see the son of the man who stole my position as Hokage, he said with an evil glint in his eyes as he stared down Naruto. I hope to hear many great things about Dash. Orochimaru was cut off as a three-pronged kunai landed at his feet, causing him to click his tongue as Minato appeared, Rasengan in hand, driven straight into Orochimaru. However, the Orochimaru in front of Team 7 turned into mud. Kukuku, Minato-kun, did you really think it would be that easy to defeat me? Till we meet again, was all they heard from Orochimaru. The intense wave of power subsided, causing breath to return to Naruto's lungs, as well as the other members of Team 7. Tusen thank Dash, Naruto began as Minato simply held up a hand, turning around with a smile on his face. No worries, Naruto-kun, I heard Orochimaru had infiltrated the Chunin exams, so I came to make sure everyone was fine. Continue on, we're proud of you, and good luck, he shouted before he disappeared in a yellow flash. Team 7 took up a position to rest, breathing heavily after their encounter with Orochimaru. Kami, that was intense. I've never felt so weak in my life, Temari said as she held her knees, snuggling into Naruto's side. I know what you mean. Wait, didn't he say something about Sasuke? Naruto said, jumping up, causing Temari to fall over and grumble. However, she reflected on Naruto's words before her eyes widened, as did Shikamaru's. They didn't get a chance to say a word to Naruto before he took off into the forest, more than likely already honing in on the chakra signature of Team 8. Both teams just nodded to each other before taking back off, following their unsaid leader. Both fell in step behind Naruto, who said nothing to them with a look on his face. Naruto, what's wrong? I know that look, what aren't you saying? She asked with concern laced in her voice. There are 3 other chakra signatures in the area of Team 8, and they're filled with malice. I also can sense the residue of Orochimaru's chakra all over this area, and it's prevalent where they are. It almost feels like it's mixing with Sasuke's own chakra, he said, flashing a concerned look over to Temari before he set his foot down hard on the next branch, blasting off it with another force to break it off the tree, propelling him forward. Naruto, wait up, Shikamaru said with a sigh as he moved faster, as well with Temari. Naruto came to a halt on a branch overlooking a clearing as Ino stood outside a hollowed-out tree log. Shikamaru and Temari stopped beside Naruto, catching their breath as they watched the scene below. Earlier with Team 8, Ino sat over a passed-out Yakumo and Sasuke, both of which were bruised after the run-in with Orochimaru. She sat treating their wounds as best she could, but she was no medic nin. Wiping sweat off her brow, she heard a crack in the bushes surrounding the hollowed-out log, causing her to tense up. Slowly and carefully pulling out a kunai, she cut a wire next to her, causing logs to fall down on top of the bushes that surrounded the clearing. Hearing cursing and shouting, Ino let out a smirk as she wiped the dust off of her dress, standing up and walking out of the tree with the same kunai in hand. She stood in a defensive position as the team from Otogakure appeared in front of her. "So what are you losers from a loser village doing here?" Ino asked with as much confidence as she could muster, causing Dosu to laugh, which made Ino's smirk turn to a frown. "What's so funny?" Ino asked, the confidence still in her voice, but it had waned just a bit. "It's your confidence I find amusing. It's 3 versus 1, and we have the training of Orochimaru-sama to guide us," Dosu said with a smirk which was visible under his bandages. Ino's confidence turned to horror in an instant as the rest of the team joined their leader in laughing. "Face it, girlie, you're no match for the 3 of us, so just hand over Sasuke, so we can complete our mission and continue on in your stupid village's Chunin exams," Zaka said with a sadistic grin as he stared down Ino, who at this point was shaking. "I'm sorry, but I can allow you to get closer," Ino said, her voice fierce as she steeled herself ready to take on the team, who started to walk closer. "We weren't asking," Kin said with a smirk as they stepped closer and closer till they were in the middle of clearing. The corners of Ino's mouth twitched as she formed a ram's seal, the clearing lighting up as the team jumped back just as it exploded, sending them flying back a little further than they intended. "There's more where that came from," Ino shouted before Team 7 appeared in front of Ino in a wedge formation. "No need to fear, Ino, Team 7 is here," Naruto said with a grin before he turned back to the Odo team, who stood staring at Team 7 in disbelief. "What, no other teams were supposed to be in this area?" Dosu grumbled before looking at his team. "Well, we're here now," Naruto said with a small grin on his face before he formed 4 squads of shadow clones who stood in anticipation for their command to attack. Clicking his tongue, Dosu formed a hand sign, causing a flash to blind everyone present. When it subsided, the Odo team was gone, causing Naruto to sigh as all but one of the squads of clones dispelled themselves. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Ino shouted as she glomped onto Naruto, who returned the hug in a comforting manner as he started to sob. "I thought we were done for before you guys showed up," she whispered out. Temari was a little upset, but let it slide for the moment. "No worries. We were just in the area and worried about Sasuke, so I thought we'd come check on him," he said with a smile before he let her go, moving to check on Sasuke. He frowned as he saw the black seal on Sasuke's neck. Tracing the lines, he let out a sigh. "What's wrong with you, Kumo?" Naruto asked, looking at the seal on Sasuke's neck. "Nothing really. I think she was just pushed to her physical limit when we went up against Orochimaru, so she's just sleeping it off." Naruto nodded as he stood up. "Sasuke should awaken soon. Till then, keep hidden, and I'll leave a squad of shadow clones to protect you. They'll disperse whenever you guys get up and move. Good luck," he said with a smile, giving her one last comforting hug before he and Team 7 took off once more towards the center of the tower. "Once again helping our enemies, huh, Naruto?" Shikamaru spoke up on Naruto's right, who simply shrugged. "In my opinion, even now they're not our enemy. We're all Konoha shinobi, right? I think it's better to help them out rather than turn our backs to them in their times of need," he said with a small sigh as Shikamaru just gave a shrug of his own. "I'm just saying it's rather troublesome that we've helped out 2 teams that can go against us now," he said with a frown as Naruto simply waved his hand. "No need to worry, Shika, it'll all be fine," he said as they continued to hop through the woods. Naruto, however, felt himself suddenly pulled into his mindscape. A frown formed in his face as he stood within the familiar sewer. Splashing through the water, he came to the dark section that held Hiruzen and the Kyuubi. "So what's the deal? Why was I called in here?" Naruto asked as he watched Hiruzen and Kyuubi share some sake. "Why didn't you move when I warned you to, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen said, taking a sip as he stared down Naruto. "It's not that I didn't want to, Hiruzen, it's just that I felt like I physically couldn't, is all," Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head in shame. Hiruzen simply nodded. "No need to feel shame, Naruto-kun. You just faced off against one of the strongest shinobi to come from Konoha. Not many people can say they survived that. Do you know what that seal was on Sasuke-kun's neck?" Hiruzen finished as he set down his sake dish. "Kanda-ka-chan showed us a similar seal, and to be wary of its presence, but she never really told us why," he said with a frown as he thought of how the seal was made. "It's called the Ten no Juin, Cursed Seal of Heaven. I would tell your father and mother as they might be the only ones that can help Sasuke now. He warned as Naruto nodded before looking between Hiruzen and the Kyuubi. So, when did you guys get so chummy? Naruto asked as the Kyuubi and Hiruzen looked at each other and shrugged. We've spent a lot of time in here together, Ninjin. It's hard to hate someone for so long, but be forced to be around them constantly. We've learned to coexist so that our boredom isn't so intense. The Kyuubi grumbled out, barely caring about the two humans in front of him. Whatever, I think you're just a big softy inside that hateful exterior. Naruto said with a grin as the Kyuubi, who just closed its eyes, instantly shot open, staring down its Jinchuriki. Careful what you say, boy, your words can get you into trouble. It said, blowing air out its mouth, which kicked Naruto out of his mindscape. In an instant, Naruto was back in the normal world as he noticed he had barely moved since being pulled inside. Stupid Kyuubi kicking me out of my own head. How the fuck did he do that? Naruto grumbled to himself as he touched off from another branch. The grumblings continued till the center of the forest was just in sight for Team 7. Alright, Shika, whatcha thinking? Naruto whispered to his confidant. Well, it's barely been a full day, so I don't think it's very likely that many teams have made it here to scope it out just yet. I say we set a team of clones and see what happens, Shikamaru said with a shrug. Naruto simply nodded, creating a team of 3 clones, blowing away the smoke with a simple futon jutsu. The clones nodded before hopping out of the hiding place of the team, walking towards the front doors. They barely made it halfway there before they were shredded up by kunai and shuriken. Well, that answers that question, Temari said with a small snicker as Naruto shuddered, getting the memories of the clones. Guess we have to brute force our way through this, Naruto said as Temari pulled out her fan, opening it slightly and creating a torrent of wind in all directions, giving Team 7 the time they needed to hop to the front door. Looking at the words on the wall, Naruto grinned as he pulled out the 2 scrolls, laying them down in front of them. With a puff of smoke, Kakashi appeared with his signature eye smile. Hey guys, congrats and good job on getting through the second portion of the exam. I hope you guys go all the way because I got a lot of money riding on you. But enough about that. You're the second team to arrive, just a couple hours behind Gaara's team, so get in there, get some food and rest, and I'll talk to you guys soon, Kakashi said as the doors opened for them before he once again disappeared. I am so hungry and tired. I don't think we stopped once the entire time we were out there, Naruto said with a frown, realizing he probably pushed the team too hard to keep up with him. Yeah, but I didn't really want to spend a night out there, let alone 3 additional days, Temari said with a shudder of the thought of staying in training grounds 44. It was troublesome, but now we have time to rest and get our bearings for the next part of the exam, Shikamaru said as the young teen looked ready to drop into a Nara nap at any moment. The fact that his friend never thought about choosing not to breath out of laziness always surprised the blonde teen. Naruto, Temari, I'm glad you guys made it, spoke up the familiar voice of Gaara, who stepped out of the shadows. A small, barely noticeable smile on his lips as he held out a fist for Naruto, who gladly returned the gesture. And that's when something strange happened. Well, everything that happened with Jinchuriki was strange. The 2 Jinchuriki stood on opposite sides of a large room with 2 separate changes behind them holding their respective biju. Ha ha, look at you, Kurama, trapped within that cage. Not so tough now, are you? Shouted Shikaku. This set Kyuubi off in a rage as he slammed himself against his cage, roaring at the Ichibi. How dare you use that name, Shikaku? Shouted Kyuubi as Gaara and Naruto looked at each other in confusion. Gaara was also confused to see Hiruzen, who was studying the large room, in amazement. Wait, Kurama, is that your name? Naruto asked him to turn around to face the Kyuubi, who simply glared at his Jinchuriki. Yes, it is Gaki. Is there a problem with me having a name? Kurama asked as Naruto simply laughed and shook his head. No, there's not. I actually like knowing you have an actual name rather than just Kyuubi. Kurama, that's what I'm calling you from now on, Naruto shouted with a grin as Kurama simply turned around to face his cell wall. I'll look at that, Kurama has a friend now, Shikaku said with malice glee in his voice. So where are we? And who is that, Naruto? I didn't know you had 2 beings sealed in you, Gaara asked in confusion as he continued to stare at Hiruzen. Well, he's the Sandaime Hokage. He sealed a portion of himself into my seal. As for where Gigi, you have any ideas? Naruto asked. staring at Hiruzen, who coughed into his hand to regain his bearings. Well, it was only a theory until now, but when Jinchuriki came in contact with one another, it was thought they could potentially share a mindscape between them and their Biju. I guess this proves that theory was true, so I guess we're in a shared mindscape. Hiruzen explained as Naruto stared in awe. That's awesome. So I guess if we ever need a place to talk in secret, this is the way we do it. Hey Gaara, you felt another presence too, haven't you? He asked, thinking back on the Taki team, where he felt the presence of another Jinchuriki. Yeah, I have. I'm not sure what to make of three of us all in the same place, Gaara said before shrugging. I think it's a good thing personally, anyways we should return to the real world, Naruto said as the link was separated and the fist bump ended. God damn it, I already had troubles with one space shinobi, and now we have two of them, Temari shouted, waving a hand in front of the eyes of Naruto, who simply blinked. Sorry, was not expecting that, Naruto said with a small laugh, grinning at Temari, who rolled her eyes. Alright, we should go get some rest, and you should as well, Gaara, Temari said, giving her brother a hug before they split into their separate chambers. Seeing a shower, Temari grinned as she ran into the bathroom, slamming and locking the door behind her. I'm going to go get dashed, Naruto began before hearing the Nara slump down and into what had essentially become his bed. I guess I'm alone now, Naruto said as he went to the cafeteria, getting a surprisingly good meal of rice with chicken in a teriyaki sauce. It wasn't ramen, but that sure hit the spot, Naruto said, petting his now full and happy stomach. He returned to see Temari was still in the shower and the Nara still asleep. Happy to just sleep himself after hours in the forest, Naruto fell into his own bed. After a little, while he felt Temari snuggling into his side, which caused Naruto to wrap his arms around her, kissing her head. 3 days later. Time flew quicker than the team had expected as team after team came in. Late into the night, Naruto finally got the memories of Team 7 finally being fully back up and ready, though Sasuke was different. Naruto and the team spent most of the time resting and using the training grounds within the tower. Attention, all teams, please meet at the center of the tower, Anko's voice announced over the loudspeakers, waking up Naruto and Temari from their snuggle nap. Come on, Shikamaru, let's go, Naruto said, standing up. The Nara chose to simply turn over, enraging Naruto, who kicked the lazy man. What the hell, Naruto? Shikamaru said, rubbing his back, grumbling. He got up, however, following the other two the center staging area of the tower. Most of the teams were already there, standing in lines behind their senseis. Anko, Minato, and Protractors stood at the head of the room, staring down the Chunin present. There were 12 teams that had made. 6 were from Konoha, 1 from Suno, 1 from Kiri, and the Kiri rebels Takikumo, and finally, the last one from Odo. Anko decided that she was going to glare them all down. Fucking 12 teams made it through, unfucking believable. 12 teams, how the fuck? Anko said to herself as Minato simply laughed. Don't worry, it was a good batch this year, he said to her with a grin, stepping forward. All the talking silenced. Welcome all of those who have made it this far. As you know, I am the Yondaime Hokage, and I would like to congratulate all of you for your hard work. Every year, villages hold Chunin exams to see who from their Chunin force are ready to move higher in the shinobi world. You all are examples of the best your village has to offer. However, Minato began, but was cut off by a shinobi with short brown hair, dark-colored eyes, and dark markings under his eyes. Even though he was a young man, he had pronounced lines under his eyes. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with a hitaite that he wore as a bandana, flak jacket, and regular shinobi sandals. He also carried a katana with a rectangular handguard strapped over his back. Excuse me, Hokage, same as the protractor of the next exam, may I explain this next part? He said with a bow as Minato simply nodded with a smile. Hello all, I am Hei Gecko, and I am the protagonist of the third and final exam of the Konoha Chunin exams. The next portion of the exams will be a one-on-one tournament held exactly 1 from now. You will no longer be working as teammates. However, as many important people, including kages and noblemen, as well as potential clients, are watching, we can't allow every person to advance. As such, we shall be holding a preliminary exam. Whoever wins will advance. Behind the Jounin, a screen lit up as names began to spin. However, before we start, is anyone wanting to quit? There is nothing wrong with quitting if you'd like to. You've come far, and have proven yourselves. Hate said. One person raised his hand, which was Kabato. I'd like to quit. I don't have much chakra left in me to fight, he announced with a smile as Hate nodded. Kabato waved to the Rocky 12 as he left. Something didn't sit right with Naruto about Kabato still, but he chose to ignore it for now. One more hand raised its hand, Suna leaving the two Sand brothers. This left just 34 genin left, which delighted Hate that there wasn't an odd number. Behind him, the names stopped showing. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato. Yoroi Akato's appearance was greatly concealed by the mask he wore around his mouth that hung to around his neck, sunglasses that obscured his eyes, and hitayate, which he also wore like a bandana. He also wore what appears to be the standard attire of his team, consisting of a high-collared, sleeveless, purple shirt with a short-sleeved, white one underneath, a simple obi around his waist, purple pants, blue sandals, and purple fingerless gloves. Will everyone else please leave the arena? Hate announced as the remaining genin left, taking up positions around the arena. The fight between Sasuke and Yoroi wasn't much to talk about besides when the curse mark made its way across Sasuke's body. Naruto caught Minato frown upon seeing the curse mark, but he didn't move or say anything, so he figured his father would do something later. Sasuke won using taijutsu Naruto had never seen him use, which he figured he learned from someone else, and across the way, he caught Lee frowning. The names began to spin once again, popping up Kin and Yukomo. The fight was mostly a mind game of Jinjutsu. Not much really happened, however by the end both opponents fell down, passed out by the war of their minds. Geez, that was pretty boring, Naruto said with a yawn, surprised that the Oto Nin went down with such little fight. Next up, Ino Yamanaka versus Sakura Haruno, announced Hate, causing Naruto to perk up as he watched one of his girlfriends walk down the stairs. She sent Naruto a wink. The fight, sadly, also wasn't much to write home about. While both of the girls had improved quite a bit from the days of the academy, they still were just leaving their fangirl phase. The two friends knocked each other out, causing Naruto to sigh and shake his head. Next fight is. Hate paused to cough and let the sign finish spinning. Gaara versus Kankuro, he announced. Oh fuck no, protractor I fight, announced Kankuro, causing Temari to fume as she glared at her brother. Come on, another letdown, Naruto cried as he just wanted to watch a good fight. The sign began to spin once more before landing on Chojuro and one of the Kiri shinobi. Both appeared to be swordsmen, and it was interesting to see the two factions of Kiri go against each other. Both swordsmen gave a great show of kenjutsu, which excited Naruto to know and that he could fight a swordsman from Kiri. In the end, Chojuro won by disarming the Kiri nin and putting the blade of his sword to the genin's neck, while seeing he had no options, forfeited. The next fighters called up were Omoi of Kumo and another Kiri genin. This time it seemed only Omoi was a swordsman. The Kiri genin was a taijutsu specialist, it seemed, as he didn't use any ninjutsu and simply fought with kunai. However, Omoi simply had more range with his katana. In the end, the Kiri ninja was knocked out after not giving up. Rock Lee versus was all Naruto heard as he piped up, excited to see how Lee did. He had heard stories of how Guy trained his students, so he was excited to see how his star pupil would do. To say the fight was one-sided was an understatement, as the Kiri genin he was fighting barely saw Lee before he was knocked into the wall unconscious. Naruto was getting bored at this point as 3 more fights passed by, without much interesting jutsu or taijutsu or really anything being used. Neji fought Misumi Tsurugi and rather quickly blocked all the man's chakra points and rendered him unconscious. Hinata fought a Taki ninja and took the win, following her cousin's lead, getting a cheer from Naruto seeing her win. And finally, Choji lost to a shinobi from Taki named Hoki, as Choji just couldn't bring himself to fight. Karui versus Kiba, announced Hate. Kiba grinned and pumped his fist at finally being called up as he jumped down ready to fight. It sucks I have to fight a girl, but oh well, you can't be too much of a challenge, said Kiba offhandedly as Karui stopped on the stairs, turning to glare at the Inuzuka. Oh, and why is that, you mutt? She asked, cracking her knuckles. Because you're a girl and girls are weaker than guys, he said as every girl glared at the poor soul. Shouldn't have done that. Minato said, a smile still on his face, even as the genin got the beat down of his life as he was left bruised and in a bloody heap as Karui walked away, a little less angry now. Next up is Temari versus Sai, announced Hate. Naruto grinned and gave her a quick kiss, causing the girl to smile and hope down. Once both of the genin were in position, he nodded to each of them, getting a nod back. He raised and then let his hand fall down, shouting, "Hajime." Sai pulled out a scroll and quickly drew two lions which came to life with what looked like roars even if they didn't produce sound. Temari pulled out her fan, blasting away the ink, causing Sai to frown. He once again began to draw, however, he was interrupted by Temari once again swinging her fan in his direction. Landing on the wall, he formed a hand seal as two lions burst forth once more, however, they met the same fate. "I appear to be at a disadvantage. Protractor, I forfeit," Sai announced with a somewhat creepy smile. Hyatt nodded, announcing Temari as the winner, who simply smiled on her end. The next fight was between Shikamaru and Akiri Nin, who tried to rush the Nara, who simply caught the genin in his shadow, raising a kunai to his neck. "So far so good," Kakashi said with an eye smile, looking at his genin as he internally counted his potential winnings. By this point, there were only 6 genin left, and each of them were staring each other down, trying to psych each other out. "Samui versus Tintin," announced Hate as the two took the positions. He once again called the start of the fight. Tintin quickly pulled out 2 scrolls, causing Samui to frown before she cursed, watching the weapons rain down her way, flying through hand signs. She stopped as lightning flashed from her arm. "Raitun, Raiga, lightning release, lightning fong," she shouted as the lightning jutsu jumped from weapon to weapon before arriving back at Tintin, shocking the girl and knocking her out as Samui stood up once she was safe from the weapons. Once the weapons and knocked-out girl were collected, the sign once again began to spin before landing on not Naruto. "Fu versus Zaku," Hyatt announced as Naruto groaned, seeing he was going to be the last fighter. However, he was also watching Fu as he could feel that she was the other Jinchuriki. Once the fight began, Fu covered the arena in a thick smoke and not much else was seen before Zaku was sent flying into the wall covered in cuts. She seemed to do that on purpose so no one saw her abilities. Naruto said with a frown that turned into a grin. "I really want to fight her now," he said, thinking about how awesome a Jinchuriki in a Jinchuriki fight could be. Finally, Naruto versus Dosu, announced Hade as Naruto jumped over the rallying ready to fight the mummy. However, the mummy didn't move as his sensei whispered into his ear before he nodded, raising his hand. "Protractor, I am deciding to forfeit," he announced, causing Naruto to falter and land on his face. "Are you serious?" Naruto shouted in rage, but it's not like he could really do much. Grumbling, he stood there waiting as all the winners were called to the arena and handed green balls with numbers on them. "Please announce what numbers you have, as these will decide who fights who in the 3rd exam," Hate announced. 1. Naruto announced. 2. Came Chojuro as Naruto grinned excitedly to face a fellow swordsman. 3. Temari said. 4. Came from Karui. 5. Said a voice filled with pure laziness. 6. He heard the shy voice of Hinata say. 7. He heard from Lee. 8. Omoi said, timidly scared to face the taijutsu specialist. 9. He heard the monotone voice of Gaara. 10. Came from the chipper voice of Fu. 11. Came from Sasuke, who sounded tired. 12. Was the voice of Samui. 13. Came from Niji. And finally, 14. Came from Hoki the ninja from Taki. The fights are as follows: Naruto Namikaze versus Chojuro, Temari versus Karui, Shikamaru Nara versus Hinata Hyuga, Rock Lee versus Omoi, Gaara versus Fu, Sasuke versus Samui, and finally Niji versus Hoki. Hate announced. The winners of the preliminary all stared at each other in anticipation. "Once again, you are the best your village has to offer from its Genin force. Congratulations to all who made it this far and to those advancing on. You have exactly 1 month to train and prepare. I wish you all safe travels and good luck," Minato announced. Chapter 10, Interlude. Naruto continued to pout and cry about how unfair it was he didn't get to fight anyone in the prelims, much to Shikamaru and Temari's dismay. Meanwhile, Kakashi was counting gleefully through a large wad of money, causing their gloom to only grow worse. "Geez, you guys look down," Kiba said to Temari and Shikamaru, who for their trouble could only nod as they walked through the tunnel that took them underneath and out of Training Grounds 44. "Well, of course they have to deal with Naruto over there. Is he going to be okay? Yukomo asked as Temari and Shikamaru just looked at each other before they shrugged. Who knows? He gets in these moods sometimes. Temari said as she wondered if there was any shinobi ever like Naruto. Somewhere in the afterlife, one Hashirama sneezed before he pouted about being talked about in the afterlife. Once all the teams made it out of the forest, they separated and went their own ways. Team 7 simply followed Kakashi, who led the team, to Training Ground 7. Alright guys, I'm really proud of you all. Not only have you managed to make it past the first two portions of the exam, all three of you have managed to make it to the finals. That right there is an accomplishment very few Chunin teams can say they have on their belts. However, for this month of training, we must all go our own ways to train, as it would be unfair for me to train all three of you. Kakashi said, growing serious as all three of the Chunin looked at each other. Well, I was thinking about going to Suna anyways. I want to learn more about the use of combat fans and more jutsu for them. However, I can't do that here as there are no masters in the art of fans. Temari explained. Kakashi was about to speak before Shikamaru spoke up. I was going to learn more of my clan techniques, and I can learn ninjutsu from someone who specializes in Doton. If I need any help with Raiton, I'll get help from you. Kakashi wanted to speak up again. We all kind of realized you'd want to train me most Kakashi ni, which I will need help with ninjutsu, but I also have to work on my kenjutsu and taijutsu. So I was hoping you would train me alongside Zabuza as well as Ka-san and Tusan. Naruto asked as Kakashi sat in silence, radiating pride. Why, you guys really have this all figured out, huh? Alright, if that's what you guys all wish for. He got a nod from all three, signifying this was their wish. I agree with all your training schedules, he said with an eye smile, causing all the Chunin to smile. Alright, Ka-san said she would offer up a celebration dinner for us, everyone's invited. It will be at 5 p.m. sharp. Please don't be late. We all know how scary my Ka-san can be. Naruto said with a shudder before everyone laughed before they went their own way. It didn't take long for Temari and Naruto to get home to an empty house looking at each other. They both were confused as they wandered that house together. Weird. I guess the house is ours, Naruto asked as they finally entered the kitchen, causing the lights to flip on. Surprise! Shouted everyone that was part of the Namikaze clan from the ceiling hung down, saying congratulations, as well as a cake sat on the table. Minato and Kushina stood behind the cake with Zabuza on their left and Haku on their right, and the twins stood on separate ends of the table. Okami, thank you guys. Naruto shouted, a large smile on his face as the twins ran and hugged Naruto's knees before running to hug Temari as well. You guys have come a long way in your careers as shinobi and are close to the next step, and we couldn't be prouder, Kushina said with a smile as everyone gave hugs to the two young teens. It's almost time for dinner, so the cake has to wait, Kushina said with a smile. Before too long, Kakashi and Shikamaru arrived, with Kakashi surprisingly on time. And that's how your father nearly got kicked out of the first Chunin exams he competed in. Kushina finished a rather embarrassing story for Minato, as everyone, including the man in the story, laughed. The dinner and conversation was lively as Naruto simply smiled and took a mental picture of the happiness that radiated in the room. Hey guys, sorry we're late. The voice of one Tsunade and Jiraiya, who both took a seat at the table. Not to worry, we figured you were busy, Kushina said with a smile, laying down a plate for both the Sannin. So the entire team made it through to the final exam, Jiraiya said with a proud smile mostly directed towards Naruto. What can we say, we had a great teacher who prepared us for the exams. Naruto spoke for the group, causing Kakashi to flush and smile under his mask. I can't believe Kakashi failed so many teams only to have his first team do this. I wonder what your next team will be like, Tsunade joked, causing everyone to laugh at Kakashi's expense. I don't know if the bar has been set pretty high at this point. I don't know if I can even accept another team, he said with a small chuckle. So you guys have already decided on your training schedules, right? Minato asked, causing all three Chunin of Team 7 to nod. Good, I already got your travel request, Temari. You'll be heading back with Gaara and Kankuro in the morning, Minato said with a smile. Jiraiya would also like to teach you on top of myself, Kushina, and Zabuza, if you're okay with that, Minato asked, causing Naruto to just smile and nod. Shikamaru, someone has requested to help train you as well, which is Asuma Saratobi. He said that he saw the makings of a great tactician in you, so he wants to spend an hour or two helping you, seeing as his team didn't make it to part 3. Minato explained. That sounds good, Hokage-sama. Shikamaru said with a light smile. Please, just Minato is fine, Shikamaru. Minato said, returning the smile. Ah yes, Minato-sama. Shikamaru said sheepishly. Please, just Minato, you don't have to be so formal with me. Minato said with a deadpan before everyone laughed. The night continued on before people started to leave at their own pace. Shikamaru left to get some sleep. The twins were put to sleep, and the engaged couple wanted to get some shut-eye. The adults continued to stay up late and share some sake before they too turned in for the night. They never noticed the pair of snake-like eyes that watched them before slithering away. Naruto lay motionless before being pulled into his mindscape. Looking around, he spotted Hiruzen and Kurama, who were grumbling sitting in front of him. Hey guys, what's up? Oh, it's training time, isn't it? Naruto said tiredly. No, not tonight, Naruto-kun. We just wanted to congratulate you on making it so far in the exams. I will once again begin training you during the time you sleep starting tomorrow, but for now get some rest, you'll need it. Hiruzen said with a smile, causing Naruto to smile and hug Hiruzen. Wait, Naruto asked, looking at Kurama. Yes, boy, you are proving yourself a worthy jailer for now. Kurama said without opening his eyes. You really are just a big softy. I'm going to make you my friend and get rid of all that hate inside you. Naruto said with a large smile, causing Kurama to frown but say nothing. Rest now, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen said with a soft smile before sending Naruto to the land of dreams. Morning came quickly for the couple, who begrudgingly got up and went to the front gate of Konoha. Please take good care of her, Naruto said, holding Temari's hands as Kankuro simply smiled at his soon-to-be brother-in-law. Don't worry, Naruto, we got Gaara, so we'll be fine, he said with a large smile, which Naruto returned. Don't be too long, I can't wait to see you again, he said before they gave each other a quick kiss. I won't, Naruto-kun, just be safe, okay? Temari said before she turned around, following her brothers out of Konoha before they took off to the trees, leaving Konoha behind for the month. Naruto watched them leave before he turned around and headed to the Namikaze training grounds, where Zabuza was waiting with his Kubikurabocho placed with the tip in the dirt. All right, Naruto, I have you for the next 2 hours. Your basics are good, but I want to master them, especially if you're going up against a swordsman from Kiri, Zabuza said as he stared down Naruto, who nodded as he unsealed his katana. Begin, shouted Zabuza as Naruto moved through each block and swing over and over again. By the end of the 2 hours, Naruto's arms were exhausted, and he could barely raise them or his sword as he struggled to keep the blade, which trembled his arms upright. All right, that's enough, Zabuza. It's my turn with the kid. Jiraiya spoke up from underneath a tree as he wrote in a book. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. He bowed to the Sannin before looking back to Naruto, giving him a grin. Good work today, Gaki. You might just make a good swordsman yet, he said, giving the boy a thumbs up before he shoo-shined away. Come take a seat, Naruto, Jiraiya said, not looking up from his book. Naruto sealed his katana back into a bracer he kept on his right arm. What's up? Naruto asked, sitting in front of the man. Well, Naruto, how would you like to summon toads like me and your father? Jiraiya asked, causing a large grin to adorn Naruto's face almost instantly. I would love to, he shouted in joy. Good, becoming a summoner is simple. Actually summoning them is another question, Jiraiya said, pulling out a rather large scroll that he unfurrowed in front of the two. Write down in blood your name, and then put all 5 of your right hand's fingerprints down on the scroll, just under your father's name, Jiraiya explained, which Naruto happily did. Once he was done, Jiraiya quickly closed up the scroll, putting it back in its rightful place on his back. All right, for the next step, you have to summon the Chief Toad, Gamabunta, and gain his respect to be able to summon toads fully, Jiraiya explained as he led Naruto over to a little puddle of water. These are the hand signs and how you summon, Jiraiya explained as he showed Naruto the process of summoning before directing him to give it a try. Naruto grinned, expecting to summon the Toad boss's first try, but he fell flat on his face when all he managed to summon were a bunch of tadpoles. Don't tell me this is the Toad boss, Naruto asked as Jiraiya was simply off laughing. No, Gaki, these are just the young summons of the Toad world. It takes a lot of chakra to summon the Toad boss, so just be patient and try again, Jiraiya explained as another 2 hours passed by with just more tadpoles being summoned. By the end of it, Naruto was sweating and fuming as he couldn't even summon a small toad. Don't worry, Gaki, you're not going to be able to master this in the first try, but you'll get there, Jiraiya said with a comforting smile and hand on Naruto's shoulder, who simply breathed and nodded. All right, Naruto, it's time for your ninjutsu lesson. Which element do you want to work on today? Kakashi asked as Naruto frowned and thought for a moment. Well, my main focus has always been on futon and suiton, so I think it's time to begin learning right on, Naruto said as Kakashi nodded before handing Naruto a leaf. So for Raiton, your objective is to force the lightning through the leaf as straight as you can, Kakashi said as Naruto nodded. All right, get to work, Kakashi said as Naruto called upon a small squad of Kage Bunshin who all got leaves, trying to focus the lightning through the leaves. Sometimes the leaves would go up in a ball of lightning. Sometimes the lightning would arc out and destroy the clone or a clone next to it, causing a new Kage Bunshin or two to be made. This continued on for 2 hours, and by the end of it, Naruto only got the lightning to focus its way halfway through the leaf. Kakashi watched intently and smiled at his progress. For a minor affinity to get that far in just 2 hours is very impressive, Naruto. Good work today. Now your mom wanted to send some lunch your way before she came for the second half of the day, Kakashi said as he unsealed a home-cooked meal for the two who happily ate it side by side. You've been doing great today, Naruto. I know you're quickly becoming a mid-Chunin level, but that doesn't mean you can't work on the basics. Even your father will practice this stuff day in and day out sometimes, Kakashi explained as he figured Naruto was tired of all the beginner stuff he had done today. I get it, Kakenai. I needed a refresher on some of the stuff I've done today anyways. I'm just a little frustrated about the toads, Naruto said between bites as Kakashi flashed an eye smile. You'll get it in no time, trust me, he said, rubbing the top of Naruto's head much to the blonde's dismay. All right, you two, it's my turn with Naruto-chan. They heard the voice of Kushina, who was in her old shinobi garb. So we're working on Fuinjutsu? Naruto asked as Kushina nodded and smiled. Yes, and no, we're going to be mixing your Kenjutsu into your Taijutsu for the first half, and then me and your father will be working on your Fuinjutsu, Kushina explained as Naruto once again summoned his katana. To start off, I know I've trained you with more blades than just katanas, so why does it seem to be your go-to blade besides kunai? Kushina asked as Naruto pondered for a moment. Well, it's mainly the reach, and it feels like an extension of myself, Naruto explained as Kushina nodded. As all trained swordsmen should feel about a katana, but you should feel the same for any blade, Kushina explained before summoning two Seius. Swing at me, Kushina said, simply dropping her knees with one side point up and the other pointing down. Naruto nodded, swinging at his mother. However, before he could blink, his blade was caught between the blades of the sai. She turned the sai so it grabbed the katana and pulled the teen forward, planting her elbow in his stomach, dropping him, so his neck sat before one of the points of the sai, which was turned upwards. Kushina carefully pushed Naruto back up, releasing his blade as the boy regained his breath. You see, while the katana is a utility blade, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Tintin took that lesson to heart, which is why she uses so many weapons. However, you are a swordsman, not a weapons master, but I want you to try and be both, Kushina explained as Naruto nodded. Taijutsu and Kenjutsu can go hand in hand pretty easily. Many swordsmen forget this. Take Zabuza, for example. While he is a great swordsman, he always likes to mix in punches and kicks while still using his blade, Kushina explained as she taught Naruto how to incorporate his taijutsu with the use of Kenjutsu before switching gears to Fuinjutsu practice, which Naruto joined them for. After 2 hours of Fuinjutsu, Minato took out a shogi board. For the last hour of training, you will play me in a simple game of shogi, Minato said with a smile as Naruto sat before him as they played. Minato moved to attack Naruto's king, however Naruto moved a pawn in the way. So why did you sacrifice a pawn like that? Minato asked as he took the pawn, however lost the piece to another of Naruto's. Well, the king is the most important piece on the board, right? While you can't do much with the pawn, Naruto said as Minato nodded. Yes, but if this was real-life shinobi, would you be so ready to sacrifice a pawn, which is say a genin, to protect the king? Minato asked as Naruto frowned before he shook the head. Who do you think the king is? Minato asked another question that made Naruto flash his father a face of confusion. Well, wouldn't it be the Hokage? Minato, for his part, simply shook his head. While most would assume, so I would argue the Hokage more like the rook or bishop. Naruto thought that over before he smiled. The king is the civilians, and those precious to you. Always to be protected, Naruto said as Minato smiled and nodded. Exactly, however, everyone should be protected, but there are going to be times as a leader you can't protect everyone. Hell, I've lost everyone from my Chunin team besides Kakashi. Minato said with a frown which Naruto returned, but he understood where it came from. You're not going to take me to the memorial stone again? Naruto asked as he and his father smiled and laughed. No, I think you've seen it enough. Once the game was finished with Minato winning, the two returned home. With Shikamaru. After a long day of training of his own with his clan, Shikamaru joined Asuma Sarutobi at the Sarutobi clan compound. So why did you want to meet with me, Asuma-sensei? Shikamaru asked as Asuma smiled. Simply put, I just want to play a game of shogi against you. I've gone against your father plenty of times, and I can't handle getting my ass handed to me again, so I figured I'd see how his son is. Asuma said as the two spent the evening playing games of shogi. With Temari. The Sand siblings had spent the 2 days running nonstop to get home, and when they finally got there, they were greeted by their father. Temari, welcome back to Suna. I'm happy to have you here once more. How is Konoha treating you? Raza asked as he gave his daughter a smile, happy to see her once more. It's treating me well, father. Me and Naruto are happy together, though he's been placed under CRA. She explained, which caused Raza to frown but nod. That must put a damper on things. Raza asked, causing Temari to nod. Enough about that, you are home, so go ahead and get some sleep. I already have a few fan masters ready to teach you in the morning, he said with a smile before returning to paperwork. In Kiri. And that's why I wish to use your navy. The voice of one Orochimaru finished. It is a bold plan, Orochimaru, and your alliance will provide troops to help against the rebels, correct? Asked Yagura emotionlessly. Yes, we will spare what we can from the Konoha front and Suna front, Orochimaru said as Yagura nodded. Well, in that case, you have 50 Jounin and my navy to transport the troops you need, Yagura said as Orochimaru grinned. Good, I'm glad we could make this deal, he said before slithering away. This does not bode well for Konoha. But who am I to stop Orochimaru's plans? Came the voice of one Madara Uchiha before he teleported away. Naruto's mindscape that night. Your father touched on it with the shogi game, but we are going to be working on your strategy and tactics. Hiruzen explained as he summoned a blackboard which he used to drill Naruto on multiple tactics and scenarios under the watchful eye of Kurama. Before he disappeared to the land of dreams, Naruto turned to Kurama. Hey, Kurama. Naruto started. Yes, Naruto, Kurama said, which caused him to smile. Who gave you your name? He asked curiously, which caught Kurama by surprise. Kurama sat in silence for a while before he let out a sigh. My father, the Rakuto Sannin, sage of 6 paths. When he created all 9 of us at the end of his life, he gave each of us all names. However, we became known by our titles and how many tails we had over time. Kurama explained, causing Naruto to nod before sitting down in front of the Biju. I'm sorry, Kurama, I wish you and your brethren weren't treated like tools of war. Please forgive us, he said before bowing before Kurama, who, like Hiruzen, had a face of shock. The two stared at each other before they nodded. Gaki, please don't bow before me. We are both tools of war, Sarutobi, and I have discussed it many times, and it is something I have come to terms with. You are just as much a tool of war as I am, Kurama said as Naruto rose up and smiled. I want to create a world free of hate and war so you and your brethren can live in peace, Naruto said, causing Kurama's lips to twitch up in an unnoticeable smile. What are the names of the other tailed beasts? Naruto asked. Before I tell you, Gaki, know your wish is a lofty one, and you must prove with your actions that you wish to create it, not just your world, Kurama explained before continuing. The Ichibi which you've met is Shikaku. The Nibi is Matatabi. Isubo is the Sanbai. Son Goku is the Yanbi. Kokuo is the Gobi. Saiken is the Rokubi. The last 2 are the Komiai and Gyuki, who are the Shichibi and Hachibi respectively. Kurama finished as Naruto began to fall asleep, exhausted from the day of training. He's a special one, isn't he, Kurama? Hiruzen asked Kurama, who simply nodded, resting his head on his hands. We'll see, was all that Kurama said. 3 weeks later. 3 weeks had come and gone rather quickly for Naruto, and in that time, he had worked himself to the bone working on all of his skills and preparing his mind and body for the coming Chunin exams. By the end of week 3, all of his teachers agreed Naruto was at the level of a mid-Chunin, and with more training, he might even be high Chunin. Good work today, Naruto-kun. There's some people I would like you to meet, Minato said before motioning for someone to join him, and out walked 3 people. The leader of the group had dark skin with a large muscular build, blonde hair combed back, a small mustache and goatee. His face has pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his lip also has a darker hue than the bottom one. He wore a white haori without a shirt underneath and the rakiage hat, as well as large, golden vambraces on his wrists. He also wears a gold belt around his waist with a boar's face engraved in the center, black pants with torn ends, Chunin shin guards, and shinobi sandals. To his right was another man who has dark skin and a muscular build, as well as blonde hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for iron, tetsu. Left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. His top lip also has a slightly darker hue than his bottom one. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored hiatate. He also has his village's standard one-strap over one-shoulder flak jacket and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard kyumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. He originally carried 7 swords on his back. Finally was a girl that stood to the left of the leader of the group who had long, straight, blonde, hair bound with taut bandages, dark eyes, and she wore red lipstick. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also wore the standard Kumogakure hiatate, sandals, and a kunai holster, which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist. Naruto meet the Yondaime Reikijai, Kira B, and finally Yujito. Minato said as Naruto bowed in respect. It's nice to meet you, Reikage, and Hachi. Naruto said with a smile as Reikage studied Naruto. So this is Naruto, huh? He's almost the spitting image of you, I said with a booming voice. Yo number, nice, it's nice to meet you. UFO show the names, B don't feel the need to call me Kira B. B rapped out, causing Yujito to give an exacerbated sigh as Naruto looked at him weirdly. Yes, he is always like this, Yujito said before he even had the chance to ask, as I and Minato moved to talk somewhere else. We've been asked by Minato to give you help with the QB and train you for the last week before the Chunin exams to help create a bond between the Jinchuriki of the villages and help an alliance. Yujito said before extending the universal sign of friendship among Jinchuriki, which was a fist bump, as did B. The 3 formed a triangle before being pulled into a shared mindscape. Naruto was surprised to see, unlike himself and Gaara, there was no cage behind B and Yujito. So this is Gyuki and Matatabi, huh? Naruto surprised the Kumo Jinchuriki and Biju. The Gaki wanted to know the names of all the tailed beasts after he learned mine from Shikaku. Kurama explained. It's good to see you again, brother, sister, Kurama said to his fellow Biju. What's this? Have you finally been tamed like father predicted? Matatabi teased her brother. It is good to see you again, Kurama. Gyuki spoke up with a smile. So why is it that there aren't cage walls behind you guys like me? Naruto asked. Well, that's why we're here. You see, there are multiple forms that a Jinchuriki can take when using their Biju's chakra. There's stage 1 where you're covered in a cloak of bubbly chakra that is usually from tails 1 to 3 depending on the Biju. Stage 2 is when red fibers cover your body and bones start to form, that's tails 4 to 7 for you. Finally is when Kurama fully takes over your body and is released back into the world. Yujito explained, causing Naruto to gulp. But there is another way, yo. You see, we are perfect Jinchuriki in which we have become partners with our tailed beast and can transform at will with our beast. B explained. That's what your father wants us to teach you, but we need the key to your seal key to unlock the seal and allow yourself to synchronize. However, all parties have agreed to wait till you're 16 or a Jounin, whichever comes first, as it requires a special training area. Yujito explained as Naruto nodded. I'll be ready, Naruto said as the Jinchuriki grinned. That's what we like to hear, but for now we'll teach you how to handle just a couple tails worth of power, B said as they turned to Kurama. Kurama, may I use your power? Naruto asked as they stared at each other. If it makes you stronger, sure, Kurama said as some of his power leaked underneath the gate, forming a red cloak around Naruto, whose appearance became more feral. This is so hard to control. I feel almost feral-like, Naruto said in a deep voice. It'll be like that till you learn to control the power, B explained as Yujito and B trained Naruto in the ways of being a Jinchuriki. In IWA. Don't you want revenge on Konoha? Orochimaru asked that Tsuchikage Inoki, who sat, or rather floated, and thought about the offer before him. If you had asked me at the end of the Third Shinobi War with this offer, I would have said yes. But I'm wiser than I was before. I don't feel the need to shed the blood of my own shinobi on your vendetta, so no. However, I will not interfere in this plot of yours, Inoki said, causing Orochimaru to frown, but he slithered away nonetheless. 3 days before the Chunin exams. With the Chunin exams just 3 days away, Konoha was bustling with activity from nobles and daimyo to Kage and their escorts. People from far and wide had gathered to watch the final stage of the Chunin exams in Konoha. Naruto had spent the time training with B and Yujito, and had also met Fu. Flashback no jutsu. Naruto was walking home after his daily training session. Excitement was coursing through the teen as he prepared for the Chunin exams. Walking through the crowd, he spotted a mop of mint green hair. Turning on his heel, he quickly walked up to it. Hey, you're Fu, right? Naruto asked, causing the girl to jump, but look at Naruto. Yeah, I am. You're Naruto, right? She asked, causing Naruto to smile and nod. Yeah, I am Nana, Naruto said, causing Fu to frown. So you know who I am, Q, she said under her breath. Yeah, I could sense you at the Chunin exams, he explained, still smiling before they entered an ally. I hope I get to fight you. I want to face a fellow Jinchuriki, and I hope we can be friends, Naruto said with a smile, extending his fist, which Fu returned hesitantly. Sure, I hope we can be friends as well, Naruto, she said with a soft smile before they separated, going their own ways. Kai. Naruto and Fu had hung out a couple times after that, getting to know each other much to Naruto's delight, and she also met Yujito and B, who were happy to meet more of their own. With 3 days left until the Chunin exams, Naruto was excited for what was to come. Aim. So will you lend us troops and access to your land? Orochimaru asked the Pain, who stared at the Sennin. You're bold to assume I wouldn't kill you on the spot after leaving the Akatsuki, but if this alliance can shake the world to its core and show the world pain, perhaps it would be a good idea. Fine, we will lend troops and access through the land of rain for this war, but now you walk on eggshells. Pain said, his Rinnegan flaring as Orochimaru smirked as he left. Everything had more or less fallen into place. Even if he didn't have the support of IWA, he had more than enough forces between all of the nations he had gathered for his plan. With only 3 days left until the Chunin exams, Orochimaru was excited for what was about to come.